chapter 696. So, after taking a deep breath to steady myself, I shapeshift into the Drake form. The elementals don't react at all to me changing forms or to me entering the lava lake. The Drake form feels really good, and I have to remind myself to move quickly. Taking another deep breath, I close my eyes and dive into the lava, swimming down. Even in Drake form, I can't open my eyes under the lava, but I don't really need to. The fire mana is so dense that I am able to use it to see everything around me. The mana gets denser the deeper I go, and once it is dense enough, I see a gate open. It is only open for a second, but that is long enough for an elemental to come through. That explains where the elementals are coming from, but not the mana itself. So, I keep going deeper until I finally find where all the fire mana is coming from. To my surprise, all that mana is coming from a gem. It looks similar to a ruby and is the size of a baseball. I simply can't imagine how something that small is giving off so much fire mana. Of course, now that I have found it, I can't just leave it alone, so I reach out to grab it. When I pick it up in my claws, all the mana suddenly stops flowing out of it. Instead, all of that mana is now flowing into me, and it is immensely painful. It feels like my blood has been replaced with lava, and my mana organ feels like it is going to explode. As I open my mouth to scream, a veritable geyser of fire mana comes pouring out of my mouth. It almost feels like I am breathing out pure fire without any fire resistance. Even the Drake form can't stand this much damage, and even casting healing spells I am barely able to survive. The biggest problem is that no matter how hard I try, I can't let go of the gem. It only gets worse as I feel my mana organ shatter under the pressure, and my mana pool vanishes. The increased pain almost makes me black out, and I am only holding on by sheer will. If I wasn't currently a Drake, I think I would have already died horribly. Even as a Drake, I don't think I can hold on for much longer. My body is being torn apart from the inside. I don't even realize that some of the fire mana is flowing into Blitz until it is too late. Blitz explodes on my back, and I feel like my soul is being torn into pieces before darkness swallows me. When I start coming around, I am fully expecting to open my eyes and see Krenosha frowning at me. However, when I open my eyes, I find myself wrapped in darkness. But I am too sore to be dead. I am currently curled up in the fetal position, and every part of my body hurts. It feels like I broke every bone in my body, tore every muscle and tendon, and then fell down a mountain. Or maybe had a mountain fall on me. I am not sure which would hurt more. Needless to say, all I want to do is go back to sleep and wake up when I don't hurt so much. When I fail to go back to sleep, I try to cast my healing spell on myself, but that doesn't work either. Slowly the pain lessens, but when I try to move, I find that I can't. I am trapped. Something is wrapped around me, keeping me curled up in the fetal position. Whatever has me trapped is solid. I can't feel any give to it at all, no matter how I try to move. As I struggle to move, I also notice that my body feels strange. It isn't responding how it should. That and my head is currently tucked under my arm, something that shouldn't be possible. I don't know what that gem did to me, but I can tell a lot has changed. I just can't tell what. Admittedly, I am close to panicking when I remember that I was in Drake form when I blacked out. That would explain why my body feels so weird and why I have a long neck. However, when I try to cancel shapeshift, nothing happens. Nothing changes. I can't tell if something is stopping me from ending shapeshift or if something else is wrong. Something like this has never happened to me before, and I don't know what else to try. This whole time it has felt like I was floating, but now that ends as the motion comes to an end. Once the motion ends, a little bit of light appears, but what it allows me to see is scary. The light is red because it is coming through a red substance, the gem. I am inside of the gem, or at least that is what it looks like right now. And I admit to being a little scared. Considering I was inside a volcano, if I am trapped until someone finds me, then I am done for. Unless the volcano erupts and spits me out, it could be hundreds of years before someone finds it. That is bad enough. But then I think of Brightfire and Nala waiting for me. Brightfire will only wait for so long before she tries to find me, and Nala will go with her. I need to find a way out of the gem so that I can get back to them and keep them safe. However, I can't see through the gem to see what might be outside because of the color. For all I know, I might still be in the lava, but I can't just sit here and do nothing. So I start trying to use my strength to break the gem, but I don't have room to move. I have to contort myself and find room to apply pressure to the gem somehow. The problem is that moving really, really hurts, especially when I try to move my back. At first, I can't understand why, but then I remember the last thing that happened before I blacked out. Blitz exploded, meaning a piece of my soul was destroyed as well. When I shapeshift, all of my gear vanishes, but it is still with me somehow. So I would have taken the full blast when Blitz exploded. It is amazing that I am still alive. I must have taken a massive amount of damage for my region to have still not healed me. It looks like this time, my curiosity really did almost kill me. I just hope that is all it did. Depending on how big the explosion was, there is a good chance it might have triggered an eruption. If so, then Brightfire and Nala would have a hard time escaping with their lives. That thought makes me ignore the pain and struggle even harder. I need to get out. However, the gem resists all my efforts, and eventually I pass out from exhaustion. When I wake up again, I am a bit more clear-headed and able to think things through. Chapter 697. First, I try shifting my weight around to see if I can make the gem move. Turns out I can, but not by much. The gem will only rock side to side a little bit. However, at least that means I am only trapped physically and not in some other magical space. Next, I slowly shift around, examining the inside of the gem and looking for a weakness. If I can find a weak spot and focus my efforts on it, then my odds of success will go way up. Unfortunately, I am unable to find a weak spot, but I do learn something. The gem is not the same shape it was when I picked it up. It is now shaped like an egg. This is rather disturbing considering I am currently inside of this egg. It makes me wonder just what the gem was and what it is trying to do to me. Once again, I try to heal myself. Being able to move without pain would make this easier. However, it fails again, and I don't know why. It doesn't even trigger as far as I can tell. It is almost like my ability to cast spells never existed. It is disturbing to say the least. I need to figure out what is going on. Character. Name. Ash race. Fire and Lightning Alpha Beast type. Unique Alpha Mana Beast rank. 1 class. Sacred Crusader level. 17 XP. 10,662,783. 13,107,200 titles. 7. The Merciful. Blessed by the Light. Anti-hero. Angel Slayer. Magus Knight Captain. Demon Slayer. Blessed by the Twins HP. 15,173, 15,173rds, DP, 2,300, 2,300 Su NP, 4,716, 4,716 Strength, 832 Agile, 8,707 Endurance, 762 Intelligence, 398 Wisdom, 673 Charisma, 305 Willpower, 208 Luck, 142 Toughness, 262 Region, 127 Fortitude, 202 Leadership, 190 Unspent Points, 185 Movement Speed, 55 Flight Speed, 150 Fire Resist. Greater Immunity Cold Resist, 67 Magic Resist, 25 Hellfire Resist, 41 Shadow Resist, 60 Lightning, Greater Immunity Physical Resist, 38 Darkness Resist, 30 Acid Resist, 35 Poison Resist, Immunity Disease Resist, Immunity Mental Resistance, 4 Fire and Lightning Alpha Beast. What the hell is that? What did this damn gem do to me? And I am back to being a mana beast. Does that mean it reset me back to the beginning? I was supposed to be getting stronger. Honestly, after reading that I sort of blank out for a while, my brain can't handle starting over. All the effort I put into becoming a maxed out sacred beast is now completely wasted. Even worse, I finally noticed that I no longer have sacred power. No wonder my heals didn't work. Immediately, I use one of my divine heals, and it works perfectly, easing my pain quite a bit. After 2 more heals, the pain is gone completely, and the relief is almost enough to make me pass out again. Now that I can move freely, I wiggle around until one arm has a bit of room to move. Then I make a fist, which feels weird, but I ignore that and punch at the egg. The egg rocks a bit, but nothing else happens, so I just keep punching the same spot. If one hit isn't enough, then I will hit it 100 times, and if that doesn't work, I'll try 1,000 times. Since I didn't lose my stats, there is no way this egg is going to keep me trapped. After a few dozen punches, I am finally rewarded with a cracking sound. A few hits later, the crack is large enough for me to see it and aim for the center of it. Now the crack is growing with every punch. Soon I will be out of this stupid egg. With a few more hits, the one crack turns into many as they spiderweb out. Finally, I judge the egg is weakened enough, and with one surge I manage to break out of the egg. Process interrupted. Ascension failed. Ascension failed. Wait, was the egg trying to turn me into a god? When the egg finally breaks, I tumble out onto the ground and can finally look around. I find myself in a small cave, and the egg is on the edge of a pool of lava. However, when I try to stand up, I end up falling flat on my face. My body isn't moving properly. When I look down at myself, it is easy to see why. I am no longer a humanoid. My body now is similar in shape to a drake. I have 4 legs, a tail, and a long neck. There is a tiny pair of wings on my back, and my tail ends in a fan of feathers. My entire body, except for the wings, is covered in fur, but the color has changed. Now my fur is bright red with golden lines running through it in some kind of pattern. It looks a lot like a sea of flames with lightning bolts arsing through it. Unfortunately, there is no reflective surface that I can see, so I cannot see what my face looks like. Looking around the small cave, I don't see any other exit other than the lava pool. However, I notice that the rocks lying around seem rather large, strangely so. As I move around a bit to try and get used to my new body, I realize the rocks aren't large. I am small. It is hard to judge without a proper comparison, but I would guess I am about the size of a house cat. Just what has that stupid egg done to me? Why am I so small? Just as I am about to lose my cool, my stomach gives out a fairly serious rumble. It turns out that I am practically starving, so of course I reach for my pouch to get some food, only to be shocked that it isn't there. In fact, my entire belt is gone, along with my armor. In fact, everything is gone, and since I am not shapeshifted, that means it is really gone. I can only guess that I dropped everything when the gem tried to eat me. However, I can't let this stand. I have to recover my pouches no matter what. Since I don't see any other way out, I walk over to the lava pool and test it with a paw. Not only does the lava not hurt, it actually feels good, like a nice warm bath. So I jump in, and to my surprise, I find I can actually see while in the lava. Everything is in shades of red, yellow, and orange, but somehow I can still make things out. It is only then that I notice my fire resistance got upgraded from immunity to greater immunity, which means that, just like lightning, fire will now also heal me instead of hurting me. It still takes a while for me to figure out how to move around in the lava. It isn't really swimming, more like a cross between swimming and tunneling. There are also currents within the lava, so I have to be careful not to get dragged off by them. Chapter 698. The pool is fed by a small tunnel, and when I swim out of it, I find myself back in the volcano. There is a massive amount of lava, and it is all moving upwards. I guess the volcano erupted. That makes me really worried about Brightfire and Nala. But first, I need my gear. The problem is, I have no idea where to start looking because I don't know where the gem was. What is worse is I don't know if my stuff sank or was pushed upwards by the lava. For all I know, it could even have been thrown out of the volcano by the eruption. So I really have no choice but to start moving around and hoping that luck is with me. First, I head down to see if anything sank and also to see how deep it goes. As I am making my way down, I spot movement. There is life down here. It looks kind of like a fish, but made of rock, at least from what little I see before it moves away. There are also still some fire elementals wandering around, but they ignore me. I get lucky when I reach a flat area and find the angel armor sitting on a rock. Unfortunately, I can't put it on, and without my pouch, I have no way of carrying it. So for now, I mark the location in my mind and go back to looking around. Not seeing anything down here, I let the current move me up as I circle around. My tabard, I find caught on a protrusion of rock, but it doesn't look so good. It has been shredded and burned until I almost don't recognize it, but I still grab it. When I put it on, it turns into a collar around my neck instead of trying to fit me. A quick scan with my mana shows that it is in a dormant state while it repairs itself. That is reassuring. There is no way I could possibly replace it if the tabard was destroyed. Now I just need to find my belt and pouches, and then I can go look for Brightfire and Nala. After searching what feels like all of the volcano with no luck, I head up to the crater. It looks totally different now. There is lava everywhere, and the elementals are fighting again. The salamanders have come out of their cave and are attacking the elementals. All of the salamanders' huts are gone, and most of the caves have collapsed. This has forced all of the salamanders out into the open, and the battle involves all of them. They still outnumber the elementals, but the battle is fairly even from what I can see. As I am studying the battle, I finally spot my belt and pouches, right in the middle of the fighting. The eruption must have thrown it out of the volcano for it to end up here. I quickly realize one of the advantages of my new body. The salamanders pay no attention to me. Being small and harmless looking turns out to be quite useful as I run through the battlefield. My happiness fades when I get to my belt and realize I am too small to pick it up properly. I grab the belt with my mouth and start dragging it away from the fighting. Once I am clear of the battle, I try to get the belt to shrink so that it fits my new body. Unfortunately, it seems the belt has a limit on how small it can go, and I am smaller than that. So, until I grow a bit, I have no option, other than dragging it around, which is a pain, especially since I need to drag it down to the bottom of the volcano to recover my armor. With no time to waste, I head straight for the lava and start making my way downwards. Dragging the belt and pouches makes it much harder to move through the lava, but I am not dropping them. It takes me a full 20 minutes to return to where my armor is and put it in the pouch. Then before I return to the surface, I head back to the little cave to collect the egg fragments. Surprisingly, the fragments of the egg have turned back into the gem. No way am I going to touch that thing again. So I lift it using mana and put it in my pouch. Later, I will study that thing and try to figure out what it was doing to me. For now, I dive back into the lava and head for the surface. Time to find the others. When I return to the surface, I find the battle is still going on, but I ignore it. First, I head for where I left Brightfire and Nala, but they are not there. Looking around, I can't see them anywhere, but I can see that parts of the jungle are on fire. There are several flows of lava, or I guess it is magma now, going down the side of the volcano. Or maybe I have it backwards. I can never remember which is which, but they mean the same thing. With nowhere else to look, I head down the side of the volcano, dragging the belt behind me. Luckily, near the edge of the jungle, under the burning smell, I catch a whiff of tiger. Hoping that it is Nala, I follow the trail as best as I can and enter the burning jungle. The fires and lava pose no danger to me at all. Even the smoke doesn't bother me. An hour later, I finally find Brightfire and Nala in a small clearing, and they look fine. Unfortunately, I didn't consider my new appearance before entering the clearing. Brightfire spots me, rushes over, and picks me up. Then she starts rubbing her face against my fur. Brightfire says, "Wow, so cute and soft, too. Where did you come from, little guy? Mew, what the hell? I can't even talk in this new body?" Brightfire says, "Wait, why do you have Ash's belt?" Meow. Once I struggle enough, Brightfire puts me down and I shapeshift into my elven warrior form. Brightfire looks shocked, but Nala instantly runs up to me and starts rubbing against me. I don't look the same at all, but it seems that she can still tell it is me. Brightfire says, "Ash, are you all right? Why did you use that new form to trick me?" "That new form is not a form. That is my real body now." "I am just glad shapeshift still works," Brightfire says. "Your new body? What exactly happened to you?" I am not entirely sure, but I will explain once I figure it out. For now, I am getting a headache being in this form, so I need to drop it. "We will camp here for now," Brightfire says. Okay, I feel better as soon as I drop shapeshift, other than my stomach trying to eat my spine. While I was in elven form, I had put the belt on, but as soon as I drop shapeshift, it drops to the ground. However, that doesn't stop me from opening the food pouch and pulling out a feast. As soon as I pull the food out, both Nala and I fall on it ravenously, while Brightfire laughs at us. After eating almost my own body weight, I curl up with Nala, and we both fall fast asleep. When I wake up, Nala and I are all tangled up with Brightfire curled around us both. Chapter 699. It is quite pleasant, and I am seriously tempted to go back to sleep, but then my tummy growls at me. So I carefully extract myself from the two of them without waking them up. Then, I pull a bunch of food out of the pouch and start stuffing my face again. From how hungry I am, you would think I hadn't eaten in days instead of a few hours. Hopefully this level of hunger means that I will grow quickly, at least enough to wear the belt. However, as I am eating, another problem crops up. I sense one of the goddesses looking at me and I can feel her shock. While I can't tell which of the two it is, I figure I better explain myself quickly. The longer I wait, the more trouble I am likely to be in, but it can at least wait until I finish eating. Once I am completely stuffed, I create the soulscape and invite the two of them. Inside the soulscape, I quickly realize I am back to looking like my normal self. This must be the residual self-imaging that Morpheus mentioned in the Matrix. Before the goddesses arrive, I have to concentrate to shift to my new body. Saronia says, "Hey Ash, what is up? Huh, cute." From that, I know that it was Krenosha who saw me, and Saronia has no idea what is going on. However, as she runs over, picks me up, and starts cuddling me, I find myself unwilling to explain just yet. Mainly because she is currently holding me against her chest, and I am more than happy to stay there. Krenosia, when she arrives, looks both worried and furious at the same time. However, when she sees Saronia holding me to her chest and the look on my face, she can't help but laugh. Saronia ignores her and continues to cuddle me, while I stick my tongue out at Krenosha. Krenosha says, "Sister, put him down. He is enjoying it way too much." Saronia says, "I don't want to. He is super cute and fuzzy." Krenosha says, "He also has a broken soul. Put him down before you make it worse." Saronia says, "What?" and puts me down. Wait, what do you mean broken? You just mean damaged, right? Krenosha says, "No, I absolutely mean broken. Not only is your soul missing a chunk, but what is left is riddled with cracks. What exactly did you do to yourself this time?" So, I sit down and tell them everything that happened in as much detail as I can. I already know it won't do any good, so I don't bother trying to make any excuses. As I am telling them about the gem and what it did, I also create an image of it in hopes they will recognize it. Saronia says, "I am sorry. I've never heard of anything like that." Krenosha says, "You said it was trying to ascend you?" "Yeah, it said ascension failed when I broke out of the egg." Krenosia says, "Blitz being destroyed explains the missing part of your soul, but I think the cracks are because of the gem. To make you into a god, it would first have to break down your soul. I have never seen anyone with a soul as damaged as yours. I have no idea how you are still alive," Saronia says. "Is there anything we can do for him?" Krenosha says, "I can try to fortify his soul to prevent further damage, but I am not a healer. His soul will have to heal itself over time." "How long are we talking?" Krenosha says. "Hundreds of years? Maybe as much as 1,000. "What? Seriously?" Krenosha says. "Yes. The worst part is, we won't be able to make you a god or reincarnate you until your soul is healed." Saronia says, "I might be able to speed up the healing, but only after you return to being a soul, meaning after I am dead." Saronia says, "Yes, I am sorry. Don't apologize. It is no one's fault but mine." Krenosha says, "Yes, you and that stupid curiosity of yours. The gem was pumping out huge amounts of fire mana. How could I not be curious?" Saronia says, "Did you try to identify it before you touched it?" No." At the same time, both of them reach out and smack me in the head, which I deserve. To be honest, the thought of trying to identify the gem first never even crossed my mind. Once again, I didn't think and just acted. So they are right in the fact that this is my own fault. So, all that aside, does either of you know what an alpha beast is? Krenosia says. "No, I don't." Saronia says, "Actually, I do. An alpha beast is similar to a primal beast, just lower in power." "You mean like the controller?" Saronia says, "Exactly. That thing is a primal beast. Something from long ago that shouldn't exist anymore." "Are you saying that alpha beasts are also things of the past?" Saronia says. As far as I know, yes. But my memory can't entirely be trusted, as you know. Well, it would make sense. The gem is probably something ancient. After all, it was in the middle of a volcano. Krenosha says, that is probably true. Something like that couldn't have been created easily. So, what should I do with it? Saronia says, wait, you still have it? Yeah. I went back to collect the eggshell only to find it had returned to being a gem. Krenosia says, don't touch it again. I wasn't planning to. Saronia says, however, if you can bring it back with you, maybe we could make use of it. It is safely stored in my pouch now, so that shouldn't be a problem. Krenosha says, what do you plan to do now? I will find a safe place and spend a few days there. I am technically an infant right now. I need time to grow a bit. Saronia says, all right, at least that should keep you out of trouble. Krenosha says, I wouldn't bet on it. Ash can find trouble anywhere. With a final laugh at my expense, they both pet my head and rub my ears, then disappear. As soon as they are gone, I create a full-size mirror so that I can finally get a proper look at myself. My face is basically that of a tiger cub with a slightly longer muzzle, but my eyes haven't changed. While I can't argue that I look cute and fuzzy, the dragon eyes still make me look dangerous. When I end the soulscape, I find Brightfire and Nala awake and waiting for me, so I pull out food for them to eat for breakfast and eat some more myself. Once I am done eating, I shapeshift long enough to explain the plan to Brightfire. I also inform her that until I grow bigger, she is in charge of carrying my pouches. Then, I drop shapeshift, and we head towards the beach we first arrived on. Once there, we look around until we find a decent spot to set up camp for a few days. As soon as we find one, I take a nap until lunchtime, leaving Brightfire to build the camp. Since she is carrying the pouches, it is up to Brightfire to pull out the dishes for lunch. Chapter 700. After stuffing myself yet again, I take another nap. This whole being a child again is annoying. All my body wants to do is eat and sleep, but I have grown a few inches already. Hopefully this infant stage won't last long, because if it does, it will drive me insane. When I wake up from my nap, I am bursting with energy, so I play with Nala. At this point, she is still bigger than me, but it is still fairly even, and a lot of fun. It is also very educational. It helps me get used to my new body a lot faster. We quickly wear ourselves out, and after about an hour of play, we call it quits. With nothing else to do, the two of us curl up next to Brightfire and use our cuteness to get petted. It works like a charm. Brightfire has no defense against this much cuteness. After petting the two of us for over an hour, Brightfire serves up dinner. We all eat as much as we want and then cuddle up together and go to sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, Brightfire looks around and then turns to look at me. Brightfire says, Ash, do you really want to just sit here for days? As I look at her, I should nod at her, but I really don't want to just sit here. However, I am already feeling sleepy after eating, and I don't have the energy to fight it. So in the end, I give her a nod to answer her question, and then curl up to take a nap. When I wake up, I feel good, so I lead Brightfire and Nala to explore our surroundings. It is only a short exploration, but it helps with the boredom until my stomach ends it. We return to camp and have our lunch followed by another short nap. After my nap, I spend some time practicing my magic. I have tons of mana now. For some reason, even though I recreate several spells, my system doesn't add them. However, I can use my mana pretty much at will no matter what I try to do. In fact, it is even easier to use mana now than it used to be. It feels natural now. Just for fun, I use my mana to create clouds under Nala and Brightfire and make them float. Brightfire just laughs while Nala looks nervous at first, but she soon starts enjoying it. Of course, I am only floating her a couple of feet off the ground right now. Still, it is important that she doesn't have a fear of flying, because that is how we will be leaving the island. That is assuming that I grow up a bit so that shapeshifting stops causing me headaches. When I end the game and take a look at myself, I would say I am half again bigger than when I hatched. In reality, that isn't much growth. But in only 2 days, it is pretty impressive. Nala has also grown a few inches since she has been getting regular meals. That makes me realize another downside of my new situation. I don't have sacred power anymore, meaning I won't be able to help Haku or Nala evolve into sacred beasts. However, Both Kachara and Asuna are evolved. I should be able to teach them how to help others evolve. Kachara would probably be the best bet, since she can fly around and find mana beasts to evolve. Then again, I will go ahead and teach both of them. That way no one gets jealous. Although, now I am wondering if I will become a sacred beast again or something else. I will just have to wait until I get to rank 10 mana beast to find out, I guess. Speaking of that, I should probably start working on my core again as soon as my body can handle it. Considering how fast I am growing, I have to be careful not to do anything that might mess things up. Previously, I didn't have to worry about it. I was summoned into an adult body. Now, not only am I in an infant body, but I have no information about my race at all. So, for now, I am going to play it safe and not mess with my core at all. However, that really leaves me with nothing to do to pass the time while I grow. Being bored is one of the things I hate the most, so I start trying to think of things I can do. However, before I come up with anything useful, it is dinner time, at least according to my stomach. Brightfire hears my stomach rumbling and starts pulling food out of the pouch. The downside of having her holding the pouch is that she is the one choosing the dishes. Not that anything that comes out of the pouch isn't delicious, but I can't satisfy particular cravings. This whole not being able to speak is getting pretty annoying, to say the least. Although, I will admit that even to me the meow sounds I make are adorable. I still can't wait until I am able to speak normally again, or at least communicate somehow. I have tried to figure out how to communicate telepathically with Brightfire, but so far, nothing has worked. Although, I did figure out how to talk to Nala in something similar to the beast's language. At a guess, it is probably just a cat-specific version of the beast language. Whatever it is, Nala and I are able to communicate in broad terms at least. She is still young, so her thoughts aren't very complex yet, but it is still someone to talk to. I still haven't figured out how I managed to learn the language. It sort of just came to me. My best guess is that it is a natural language for my new race, and that is how I learned it. If that is the case, then I am even more curious now about what an alpha beast is. Just knowing that it is an ancient type of beast is nowhere near enough information. Unfortunately, the goddesses are not very useful when it comes to old knowledge. That isn't their fault, but their followers who lost the knowledge long ago. It makes me wonder if some of the human kingdoms have managed to retain that knowledge. If I get the chance, I will sneak into one of the kingdom's libraries and take a look. If they have kept a lot of the old knowledge, maybe I can steal it for the tower's library. I am sure that would make Yue happy, no matter how I come by the knowledge. Brightfire says, "Ash, are you full?" A shake of the head is her answer as I go back to eating my dinner. I was distracted. Thoughts of stealing from the humans can wait until after I finish filling my belly. Of course, when I am finally full, I am also incredibly sleepy, so my planning will have to wait. One thing I can say for being an infant, I can't remember the last time I slept this well. Even the naps are incredibly restful. Whenever I wake up, I feel like a brand new person. In the morning when I wake up, I feel better than ever, fresh and new. Chapter 701. In fact, I am even feeling full of energy, so I play a game of tag with Nala before breakfast. Once we wear ourselves out, we eat breakfast, and then I take another nap. Even Nala doesn't nap as much as I do. Then again, she isn't an infant anymore. Animals tend to mature pretty fast, at least compared to humans who can take up to 40 years to reach maturity. Hopefully, my new race is one of the ones that reaches adulthood quickly. Although, a couple of days just eating, playing, and sleeping has done wonders for my mental state. To be honest, I was feeling fairly exhausted ever since the portal brought me here. Getting trapped on the other side of the world was a huge mistake and completely my own fault. I have been feeling guilty and pressured ever since, but now it isn't as bad. Saving the elves is a good thing, but that alone wasn't enough to ease the guilt I was feeling. However, I am now getting the feeling that running into the gem was a good thing. While I hate the fact that I was dropped down to a rank 1 mana beast, it might just be worth it. This whole alpha beast thing might just be exactly what I need to get stronger. At least that is what I am hoping, and this random unexplained feeling supports that. I guess I will just have to wait and see what happens next with my new body. After my nap, the three of us go exploring again for a few hours before dinner. However, we don't find anything we haven't already seen and return to camp for dinner. It looks like the volcano and the gem are the only things of interest on this island. It does worry me a little how removing the gem is going to affect all the beasts. After all, Without the mass amount of fire mana from the gem, this is just an ordinary island. It probably took the beasts a long time to adapt to the mana and become as they are now. The current generation of beasts should be fine, but future generations will suffer. I feel bad about it, but just leaving the gem here isn't really an option. So I will just have to live with having altered the future of this little island. Then again, I already did that before I took the gem by adding sacred beasts. Those two tigers will be able to dominate the entire island if they decide to. In fact, I have messed up a whole bunch of ecosystems by helping mana beasts evolve. So, I guess I really shouldn't worry about it at this point. It is far too late to try and fix things. I will just trust in Mother Nature to restore the balance at some point. Either that, or the various gods and goddesses of this world will have to fix things. Brightfire saves me from my thoughts by serving lunch, and then we all go exploring for a few hours. This time, we follow the beach so that we can pinpoint other islands that we need to explore. We have pretty much covered all of the island that we are on, but we aren't leaving yet. Maybe in a couple more days, once my new body has developed a bit more. Right now, as best I can judge, I am about twice the size I was when I hatched. I've gone from the size of a house cat to about the size of a medium-sized dog. However, since I have no idea how big my new body will grow, I can't tell if that is good progress. For all I know, I could end up being as big as a drake, or I could stop at the size of a tiger. I simply don't have any information to base a guess on. It is frustrating. Rather than continuing to dwell on things, I start paying attention to the other islands. Those that we can see from this island are mostly tiny islands, not worth exploring. There is one other large island close by with more off in the distance. The large island close by is the one I was planning to explore next before all this happened. It is covered by jungle and doesn't have a volcano, so I am not expecting to find much. However, now that shape-shifting isn't available, getting over there is a problem. Although, I could probably shapeshift long enough to fly over there. It would just mean dealing with a headache. Then again, it isn't too far away. A canoe would work and isn't hard to make. Especially on this island, it has been shrouded in mana for a long time, so the trees are mana-rich. Once we get back to camp, I shapeshift long enough to chat with Brightfire about it. She agrees that it is worth a shot, and we plan on making the canoe tomorrow. Then we have a nice big dinner and all go to sleep for the night. After breakfast and a short nap, we set out to find a suitable tree to make the canoe out of. Once I find the one I want to use, Brightfire helps me cut it down. Then the three of us drag it to the beach near our camp and I get to work. The first thing I do is cut off the branches and shape a couple of them into oars. Then I hollow out the tree by using the mana to compress the insides into the shape I want. This makes the hull denser and should make the canoe harder to sink. For stability, I add pontoons on either side, kind of practicing what I have planned for the ship. Then I go back to shaping and streamlining the hull so that it will cut through the water. I am doing everything I can to make it easier for Brightfire, since she will be doing the rowing. Hadding, congratulations! Skill Mana Manipulation has progressed to level 6. Mana Manipulation level. 6 MP cost. 20 divided by 10 minutes, the ability to manipulate mana easily. The canoe quickly takes the shape I want, but it still takes a couple of hours, especially since we take a break for lunch and my normal after-lunch nap. Still, I am satisfied that I managed to complete the canoe before dinner time, Brightfire says. So, should we head over to the other island tomorrow? I stop eating for a second to nod my head in answer, and then go back to eating. After we finish eating, we all curl up and go to sleep together, as usual. In the morning, we have breakfast, and then clean up the camp before we leave. Once that is done, we push the canoe down into the water, and all jump in. Brightfire starts rowing towards the next island, while Nala and I just enjoy ourselves. Nala is all excited, but that is to be expected since she has never left the island before. Chapter 702. I am actually fairly surprised. I was expecting her to freak out about being surrounded by water. Then again, the way she keeps leaning out of the boat to bat at the water with her paw, she might not know what it is. We have spent some time on the beach, but I don't remember her ever playing with the water. However, as long as she isn't freaking out about it, then it doesn't really matter why. Although, at some point I should probably make sure she knows how to swim for now. We are already approaching the beach of the new island, so it should be fine. Once we land, our first priority is to find a safe location to set up our new camp. After that, we secure the canoe nearby, and then we relax while we have some lunch. For once, I don't feel the need for a nap, so we set out to do some exploring until dinner. Like the first island we explored, this one has nothing special and only has minimal life on it. At least that is all we find before returning to camp to have dinner and get some rest. The next day, after breakfast, we explore some more, but we don't find anything different. We stop for lunch where we are instead of returning to camp. Then after a nap, we continue exploring. We make it to the far side of the island and then return on a different path. At this point, I am pretty much convinced that this island is a dud like the first one. The next day, after breakfast, we continue exploring anyway. Better safe than sorry. Besides, I am still in no hurry. I am basically just wasting time while I wait to grow up. However, after lunch, we have to cut our exploration short. There is a storm moving in, so we return to camp as quickly as we can and get ready to weather the storm. We have actually been lucky so far. This is the first storm we have had since we left the island. It has rained a bit here and there, but this looks like it is going to be a big storm. Luckily, we saw it coming and make it back to camp with plenty of time to spare. Then, we just sit in our comfy little shelter and watch the storm rage around us. It isn't at the level of a hurricane, but it is still a fairly impressive storm with lots of lightning. I suddenly get an irresistible urge to go out and play in the lightning, which I don't fight. Before I do, I tell Nala to stay put, which she doesn't argue, and give Brightfire a look. She doesn't understand the look until she sees me run out into the storm. Luckily, she has enough trust in me not to try and follow me, or she just isn't that crazy. Either way, I am alone as I rush out into the open, and a bolt of lightning greets me instantly. It doesn't hurt at all when the lightning hits me. In fact, it feels amazing. After I get hit, I suddenly feel full of energy, almost like my battery is overcharged. When the next bolt hits me, it gets even worse. I have to start running around just to burn some energy. The hyper feeling doesn't go away because lightning bolts keep hitting me. In fact, it would be fair to say that all of the storm's fury is focused on me. My little body absorbs everything the storm throws at it, and it is an intoxicating feeling to say the least. After the first dozen or so bolts hit me, lightning starts crawling all over my body, even between strikes. Then, after a few more hits, it starts feeling painful. Not the bolts, but being overloaded. My entire body feels like it is about to explode, so I wisely run back to the camp and take shelter. As soon as I am back, I notice Brightfire giving me a strange look. Then she takes a mirror out from somewhere and shows me my reflection. When I look in the mirror, I realize why she is looking at me so strangely. I now have a small golden horn growing out of my forehead. It looks about 3 inches long. This is certainly something I wasn't expecting when I went to play in the lightning. It looks like the lightning did something to me, but when I check my character screen, I don't see anything different. Then again, my system has been particularly unhelpful with this latest set of changes. It doesn't even give me a basic description of my race anymore. Very disappointing. Brightfire pulls out a lot of food, and we all eat while watching the storm. The storm shows no signs of ending soon, so after we finish eating, we all go to bed. When we wake up in the morning, the storm is gone and the skies are clear. So, after eating breakfast, we set out to explore some more of the island. As we are walking, Nala bumps her shoulder into mine, and it is only then that I realize I have grown again. I quickly crane my head around and take a look at myself, trying to figure out how much I've grown. As best as I can tell, I am already 3 times the size I was when I hatched. That lightning bath certainly gave me a serious boost. I wonder what other surprises I will find. Maybe I should head back to the other island and try taking a lava bath. It actually might be worth a try, but only after we have finished exploring this island. While I am fairly certain we won't find anything, I still plan to be thorough. We stop for lunch next to a small spring and then continue exploring until dinner time. As we eat dinner, I map out the areas we have explored in my mind to see what is left. There isn't much. One more day of exploring should cover it, and then we can move on. There probably isn't a real need for us to explore every inch of each island, but I feel the need to. Not only is this giving me time to grow, but the tree is also growing during this time. As soon as I can shapeshift normally again, I should go check and see how it is doing. I should also probably go get it more water from the sacred spring since it enjoyed it so much. After dinner, I try shapeshifting to see how it goes. I make it to about 10 minutes before the headache starts. Not enough to travel, but at least it is showing improvement. Enough to give me hope. At the rate I am growing, the tree might be ready by the time I can return. If that proves to be the case, then I probably won't have enough time to explore all the islands, especially since I have no idea just how many islands there even are. For all I know, this island chain could contain hundreds of islands and stretch for thousands of miles. As we go to sleep, I decide that after one more day exploring this island, we will take the canoe and head for the next one. We should be able to explore another island, maybe two, before I am able to fly back to the main island. I also don't like being out of touch for so long. Something could happen to the elves while I am not there to protect them. Chapter 703. For once, my tendency to worry and overthink is defeated by my full stomach. Not long after I finish eating, everything goes dark, and I sleep like the dead. In the morning, when I wake up, my mind is clear and I feel pretty amazing. So, after breakfast, we set out to explore the remainder of the island before the end of the day. As expected, we don't find anything of note other than some beautiful scenery. While there is nothing useful to us, I am sure that a botanist would consider this heaven on earth. We return to camp for dinner and then sleep. Once we wake up, we have breakfast. After we are done eating, we break down camp, pack up, and launch the canoe. Then Brightfire starts rowing us towards the next large island. But we have to pass a dozen smaller ones first. We have made it about halfway to the next island when we take a break for lunch. Brightfire is pretty tired at this point, so after we eat, I use Shapeshift to row for a while. After around 15 minutes, the headache gets so bad that I have to drop Shapeshift. Brightfire takes over rowing and we continue moving towards our destination. As we get closer, it is easy to tell this island isn't like the others. It is not only bigger, but also has mountains. In fact, other than a thin stretch of beach, all we can see is tall cliffs. The cliffs are made of white stone and stretch upwards for hundreds of feet. We can just barely see a line of green at the top where the cliffs end. Probably jungle. It is getting pretty late by the time we are getting close to the island. We need a place to camp. Instead of landing immediately, we follow the beach north as we look for a place to camp. Luckily, we spot a cave, or at least a dark spot that looks like it might be a cave. So we hit the beach and head in to check it out. It is decent-sized and uninhabited, perfect for us. The only downside is that it is on the cold side, but a fire will soon fix that. Besides, the way we all sleep in a pile is pretty good for keeping everyone nice and warm. The fire just makes it more pleasant while we sit around and eat some dinner. We don't bother fully setting up camp. We will only be using the cave for the night. We will need to find another spot to camp once we move to the top of the cliffs. I certainly don't plan to climb the cliffs more than once if I can help it. Brightfire shouldn't have any trouble going straight up the cliff, and I am fairly sure I could too. The problem is, Nala, we will need to find some sort of path up the cliffs for her to use. So, in the morning, after breakfast, we move the canoe into the cave and then set off on foot. We follow the beach for the rest of the morning looking for a path up to the top. However, by the time we stop for lunch, we still haven't found anything of the sort. We also haven't found the end of this side of the island, making me think this is the biggest island so far. After lunch, we continue following the beach north looking for a suitable path. Instead, what we find is an area where there is no beach, just the ocean crashing onto the cliffs. Unfortunately, since we left the canoe behind, our choices now are turn back or swim. Not waiting for Brightfire to try and talk us into going back, I jump in and start swimming. Nala follows me right away and I circle back to swim next to her in case she needs help. With a sigh, Brightfire follows us into the water and swims hard to catch up with us. Nala is a surprisingly strong swimmer and doesn't seem bothered by the deep water at all. The stretch with no beach lasts for almost a mile, but halfway across, I spot something interesting. There is an area where the cliff is broken and a small stream is pouring into the ocean. With a light growl, I get Nala's attention so that she follows me over to take a closer look. Brightfire has no choice but to follow the two of us, but I can hear her grumbling. The water is dropping from only about 5 feet up, a bit too high for Nala to reach. With a little trouble, I manage to get under her and give her a platform to jump from. Once Nala makes it, I do the same for Brightfire, then I climb up myself. By the time I climb up, Brightfire is already complaining about being soaked to the bone. To put a stop to the complaining, I grab the cleansing stone out of the pouch and use it on all three of us. Afterwards, I put it away, ignoring Brightfire's stare, and take a look around. The water is coming from a pond that is fed by a waterfall coming from higher up. Now that I can get a good look, it looks like the water has slowly carved stairs out of the cliffs. Of course, they are only stairs to something around 100 feet tall. Each step is between 5 and 30 feet. However, a lot of the surroundings are broken and should provide easier ways up. Around the pond are some trees and other plants, but that is all that is in this little bowl area. Since it is getting late, we may as well camp here and start the climb in the morning. When I turn to look at Brightfire to convey this, I find her standing and playing with the cleansing stone. Meow! Brightfire says, "Why didn't you tell me about this stone sooner? Do you know how long I've had to go without a bath?" I really try, but in the end, I can't help it and bust up laughing at her, which gets me a glare. When I finally manage to stop laughing, I go and take a drink from the pond. It is crisp and refreshing. There is also a small amount of mana in the water, making me think there might be something interesting above us. For now, we set up a temporary camp and have some dinner before going to sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, I start searching for the easiest way up to the next level. When I find it, Nala is able to make it up with a series of jumps and we follow her. The next level is another basin similar to the first one, just a bit bigger. After giving it a quick search and finding nothing, we start looking for a path to the next level. In the end, it takes us most of the day to make it to the top level where we find a lake. To either side of us, the cliffs are still a bit higher than we are, but the stream from the lake has cut its way through. The odd thing is that the cliffs are the highest point in sight. From the lake, the terrain descends. The lake is fed by runoff from the cliffs on either side, and maybe a spring or two? Chapter 704. On the far side of the lake is a river that goes deeper into the island, but I can't see where it goes. The odd thing is that from here I can see the cliffs on the far side of the island. The cliffs form a rough circle, and it makes me wonder if this is in fact a caldera. If it is, then it is definitely a supervolcano, because the far side looks to be 100 miles or more away. The only reason I can see that far is because the middle of the island is the lowest point. So there is nothing in the way, and my eyes are superior to a human's. Everything between the cliffs is all covered by green. It is all jungle as far as I can tell. For now, I start looking around for a good campsite, something for a few days at least. This place has a feeling of life to it, so I expect there will be beasts here, so I want somewhere hidden. The three of us split up to speed up our search of the surrounding area. While following a small stream, I find that it originates inside a cave, so I check it out. The cave isn't very wide, but it is deep and should make a nice secure place to make camp. So I head outside and try to roar to summon Brightfire and Nala, but it doesn't quite work. While I am able to roar, it goes back and forth from high to low in a very embarrassing fashion. It makes me feel like I am back to being a teenager, and my voice is breaking. However, it still works to summon both Brightfire and Nala, so I lead them into the cave. We set up camp around the spring that is the source of the stream and have dinner. The spring water is much tastier than the water from the Everfull water skin. It is also decently mana-rich, so once dinner is done, I take the water skin out of the pouch. Then I examine the enchantments on it to see if it is something I can modify. All I really want to do is replace the water inside with the spring water while keeping it Everfull. The problem is that the enchantment isn't strong enough to create anything but normal water. Another problem, the existing enchantment is the maximum amount that the water skin can handle, meaning that any attempt to improve the enchantments would probably result in an explosion. Normally, I would give it a shot anyway, but after recent events, I feel like being more cautious. Besides, while I can improve enchantments, improving the water skin isn't something I can do. However, maybe I can do something else, like make a different container and copy the Everfull enchantment. The water skin is made of leather, which is why it is so limited on what it can hold. Metal can hold a lot more mana. The purer the metal, the more it can hold. So, if I make something out of decently pure metal, I should be able to do what I want. However, if I am going that far, why settle for normal spring water? I should use the sacred spring. However, that would probably take making an artifact to work. I shouldn't be too greedy. It would be better not to go overboard and just make something to use with the spring. The problem is, I currently don't have any metal to work with. I haven't come across any in a long time. What I did have was almost all given to the smiths in Ilium, except for a little armatite. I was keeping it for when I reforged Blitz, but that isn't going to happen now. Come to think of it, I didn't even think to look for the pieces of Blitz when I was in the volcano. Armatite shouldn't be able to be destroyed that easily. I really should try to reclaim it. Although, even if I forge another sword, there is no way I am putting a piece of my soul in it this time. Especially after what Krenosha said, if I mess with my soul at all, I will probably just die. Besides, the fire sword I picked up is decent enough. I don't really need to forge a new sword. Then again, unless I shapeshift, I can't even wield a sword. My new body doesn't have hands. So I should probably work on developing a new fighting style that fits my new body. Or I could just fight as a mage with my current mana pool. It wouldn't be hard. I have a ton of options currently, but I won't decide until I am done growing. After all, for I know, by the time I am done growing, I might be as big as a drake. If that is the case, then it would be kind of silly not to use my physical abilities. However, if I stay on the smaller side, then being a mage will make more sense. Personally, if I had the choice, I would choose to stay on the smaller side. Being as big as a drake, while fun, would also have some big drawbacks. Of course, most of those I could cover by using shapeshift, but it wouldn't be as fun. Anyway, I will just have to wait and see what happens in the future. For now, it is time to sleep. Tomorrow, we will begin the exploration of the island and see if there is anything interesting here. I have a feeling that we are going to find something. This island is really unusual. In the morning, after breakfast, we head out and I lead the way past the lake. Then we follow the river deeper into the jungle, but we don't make it far. Movement in the jungle makes me stop and wait to see what it is. Then my eyes go wide. A group of Triceratops slowly moves out of the jungle to take a drink from the river. They look exactly like they did in the movies, but I turn my attention to the surrounding jungle. If this is a dino island, then I am far more worried about there being raptors here. The Triceratops barely even glance at us. We are too small to register as a threat to them. Once I am sure there are no raptors hidden nearby, I move closer for a better look. I always loved dinos, and now that I am this close to real ones, I feel like I am a kid again. Of course, I have already fought against several things that were close to being dinos. However, these are closer to the real thing, or at least how they were depicted in movies. There is something that bothers me, though. If this is a lost world, I would expect the plants to be stranger. The jungle around us doesn't look any different than what was on the other islands. At least as far as I can see anyway. I am not an expert by a long shot. We stay put and watch the Triceratops until they finish drinking and move away. Brightfire says, "Just what were those things? It is a good thing they aren't hostile. Did you see those horns?" Unable to answer her questions as I am, I quickly shift into an elven warrior. Then I explain what dinosaurs are, and the many types I can remember. After that, I describe the carnivores and what to watch out for if we run into them. Brightfire says, "Is it really worth exploring this island? What are we going to gain here?" Chapter 705. Who knows? That is the point of exploring. What do you think we should do? Brightfire says. Isn't it about time we head back? The trees should have grown while we've been gone. All right. Are you going to paddle the canoe all the way back? Brightfire says. Can't we fly back? Currently, I can only shapeshift for 10 to 15 minutes. That isn't going to get us very far, Brightfire says. Oh, that won't work. So, then, what do we do? I need to grow more. I think once my body matures, I will be able to shapeshift without a problem. Brightfire says, and while we wait for you to grow, you want to explore. Yes, but you are right. It is too dangerous for you and Nala, Brightfire says. Let me guess, you want us to stay in the cave while you explore? Well, yeah. I mean, you don't have to stay in the cave, just close to it, unless you want to climb back down and wait below. Brightfire says, no, the cave is fine. We can at least be close by if you need help. You know it is for your safety, right? Brightfire says. Yes, I know. It still doesn't feel good to be useless. You are not useless. It is just that you are bite-sized to a lot of the things here. If you had levels, it would be a different story. Brightfire says, yeah, I wish I could gain levels. Actually, I might have a way to grant that wish. However, it would only be for you and you would start at level 1. Brightfire says, that is fine. What do I need to do? Nothing, just give me a minute. Party invite Brightfire. Do you want to invite Brightfire to join your party? Yes, Brightfire says. Am I hallucinating? There seems to be something floating in front of my eyes. It is not a hallucination, just say yes. Brightfire says, yes. Brightfire has joined your party. Brightfire looks really confused. So I start explaining the system to her and how it should work. As I am explaining, I can feel the headache coming on. I have been shapeshifted too long. As soon as I am done explaining the system, I drop shapeshift and let out a sigh of relief. Then we head back to the cave. Exploring is going to have to wait for a bit. After we eat lunch, I shapeshift again to continue explaining things to Brightfire and answer her questions. Luckily, Brightfire trusts me enough to believe what I am telling her even though she has doubts. When I can no longer hold the shapeshift, I release it and then create a soulscape. This time, I am automatically in my new body without having to change into it. That should mean that I am fully adapted to my new form, which is good news. Brightfire and Nala show up as soon as I invite them. Once they do, I start explaining. First, I create an area for Nala to play in that will also help her learn to move better. Then, like I did with Miria ages ago, I use movies to give Brightfire some ideas. Since she is an elf, it is even more fun watching her watch Lord of the Rings. I can already see the desire to be like that burning in her eyes, and motivation is a good thing. After the movies are over, I create a training area for Brightfire to practice archery. After letting her practice for a few hours with the bow, I change my form and teach her the sword. I may not be all that great of a swordsman, but I can still teach her the basics. Maybe when we get back to the peninsula, I can convince Vacker to take her as a student. It will depend on how dedicated she is and if she chooses the sword or bow as her main weapon. As I am teaching her, I also explain that she will need to practice a lot in the real world. Muscle memory is extremely important when it comes to fighting with a sword. Since this is only the first lesson, I don't try to push things too far and end the soulscape after another hour. Of course, thanks to the time dilation. Less than an hour has passed outside since we started. Since it is nowhere near dinner time yet, I go out to do a little exploring on my own. Since I only have a couple of hours, I stick to the area around the cave. Mainly, I want to make sure that there are no really dangerous predators that wander this area. That way I can explore tomorrow without worrying too much about the others. When I return to the cave for dinner, I haven't found anything dangerous in the area. There are some smaller predators, but I am not too worried about them. Brightfire should be able to handle them, especially since she will have Nala to help her. Nala may not be full-grown, but she can still fight. In fact, Nala has been wrestling with me almost every day, and she has lived up to her name. She beats me 3 out of 4 times, and it is not just because I am new to my body. Although, wrestling with her has been really good training for me, if a bit embarrassing. Even now that I have grown to be a bit larger than her, Nala still wins most of the time. So, I am fairly confident in her ability to fight and to get away if she can't win. Brightfire, on the other hand, she is the one I am the most worried about. Brightfire says, Ash, it is asking me to choose a class. The 3 it is giving me are Elven Ranger, Swordsman, or Mage. Which should I pick? Once again, I use Shapeshift to be able to answer her question, but I won't choose for her. Instead, I tell her about the 3 classes, including the strengths and weaknesses I know of. Of course, I am basing my descriptions off of D&D, so my information may not be 100% accurate. Still, it should be close enough for her to make an educated decision on what she wants to do. Once I am done explaining, I drop Shapeshift and start eating my dinner. While Nala and I are eating, Brightfire just sits and stares at the wall while she is thinking. Brightfire says, I've decided. I want to be an Elven Ranger. As soon as she speaks it out loud, there is a flash of white light around her. Then for a second, I see information floating above her head, Brightfire Level 1 Elven Ranger. It is good to see that it actually worked, and the smile on her face is really pretty. She keeps playing with the system for a while as Nala and I continue eating. We are almost done by the time she comes back to herself enough to realize she is hungry. Even as she is eating, the smile never leaves her face. This obviously means the world to her. Chapter 706. Nala and I finish our food and curl up to go to sleep, but Brightfire doesn't join us. From the looks of it, she is still playing around with her new system and is too excited to sleep. Then again, this is probably something she has wanted for a very long time. Brightfire is still awake when I fall asleep, and in the morning when I wake up, she is still awake. She has dark circles around her eyes, but that bright smile is still on her face. When she notices I am awake, she quickly serves breakfast, and afterwards, she finally goes to sleep, leaving Nala to guard her while she sleeps. I head out to do some exploring. Now that I am alone, I go back to the original plan of following the river into the depths of the island. To avoid becoming something's lunch, I move up into the trees and jump from tree to tree. While this puts me at bite height for the bigger things, I am hoping I am small enough to go unnoticed. After all the movies I have watched, I am most worried about raptors finding me. On the ground, I would be hard-pressed to deal with a full pack of them. Even though it would be a pain to run into them, I still want to see them with my own eyes. Velociraptors were always my favorite dinosaur, closely followed by the T-Rex, both of which I would like to see, neither of which do I want to fight in my current state. However, after moving a few miles from the lake, I come across something else. While it isn't as big as a T-Rex, it is still big enough to eat me in one bite, an Allosaurus. It is basically a smaller version of the T-Rex, only standing about 12 feet tall. Its hide is a dull red in color, and it is currently drinking from the river ahead of me. My first thought is to sneak past it, but as I am looking at it, my mouth fills with saliva. For whatever reason, my new instincts are now telling me that I need to eat the Allosaurus. These are the same instincts that told me to play in the storm, so I am inclined to trust them. The problem is, how can I kill a dinosaur that is 12 feet tall and can eat me in one bite? I obviously can't fight it physically. I barely come up to its ankle. So, my only real option is to use magic to defeat it. But at the same time, I can't let it attack me. After a quick look around, I spot a tree with an extra dense amount of leaves. I quickly make my way over to it and hide in the leaves. This way, the Allosaurus shouldn't be able to spot me. Once I am in position, I start gathering all the heat out of the surrounding air using mana. I slowly and carefully build up a massive fireball directly above the Allosaurus. Then, once it reaches the limit I can control, I drop it directly onto the dino's head. There is a huge explosion, and under the boom I can hear the Allosaurus roaring. However, when the smoke and dust clears, the Allosaurus appears to be unhurt. In fact, its red hide is now much brighter, and even giving off a low-level glow. That certainly isn't a dinosaur trait. But then again, I am in another world. It is my own fault for thinking these would be the same as dinosaurs from my world. This Allosaurus is obviously a fire-type beast, and I just gave it a great big meal. The Allosaurus is turning and roaring in every direction looking for its attacker. Luckily, it doesn't spot me, hidden in my tree, or if it does, it ignores me because I am small. Either way, it gives me a chance to try again, but this time I won't use fire. Instead, I let my mana slip into the ground under the Allosaurus and start gathering the natural static electricity. When I can't gather anymore, I let it go and a lightning bolt rips up out of the ground. It passes through the Allosaurus on its way to the sky, and the dino twitches and whines as it does. However, that isn't enough to kill it, but it does fall over after the bolt passes through it. Seeing that it is still alive, I start gathering another bolt, but it takes a minute. The Allosaurus gets up and starts walking away from the river. It has had enough, it seems. However, I am not about to let it get away, so I move the gathered energy after it. This time my aim is better, and the lightning bolt passes right through the head of the Allosaurus. It drops to the ground, twitches for a few minutes, and then goes still. One Allosaurus defeated, 250,000 XP gained. Once it has stopped moving at all for a minute, I get down from the tree and slowly approach it. Only once I am completely sure that it is dead do I move in and start cutting it open. The hide is thick and takes me a minute to cut through with my claws. I had planned to go straight for the heart, but as soon as I open it up, I lose control. My first bite of the exposed flesh is a reward all in itself. It tastes absolutely amazing. All other thoughts vanish as I eat my way into the body. I can't bring myself to stop until I am stuffed. The problem is that I stuff myself so much that I end up taking a nap right next to the body. My nap is rather rudely interrupted by scavengers coming after the body. Luckily, they aren't hard to scare off, but now I need to figure out what to do with the body. While I would like to take it back to the cave, it is far too heavy for me to move it. Then I want to kick myself for being an idiot. 2 casts of transport barge later, the body starts floating. I grab the tail and start pulling the body along behind me as I head back to the cave. Brightfire comes outside, and the look on her face when she sees me is hilarious. Nala looks excited when she sees the body of the Allosaurus. She even starts wagging her tail. Of course, I had already planned on sharing it with her, but first, I want to skin the beast. As soon as she realizes what I am trying to do, Brightfire shakes out of her daze and moves to help me. Once we remove a portion of the hide, Nala starts eating the exposed flesh. I get frustrated using my claws and shapeshift to help Brightfire finish the skinning. Once the hide is removed, scraped, and put into the pouch, we turn to butchering. The bones don't have any value, so we focus on claiming all the usable meat. As soon as that is done, I drop shapeshift and start eating the heart, which I share with Nala. Devour activated. Strength plus 70, endurance plus 40. While the boost from Devour is nice, something else starts happening after I finish eating the heart. My stomach starts warming up, and the warmth quickly spreads throughout my body. The warmth quickly makes me sleepy, so I go into the cave and take another nap. Chapter 707. When I wake up from my nap, I have grown a bit, enough to be immediately obvious. It isn't a huge amount of growth, just a couple of inches, but it happened in the 2 hours I was napping. That is pretty impressive, and it is probably due to the meat from the Allosaurus. That makes me turn to look at Nala, who is napping next to me. She has changed a bit too. She hasn't grown as much as I did, but her fur is now brighter and the patterns are more distinct. It makes me wonder if there is something special about the Allosaurus, or just mana-rich meat in general. The food produced by the pouch is delicious and nutritious, but it doesn't contain mana. It would probably have to be at artifact level to produce mana-rich food. While I wouldn't mind trying to upgrade it, I am sure the goddesses would kill me. So for now, I will make sure that me and Nala have real meat to eat and see how it goes. It shouldn't be too hard. The meat from the Allosaurus alone will last for days. I am fairly sure that I am going to run into other predators as I explore the island. I am also curious if my instincts just wanted meat, or the Allosaurus specifically. Considering it was a fire beast, I think that it is more likely that was the reason, especially since nothing happened when I was looking at the Triceratops. Herbivores tend to be tastier than carnivores, but that is only when mana is not involved. The more mana a beast has, the tastier it is from my experience so far. Hence, why the drakes have been the tastiest things I have found in this world. It makes me wonder what would happen if I were to infuse more mana into a beast before killing it. It could improve the taste of the meat, but it could also make the beast a monster or just blow it up. I probably shouldn't experiment on beasts, but I am kinda curious what would happen. However, I am not going to do any experiments. My curiosity has caused enough trouble recently. From now on, I plan to keep my curiosity in better check, or at least try to. Although, how well that is going to work remains to be seen. I am fairly impulsive. Instead of going out to explore some more, I decide I have put off facing the music for long enough. So I create a soulscape and invite Miria, Kor, Kachara, Asuna, Isabella, and Knived. I have been avoiding updating them because I will have to admit what has happened to me. Miria arrives first and immediately starts yelling at me for making her worry. It has been at least a week since I last updated her, which is why she is so mad. The others arrive while she is yelling at me, but they all just stand and watch. Miria yells, "Stop trying to play cute. You are not going to make me stop being mad just by using a cute form." Actually, this is my new body, not a form," Miria screams. "What? That is why I wanted to speak with everyone." Asuna says, "Really, Dad?" "Yes, this is me now." Asuna says, "That is great. Why so excited?" Asuna says, "You are more like us now." Kor says, "Ash, what happened to you?" Once everyone settles down and is ready to listen, I start telling the story of the gem. It is obvious from their faces that they are finding the story hard to believe. However, it is me we are talking about, so it just takes some time for them to accept it. Miria says, I told you how many times not to do something stupid. And what did you do? Kor says, was the gem really trying to make you a god? Isabella says, I can't wait until I tell Ruby about this. Yes, Miria, I did something stupid again. Kor, that is my best guess. Isabella, do you have to? Isabella says, oh, absolutely. We keep no secrets from each other. Kachara says, I think this new body suits you, father. Asuna says, it is cute. Knived says, it is an interesting story, but why am I here? Because after this, I want to have a chat with you and Kor about magic, Knived says. Oh, all right, Miria says. So this body is permanent? As permanent as my old one, I guess. Miria says, so there is a chance you will become a humanoid again? Well, not unless I end up doing something stupid again. Miria says, in that case, the odds are good. Everyone has a good laugh at that, and I can't really argue against it since it is true. Not that I would get very far even if I did try to argue. My curiosity is at fault. I am planning to try and control my curiosity better, but Miria is probably right. I create some comfy seating as well as tables full of snacks and drinks for everyone. Then we sit around and catch up. It has been a while since we have seen each other. For the first little while I am doing all the talking, everyone wants to know what I have been up to. Isabella, how is it going with you and Ruby in the Free Union? Isabella says, we are doing just fine. You were right about there being lots of beast hunting quests in the south. We are currently in the largest city in the south, Cortabor, and there is a lot for us to do. That is good. Are the disguises working out? Isabella laughs and says, oh yes, no one at all has bothered us. Really, how did you pull that off? Isabella says, we are running around disguised as young men. Miria says, isn't that uncomfortable? Isabella says, not really. It is a magical disguise. Although, watching Ruby deal with girls trying to flirt with her is hilarious. That is something I would pay to see. Isabella says she would turn you into charcoal. No, she wouldn't. I am completely immune to fire. All it would do is heal me. Isabella says even the blue fire you taught her? Yep, my new body came with some perks. Miria says, then she will just have to beat you up physically. Isabella says, no way, he would enjoy it too much. Kor says, what is that supposed to mean? Miria says, I'll explain it when you are older. Kor says, I am thousands of years old. Miria says, that doesn't count. You've only been awake for less than a year. Isabella says, enough you two. We got way off topic. Anyway, it is good that the two of you found a place where you can grow stronger. Isabella says, yeah, we are doing fine. Just keep in mind, when the war starts, you are right in the invasion path. Isabella says, we are both aware of that. We have plans in place to get out quickly if needed. Chapter 708, that is good. However, the demons already have spies in the Free Union, so don't let your guard down. Isabella says, all right, we will keep an eye out for them. Knived, how are things going with the Beastmen? Knived says the process is going well. We have converted about half of the army already. However, there is a problem. What problem? Knived says it is the Empire. They have been sending troops across the border to attack us. Actual army troops or mercenaries? Knived says Both. The soldiers are all from the Western Duke's forces. My guess would be that Pine has gotten to the new Duke. How are the fights going? Knived says, the Beastmen have won every engagement so far with minimal losses. That is good. Tell Leonar to keep fighting defensively and prioritize keeping the casualties as low as possible. Knived says, is that all? For now, yes. We can't do anything to the Empire just yet. Any reactions from the other nations? Knived says, yes. The Kingdom and Ilium have filed protests, and even the Free Union has made some noise. Unfortunately, the Empire has ignored everything and only stated that they have not invaded a kingdom. Well, honestly, they haven't. We are not a kingdom yet. It is too soon to start a war, though. Until I get back, and can establish us as a recognized kingdom, all we can do is defend ourselves. Knived says understood. I will pass it on to Leonor. Any other orders? No, for now, just continue working on the existing projects. Knived says, all right. Myria, anything happening on your end of things? Myria says, Katera is still in the Knight Captain's challenge. The new training facility is ready. We will start the first batch as soon as she comes out. That is good. How is your training going? Myria says, I plan to take the challenge as soon as Katera comes out. Sounds good. If I can't get a hold of you for a while, I will assume that is why. Kor, how are the beasts doing? Kor says, really good. The city feels alive again thanks to them. They are flourishing now that they have more space, and the trade with the outside is going well. All right, that is good. I want you to talk to the elders for me, see if they are willing to spare some mages. Kor says, sure, but what for? To reinforce the beastmen. Magic is their biggest weakness. This is not in order. They have to be volunteers. Kor says, all right, I will talk to the elders about it. If they don't want to, that is fine as well. However, if they are okay with it, then ask Jaca to lead the mages. Kor says, will do. All right, any other issues I should know about? Or does anyone have any questions for me? After a couple of minutes of silence, I tell the others that they can leave. Myria and Isabella leave, but they are the only ones. Kor, Knived, Katera, and Asuna stay. I asked Kor and Knived to stay. Katera is also interested in talking magic, and Asuna just wants to spend more time with me. Asuna and Katera are lying on either side of me, so I pet them while chatting with Kor and Knived. We talk about magic and how the natural elements work compared to spells. The point I am trying to teach them is that mimicking natural elements is stronger than normal magic. Like how I gathered natural static electricity in the ground to create real lightning bolts. A real lightning bolt does way more damage than the normal mage's lightning spell. Basically, I am just trying to broaden their horizons and improve their understanding of magic. This leads to questions and discussions that last for the next couple of hours. Even Kachara and Asuna join in from time to time. They understand magic on a more instinctual level. It is a good thing this is happening in the Soulscape where time works differently. By the time we are done talking and everyone has left, I would guess about 8 hours have passed. Except when I end the Soulscape and return to reality, only about an hour has passed. It isn't even dinner time yet. Brightfire is busy practicing, so I play with Nala for a while. For dinner, Brightfire grills some steaks from the Allosaurus and adds side dishes from the pouch. In the end, it turns into a great dinner and I end up eating far too much until I can't move at all. I can't even get up to move to a comfortable position to sleep, so I just go to sleep right where I am. When I wake up, I am surprised to find that over 10 hours have passed. Nala is still asleep, but Brightfire is not in the cave with us, so I head outside. As expected, Brightfire is practicing again. She is showing a high level of dedication. After watching for a minute, I notice a mistake. But when I try to correct her, all that comes out is a meow. This whole not being able to talk is getting really annoying, but there isn't much I can do about it. So instead, I shapeshift just long enough to correct her and show her how to do it correctly. Then I tell her I am going exploring before I return to normal and head into the jungle. Again, I head up into the trees and move along the river that way. It is just safer. It takes more time and effort, but it is much better than getting eaten. After several hours of exploring and not finding anything interesting, I finally spot a velociraptor. At almost the exact same time, it turns and tilts its head to look up at me. However, since I am high enough that it can't reach me, it quickly decides to ignore me. For my part, I stay still and look around trying to see if there are any more raptors nearby. It takes a minute, but I am able to spot another 6 raptors and also their prey. It looks to be a juvenile T-Rex, just a little smaller than the Allosaurus. Normally, not much would challenge a T-Rex, at least not an adult one, but a young one is different. Against the 7 raptors that I can see, it will be lucky if it escapes alive. Just as I am thinking that the raptors make their move and rush the T-Rex from all directions. Before they attack, the T-Rex has no idea they are even nearby. And by the time it spots them, it is already too late. The 7 raptors use near-perfect coordination to attack the T-Rex all at once. Before the T-Rex can even decide whether to fight or flee, it has already taken several wounds. Chapter 709. The raptors target the ankles and legs of the T-Rex and inflict several deep wounds. The T-Rex tries to retaliate, but the raptors dodge its bites and continue attacking. An adult T-Rex would be able to fight even against this many raptors, but the youngster stands no chance. By the time the T-Rex realizes this and tries to run, it is already far too late. The wounds on its legs are already serious enough that it has trouble moving. No way can it outrun the raptors. The only thing that could save it now is if its parents showed up, but that doesn't happen. Its wounds cause it to misstep and fall over onto its side. At that point, it is done for. The T-Rex makes a last futile struggle, but in the end, it falls silent, and the raptors begin eating it. Throughout the fight, I couldn't tear my eyes from the raptors. The way they moved was hypnotic. The movies had it completely wrong. Not once did any of the raptors jump to use their claws. They fought more like wolves, darting in and out to bite at weak points. To my surprise, there was an 8 raptor all along that didn't join the fight. It just stayed back and watched. It also kept an eye out for anything that might interfere. I only know this because the one time I moved a little it turned to look at me. That was the only reason I was even able to spot it. The raptors really are terrifying. A pack like this would tear me apart in seconds. It would be too fast for me to even use my magic. At my current size, I wouldn't be able to put up much resistance, even with healing spells. Then again, if I have time to prepare and set some traps, maybe I could deal with them. Of course, it would be much better to just avoid them altogether and not fight them. So far, other than keeping an eye on me, they have not paid any attention to me. That should mean they don't see me as a threat or worth chasing after. It might be a different story if I was on the ground where they could reach me. To them, I would only be a snack, but they would probably still eat me if given the chance. The only time I might be safe is when they have a full meal already, like the T-Rex. However, I don't plan to test that theory. The only reason I haven't already left is curiosity. Since I have seen how they move and hunt, my curiosity is now satisfied. So I start moving away from them, still staying in the trees. But I am being watched. The raptor that didn't participate in the fight is watching me as I move away. It just watches. Nothing else, but it is still a fairly uncomfortable feeling. One I am happy to shake off once I move out of the raptor's line of sight. I make a big circle around their position before returning to following the river. It isn't long before I stop and hide again, this time from 2 adult T-Rexes who are drinking from the river. I guess it is time to find out if the movies are right, and if not moving will keep me safe. As I sit frozen on a branch, one of the T-Rexes lifts its head. I am less than a foot away from it. Its eye is almost as big as I am and is currently staring right at me. So much for not moving. Luckily, the T-Rex chooses to ignore me. It would seem I am not worth its time. That isn't too surprising since I would not even be a mouthful for the T-Rex. Once the 2 of them are done drinking, they move off into the jungle and I can finally take a breath. I wait a couple of minutes to make sure they have moved off before I move a muscle. Exploring this island is a lot more dangerous than I thought it was going to be. While I am glad that Brightfire and Nala are currently safe, I am starting to wonder if we should just leave the island. It isn't worth risking the 2 of them just to satisfy my stupid curiosity. However, since I have already come this far, I may as well finish what I started. The fact that the river flows down into the middle of the island has me curious. I want to know where all the water is going. Is it going into another lake? Or somewhere else? Since the island is shaped the way it is, the water can't flow out naturally. Either it is contained in a lake, or it is going underground. Those are the only options I can think of. However, if it is a lake, then it should have been big enough for me to see it from higher ground. The fact that I didn't see a lake and still can't makes me think the water is going underground. As long as I can see where the water goes and satisfy my curiosity on that point, I won't mind leaving the island. So, I continue following the river by jumping from tree to tree, heading for the center of the island. When I finally reach the end of the river, I find I was right about the river going underground. Although, it would be more accurate to say that it falls into a bottomless pit. Seeing no dinosaurs around, I drop down out of the tree and run over to take a closer look. The hole is circular with a total of 3 rivers running into it. It looks to be about a half-mile across. When I reach the edge and look down, I don't see a bottom to it at all. I am seriously tempted to go down and see where it goes. All that water has to be going somewhere. This was obviously a volcano at some point, but that alone wouldn't explain all that water vanishing. If it was a sealed volcano, then it would have filled up and overflowed long ago. So, there has to be somewhere for the water to go. I just can't imagine where it might be. The problem is how to get down and take a look. I could shapeshift and fly down as an eagle, but if it takes more than 10 to 15 minutes, I will be in trouble. Unfortunately, my wings still haven't grown enough for me to fly in my normal form. My claws can easily pierce the rock, meaning I could climb down, but that would take a long time. It is already getting close to sunset, and I really don't want to worry Brightfire or Nala. The smart thing to do would be to ignore my curiosity and just head back to the cave. That is totally what I should do, and so I turn my back on the pit to head back to the cave. However, after a single step, I stop, and I just can't manage to force myself to take another. My entire body is frozen as I wage a war in my mind against my curiosity. Chapter 710. I really do try to return to the cave, but in the end, I just can't do it and turn back to the pit. Then I start climbing down the side using my claws to hold onto the rocks. At first, it is slow going, but I quickly get better at it and am able to move faster. However, even after an hour passes, I still haven't found anything but more rock. It is probably a good thing I didn't try to fly down while shapeshifted. I would have run out of time. Just as I am wondering if I should turn back, I spot something different ahead. There is an opening in the side of the rock. It looks like a tunnel entrance. When I reach it and take a look, I find that it is. So I enter it and am able to take a break. The tunnel heads away from the pit and slants up at a decent angle. It is probably a lava tube. In fact, as best as I can tell, the lava tube heads in the direction of the cave. Instead of climbing back up the pit wall, I start walking up the lava tube to see where it goes. If it keeps going towards the cave, then I can use this to return faster and still explore at the same time. Then, I suddenly stop as I spot something shiny. The wall is covered in them. A closer look shows that they are raw, uncut diamonds. So this is definitely an old lava tube. Unfortunately, while these are probably worth a fortune, I currently have no use for them. Just as I am walking past them, a glint of red catches my eye and my instincts start screaming at me. The glint is from a red gem. I can't be sure if it is a ruby or something else. It is hard to concentrate on what it is because my instincts are screaming at me to eat it. These new instincts haven't been wrong yet, so I stop fighting them and do what they want. With my teeth, I grab hold of the gem and rip it from the wall. Then I bite down. The gem shatters in my mouth and I swallow the chunks. It does hurt a little. Luckily, the small cuts the fragments make heal quickly and I can feel something happening. The lava tube lights up as my body starts glowing with red light and the diamonds reflect the light around. Now that there is some light, I can see that there are a lot more gems than I thought. However, there are no other gems like the one I just ate, which is a little disappointing. Again, whatever the gem did to me is not reflected on my character screen, but it felt wonderful. So far, it seems my instincts only react to things that will help my growth. If in the morning I have had another growth spurt, then I will know that is the case. So I continue following the lava tube, which has stayed fairly straight so far. My sense of direction isn't perfect, but I am fairly sure I am still headed towards the cave. By the time I find the end of the lava tube, the sun has set and it is dark out. The exit is covered by greenery, including a fairly large tree, meaning it has been a long time since the last eruption. That being the case, I am really lucky that the lava tube hasn't collapsed anywhere. Climbing to the top of the tree, I quickly get my bearings. I am not too far from the cave, so I jump to the next tree in the right direction and quickly reach the cave. Brightfire is at the cave opening, watching the darkness, and I see her relax the second she sees me. She turns and retreats into the cave. When I catch up to her, I find her putting meat on to cook. Nala is already asleep, which tells me they already ate without me, but that is fine. Brightfire remains silent the entire time she is cooking. In fact, she doesn't speak until I am done eating. Brightfire says, "How did your exploring go?" I shapeshift and say, "It went all right. How was your day?" Brightfire says, I reached level 2. That is great. What did you find to fight? Brightfire says, a type of small lizard. It stands around 2 feet tall and they run in a pack. I think I know what you mean. If I am right, just be careful. They might have a paralyzing bite. Brightfire says, no worries, they couldn't bite through my leathers. To have leveled up, you must have killed more than a couple of them. Brightfire says, yes, I killed half a pack. I would kill 1 or 2. The rest would then run away. After a while, the rest of the pack would come back. Then I would kill 1 or 2 more, and they would do the same thing. If they kept coming back, how come you only killed half the pack? Brightfire says, because after I killed about half of them, they stopped coming back. Ah, too bad. Brightfire says, so did you find what you were looking for? Only part of it, but I am thinking of giving up and leaving. Brightfire says, giving up. Why? Because this island is a lot more dangerous than I thought it was. I am worried about you and Nala. Brightfire says, you think the cave and the surrounding area are no longer safe? They never were safe, just safer than the rest of the island. Brightfire says, you don't need to give up on our account. We may not be as strong as you, but we can handle ourselves. You can say that, but if something happened to you, how would I explain it to your father? Not to mention, you have a responsibility to help me get all the elves somewhere safe. Brightfire says, so you are going to be like that? All right, if you are that worried, we can move the camp down the stairs. Down the stairs? That would be safer. Not perfectly safe, but safer. Brightfire says, that way you can keep exploring. True, but the tree is probably big enough now. We should head back. Brightfire says, the tree might be, but you aren't. Won't you have to shapeshift to be able to work on the ship? Yes, that is true. Brightfire says, so either way, you are going to have to wait until you grow up some more. So why not spend it here where there are things to keep you busy? Why are you so set on not leaving? Brightfire says, because I also want to get stronger, and I can't do that once we go back. If you are not going to stay in the camp, what point is there in moving the camp? Brightfire says, to make you worry less. Then what are we going to do to make you worry less? Brightfire says, tie you up and lock you in a cage. Yeah, not letting you do that. Any other ideas? Brightfire says, since you won't let either of us come with you, not really, then I guess we will both just have to keep worrying. Chapter 7:11. Brightfire says, I guess so. That means we are staying, right? Yeah, we will stay a little bit longer, just until I figure out the secrets this island is hiding. However, right now it is time to get some sleep. Brightfire says, agreed. Once I return to my normal form, I curl up with Nala and quickly go to sleep. When I wake up, I immediately take a look at myself, as I hoped I have grown again. So my new instincts are really leading me to things that will help me develop? From now on, I will definitely follow the new instincts. Who knows what I might gain from them? When I look around, I realize I am alone, and there is some cold food waiting for me. As I eat the food, I can't help but wonder where Brightfire and Nala are. Knowing Brightfire, she is probably out hunting to try and increase her level. Nala probably went with her, either that or she is standing guard outside. So I head outside to take a look, but Nala is nowhere to be seen, so she must be with Brightfire. Now the question is, do I go looking for them, or do I continue with my exploration of the pit? After thinking about it for a while, I decide that Brightfire would be annoyed if I came looking for her. So, I head for the entrance of the lava tube that I came out of last time. Not only will going down the lava tube be faster than climbing down the pit, but it is easier as well. So when I reach the lava tube, I head straight in and run down it at full speed. When I reach the end of the lava tube, I start climbing down the wall of the pit. However, before long, something catches my eye. Part of the pit wall is a different color. Of course, it is on the opposite side of the pit from me, so I have to circle around to it. When I reach it, I am happy to see that it is a vein of ore, mana-infused iron ore at that. However, when I go to reach for my pickaxe, I realize that I don't have my pouch, meaning I don't have my tools, and I don't have any place to put the ore, even if I mine it out. Then again, I am not that far from the lava tube, and this iron would be perfect for making some flasks. Since I can't mine normally, instead I manipulate the surrounding rock to free the ore. As chunks of ore are freed, I throw them up into the lava tube to collect on my way out. In the end, I am able to gather more than 100 pounds of ore, way more than I need. Once that is done, I start climbing down again. I am going to find out where this leads this time. As I move down, I spot several more lava tubes and even a few more ores. However, I ignore them since my instincts don't react to any of them. I can always come back later. Right now, I am far more curious as to where the pit is going to lead me. I am expecting an underground world or maybe an ocean of lava, something along those lines. By now, the water from the rivers is mostly just mist, and the rocks I am climbing on are wet. As I continue moving down, the mist gets thicker and thicker until I can't even see the other side of the pit. It makes climbing harder and slows me down, but I don't let that stop me. When the wall of the pit suddenly ends, I almost fall, but I manage to dig my claws in and stop myself. The wall doesn't actually end, it just makes a 90-degree turn and turns into a ceiling. Unfortunately, due to the mist I am not able to see much. I can only see a dozen feet or so. Now, I can either crawl along the ceiling or shift and fly into the mist, which means flying blind. I guess the mist now would technically be called clouds. But that doesn't really help my situation. Better to play it safe. So I start crawling along the ceiling humming the Spider-Man theme. A few minutes later, the mist, or cloud, ahead of me starts getting brighter. After a few more minutes of crawling, I break out of the cloud and am blinded by light. Once my eyes adjust, I can see that the ceiling ahead of me is covered by glowing crystals. These are the same crystals I have seen in the other underground worlds, so I don't pay much attention to them. What I am more interested in is what is below me, which is a huge body of water. It is big enough that I would call it a sea rather than a lake, stretching beyond sight in every direction. From here, I can see a few small islands. Each and every one has steam rising from it. The temperature is several degrees higher now that I have moved out of the cloud. The cloud is hanging directly under the opening and goes almost all the way down to the water. It is hard to be sure at this angle, but it looks like it is raining under the clouds. It would make sense, considering how much moisture must come down from the rivers. It also explains why there is a sea down here, especially if there is no other way out. However, this place is far too big to explore by crawling around on the ceiling. So, I let go and drop away from the ceiling. Then, as I am falling, I shift to the eagle form. Then I start flying around to see if there is anything interesting down here. Surprisingly, there is no hint of salt in the air. The sea seems to be fresh water. That makes sense if the only source of water is from the rivers, but I wasn't expecting it. I thought for sure there would be a connection to the ocean considering how big the sea is. As I am flying over one of the small islands, I almost get cooked as a geyser suddenly erupts. Only after I have dodged around it do I stop to wonder if it would actually hurt me. I am immune to fire, so I shouldn't take any damage from the heat. Only the force of the water. However, I am not quite curious enough to intentionally fly into a geyser. From then on, I am a lot more cautious when I am scouting the small islands. From the opening of the pit where I entered, I fly over a dozen miles before I finally see the wall at the end of the sea. I only find small islands during this time, and all of them seem to be geothermal in nature. There is nothing of interest that I can see, so I switch to following the wall around. When 30 minutes have passed, I start getting a headache, so I land on one of the small islands. I drop shapeshift and relax until the headache goes away. Then it is back to flying. Having to stop every 30 minutes to rest for 5 isn't too bad. It is still faster than crawling. I could maybe try swimming around, but that would still be slower than flying. There haven't been any signs of anything living within the sea, but I don't know if the Meg form would work in freshwater. In the end, it takes me over 4 hours to completely circle around the sea. Throughout my search, I only find more small islands with nothing interesting to be seen. The only places left for me to search are beneath the clouds and in the water. Either way, I am going to get wet, but at least beneath the clouds I should still be able to fly. So I fly back to the middle of the sea and head down to take a look under the clouds. Due to the rain, I can't see very far, but I don't need to see far to find the island under the clouds. Chapter 7:12. As soon as I see that it is not a small island like the others, I land and drop shapeshift. This being the most interesting thing I have found so far, I plan to explore it on foot. That way I won't miss anything interesting, and besides, flying in the rain is not fun. As far as I can see, there are no steam vents on this island. In fact, the ground is cold. It is even colder than the rain. Cold enough that if the rain wasn't constant, the ground would be covered in ice. Out of curiosity, I backtrack and check the temperature of the seawater. Even the seawater is warmer than the ground of the island. That shouldn't be possible. The water should be colder than the ground, or at most, they should be the same temperature, which means there is something weird about this island, and I aim to find it. So I turn back and start making my way deeper into the island to see what I can find. Of all the things I am expecting to find, ruins of a building are not on the list. Who would build something on an island at the bottom of a volcano? In fact, how did they even build something down here? I've seen no signs of any other way down here. I quickly move closer to the building and take a better look. Most of the building is gone. However, what is left of the building's walls make me even more puzzled. The stone the building is made of doesn't match either the stone of the island or the surrounding volcano, meaning this stone was brought here from somewhere else, which would be really difficult. The only way I can think of would be to use a bag like my pouch to haul the stone. Even if that is how they did it, the question still remains, why go through all that effort? Although this place is very hard to reach, it would be a good place for someone to hide. I really can't think of any other reason to go through all the effort to build something here. The walls show no signs of damage other than erosion from the endless rain. The building wasn't very large, but from the level of erosion I could say it is at least 1,000 years old. Or maybe older. There is a faint trace of mana inside the stones, meaning it was probably enchanted. It isn't a very large building, not even big enough to have been a house. So I decide to look around and see if there were more buildings, which it turns out there are. As I approach the ruins of the other buildings, I notice that both the air and the ground are getting colder. There is a layer of ice covering what is left of the building, and the rain has turned into sleet. Luckily, my cold resist isn't too bad, so it doesn't bother me too much. This cold is almost definitely unnatural. The temperature shouldn't change this much in a short distance. However, there is no cold mana in the air, which I would expect if it was magic causing the cold. Maybe the source is underground. That would explain why the ground is colder than anything else. With that thought in mind, I start searching the ruins for a basement or something similar. At first, I try sending my mana into the ground to look for open spaces, but my mana can't enter the ground. In fact, it can't penetrate the ice. Something about the ice causes my mana to bounce off of it. That proves that there is something strange going on, and strange means interesting. Unfortunately, since I can't use mana to do it, I have to search for a way down normally. I really wish I had the secret spotting monocle with me, but unfortunately, it is in my pouch. So all I can do is wander around poking at the ground with my claws and hope to get lucky. After about a half an hour of searching in vain, I stop to think things through. Trying to search with a layer of ice over everything is just not working. So I try to think of how I can use magic to search without being able to push mana through the ice. Then I realize that the ice itself is the only problem I need to worry about. If the ice isn't in the way, then I should be able to search with mana without a problem. So I stand up, gather my strength, and then I punch the ice as hard as I can. In the end, all I get for my effort is a sore hand. The ice completely resisted my attack. That in and of itself is fairly amazing. The ice is only a few inches thick. No way should it have been able to withstand a punch with my level of strength. In fact, as strong as I am, that punch should have shattered the ice and the rock beneath it. Yet, I cannot sense any mana in the ice, meaning there must be something else going on. Out of curiosity, I use mana to create a fireball and throw it at the ice. After the explosion, I check the ice, but there is no change, no signs of melting or anything. As I stand there trying to think of what else I can try, my ears pick up the sound of movement. When I turn towards the sound, I am surprised to see a figure moving towards me. When it gets close enough for me to make it out, I am even more surprised when I realize it is a zombie. A single zombie is no big deal. But when I reach for a weapon, I realize once again I don't have my pouch. Blitz is gone, and the fire sword I got from the orc is in the pouch, meaning I don't have a weapon. My claws should be fine for killing a zombie, but I am reluctant to because the cleaning stone is also in the pouch. I really need to test the belt again and see if I have grown enough for it to fit me. This not having any of my stuff with me is getting really annoying. Then, as the zombie continues coming closer, I finally remember the ring. It is still on my finger. So I shake my hand, and suddenly I am holding a dagger, but I can't grip it properly. My paw is not shaped like a hand. I am missing a very critical digit, a thumb. With the zombie getting closer, I quickly shapeshift back into what I used to look like as a beast man. This form is so familiar to me that it feels perfectly natural, even more than my current body. I grip the dagger, take a few steps forward, and stab the dagger straight into the zombie's head. My attack was perfect and definitely hit the zombie's brain. But to my surprise, it doesn't fall down. In fact, it tries to bite my arm, which I quickly move out of the way. As soon as I have dodged the bite, I strike again, and again, and again before it finally falls. One ancient zombie defeated. 50,000 XP gained. Ancient zombie? What the hell is that? Whatever it is good XP. Now that the zombie is dead, I am torn between going looking for more or continuing to search. Ancient, undead, and mysterious ice? This island is definitely interesting. Since there are no more zombies currently within sight, I decide to play with the ice first. Chapter 7:13. Since I have it out already, I try using the dagger on the ice, but it can't even scratch it. So I put the dagger away and drop shapeshift. Then I sit down and think for a while. After a bit of thought, I move back towards the edge of the island, where there is no ice. As soon as I am out of the area of ice, I try again, and this time, my mana is able to enter the ground. Unfortunately, as soon as I try to scan underneath the ice, my mana is blocked again. The rock beneath the ice appears to be completely frozen and is blocking my mana just like the ice. Well, not exactly the same. It feels a little different when my mana bounces off of it. However, despite spending an hour experimenting, I am unable to figure anything out. By that point, my stomach is growling nonstop, and I can no longer concentrate. It isn't too surprising after all. I skipped lunch, and it must be around dinner time by now, so I shapeshift into my eagle form and start flying up through the clouds. Unfortunately, I slightly misjudge my position and slam straight into the ceiling next to the opening. Luckily, I wasn't flying fast enough to knock myself out, just enough to ring my bell. Flying while dizzy is not something I would recommend for anyone to try, despite my head still hurting. Once the dizziness passes, I quickly move up through the opening. Then, I circle my way up until I reach the lava tube, land inside, and drop my shapeshift. My head hurts a bit from the impact, but I manage to drop shapeshift before the headache starts. Then, I cast a transport barge, put all of the iron ore on it, and start dragging it through the lava tube. Getting back to the cave is a little dangerous since with the barge I cannot climb the trees. However, I don't plan to leave the iron ore behind, so I have to take the risk. Luckily, nothing really dangerous spots me on my way back to the cave. When I reach the cave, I once again find Brightfire standing outside keeping watch. As soon as she sees me, she relaxes, but then she sees the iron ore floating behind me and starts laughing. Brightfire leads the way into the cave and is nice enough to feed me before asking any questions. Brightfire says, "How did the exploration go? Did you find anything interesting?" Now that I am done eating, I start telling Brightfire about what I found. As I am talking, Nala comes over to snuggle down next to me and quickly goes to sleep. Despite her spending most of her time with Brightfire recently, it is obvious she still prefers me. Brightfire says, "So, what do you plan to do about this strange ice?" I plan to go back tomorrow and do some more looking around. If I can't find anything after that, I will give up. Brightfire says, "Really? From the stories you have told me, I was expecting you to do something crazy. I haven't thought of anything that crazy to try. However, I am going to need to take my pouches with me." Brightfire says, "Oh, sure. Here." By now I have grown to be about the size of a large dog, so my waist is decent sized. When I put the belt on, it adjusts to fit me, although it looks fairly weird on me. Now that I have gotten used to my new body, I can stand upright for short periods, meaning I can use the pouches normally. Brightfire says, "So, what are you planning on doing with that ore?" "I am going to try and make magical items. I want to make something like the water skin, but have it produce water like this spring." Brightfire says, "Oh, that would certainly be nice. But aren't magical items extremely hard to make? The way the humans do it, yes. They have to spend days chanting spells as far as I know. Brightfire says, "Are you saying you don't do it that way?" I directly manipulate the mana into the shape I want, no spells needed. Brightfire says, "Isn't that really dangerous?" "Only if I make a mistake," Brightfire says. "Then please don't make a mistake." "Don't worry. I have gotten very good at this." While Brightfire nervously watches me, I grab a chunk of ore and start shaping it. As I am altering the shape, I also fill it with as much mana as it can handle. Once I have shaped the ore into a canteen, I take out the Everfull water skin. Then, using the water skin as a reference, I start shaping the first enchantments. The iron can hold a lot more mana than the leather the water skin was made out of. That means I can make the Everfull enchantment stronger and still have some for other enchantments. Once the Everfull enchantment is done, I also add repair and clean so the canteen will take care of itself. However, even after those 3 are done, there is still mana left over. Time to try something new. I start shaping the remaining mana into a new enchantment. To my surprise, my idea works perfectly, and I am able to add 2 more enchantments to the canteen. The reason I am surprised is because the new enchantments are mimicking divine spells. The 2 new enchantments that I add are Cure Poison and Minor Heal, meaning that anyone who drinks from the canteen will be healed a little and have any weak poison removed. Both enchantments are the weakest versions of the spell, but it is still a success. Once I check over all the enchantments and make sure there are no problems, I fill the canteen from the spring. To test it out, I summon the dagger and make a cut on my arm, then take a drink. Of course, thanks to my regen, the wound was already healing, but it noticeably speeds up. I can't test the Cure Poison because I don't have any poison, and I am already immune. Brightfire says, "Why did you cut yourself?" I added a weak healing effect to the canteen and wanted to test it out. Brightfire says, "Wait, are you saying drinking from that canteen can heal someone?" That is exactly what I am saying. It will also cure weak poisons, well, in theory. Brightfire says, "That is incredible. It is basically an endless healing potion, a minor one. But yes, basically." Brightfire says, you still have more ore? Do you plan to make more? If so, could I possibly have one?" "Don't worry, I already planned to make you one." Instead of responding, Brightfire throws herself over to hug me as hard as she can. Once I manage to free myself from her, I hand her the first canteen and then start shaping the second one. With the amount of ore each one takes, I figure I should be able to make 5 easily enough. "So, how was your day?" Brightfire says, "I am level 4 now." Chapter 7:14. "That is great. Congratulations," Brightfire says. "Thank you, but I've run into a problem. The little lizards don't give me experience anymore. I am going to have to hunt bigger things to continue leveling." That is true. So, as I continue working on the canteens, I tell Brightfire everything I can remember about dinosaurs. While some of it may not be accurate, it should at least give her an idea of what she is up against. Then again, if she waits till we get back, she can always go hunt some orcs to level up. Compared to dinosaurs, hunting orcs would be much easier and safer. Unfortunately, she is impatient and plans to keep hunting no matter what I say. In truth, I can't try too hard to talk her out of it, not without becoming a hypocrite. After all the crazy and insane things that I have done, I don't have the right to say much. All I can do is try and convince her to be careful. Or maybe there is something I can do. I take a look at what Brightfire is wearing, trying not to pay attention to the body under it. Her armor is decent, but not well crafted enough for me to be able to enchant it. Leather has to be pretty high quality, both in materials and craftsmanship, to hold a lot of mana. I have no idea why craftsmanship makes a difference in mana capacity, but it does. The fact that her armor is made of normal leather is the biggest problem. Even if I wanted to try, I doubt I could put even one enchantment into it without it exploding. I could make her better armor if I had the materials, but I didn't keep any. All the hide and scales from the wyvern I gave to the elves, and I never bothered to grab any from the legendary beast. From what I have seen of the dinosaurs that I have seen, I doubt they would make good armor. Their hides are strong, but really thick. It would restrict her movements too much. There is probably a technique to thin it down to where it would be usable, but I don't know it. So right now I really can't do anything for her armor-wise. But weapons are a different story. The sword is one I got from the humans. It could handle a couple of enchantments at least. Her bow is the only thing she has that I actually consider good quality. Not only is it made of good materials, but it is very well crafted. It can hold a lot of mana. As I am thinking things through, I managed to complete 2 more canteens, but now I am out of mana. Brightfire, you should go to bed, but leave me your sword and bow. Brightfire says, Okay, but why? Once I am done with the canteens, I will see about enchanting your weapons. I would do your armor, but your current armor isn't good enough. Brightfire says, I have new armor being made, but we left before it could be finished. Yeah, sorry about that. When we get back, I will enchant your new armor. Brightfire says, Any chance you can make me a pouch like yours? Do you have any leather? I can try to make one like the holding pouch. The food pouch was made by the goddesses. I won't even attempt to copy it. Brightfire says, Too bad. Well, just one of holding would be really helpful. Would the skins from the little lizards work? I am not sure. Let me see some. Brightfire says, It is in the pouch. Oh, reaching into the pouch, I find over 100 skins from the little lizards. Taking one out, I take a look at it. It is thin enough to be usable, but still decently strong. Anything made from them normally would have a lot of stitch lines, but I don't have that problem. What were you planning to do with all of these? Brightfire says, Nothing really. I was just using them for practice. If you want, I can probably make some semi-decent armor out of these. Brightfire doesn't say anything. She just strips her armor off and tosses it on the floor next to me. She is wearing very little under the armor, and I have to admit that I enjoy the show quite a bit. After removing her armor, Brightfire goes and curls up with Nala and goes to sleep. I have no idea if she noticed me watching or not. But if she did, she doesn't say anything. After making the 3 canteens, I am completely out of mana, so I have to meditate for a couple of hours to recover. As soon as I have enough mana, I complete the last 2 canteens and then meditate again. Once I have my mana back, I decide to start with Brightfire's bow since it is the easiest. When I pick it up, I can immediately sense that it is really old, probably passed down through the generations. That explains why its quality is so much higher than anything else I have seen the elves using. As I start filling it with mana, I determine it can hold 4 or 5 enchantments. Considering it is a ranged weapon, I decide on using wind-type enchantments. Then, after a random thought, I switch to lightning and try something from D&D. Creating an enchantment to allow the bow to create arrows out of lightning goes well. However, there is an immediate problem. The arrows are too strong for the bow. If I don't do anything, then after a few dozen arrows, the bow will be destroyed. The easiest way to fix it is going to be to make the bow immune to lightning. Of course, I have a lightning immune component readily available, my blood. So I cut my hand and smear my blood all over the bow. Then I use mana to infuse my blood into the wood of the bow. Not only does the bow become immune to lightning damage, it also becomes stronger and able to hold more mana. That comes as a real surprise to me, and I stop to examine the bow and try to figure out what happened. Somehow, adding my blood seems to have raised the level of the wood to the next level. After I am done examining the bow, I realize it is now possible to enchant it to almost the level of an artifact. In fact, if I still had sacred power, I am pretty sure I could turn it into an artifact. However, I am still unable to figure out why adding my blood had such an effect. It makes me itch to try out some experiments using my blood to see what will happen. First, though, I should finish the enchantments on the bow. If I leave it alone too long, it could become unstable. Since the bow is now reinforced, I can use the rest of the enchantments to increase its power. Using a wind enchantment, I increase the range and speed of the arrows. Using another wind enchantment, I am able to boost the speed of the archer wielding the bow. In the end, I am quite proud of how well all of the enchantments turn out. I can't wait for Brightfire to try it out. Chapter 7:15. However, I am not going to wake her up just to try it out, so for now, I set it aside. Then I pick up her sword and take a good look at it. The materials are decent but common. The craftsmanship is nothing special. This sword is obviously something that was mass-produced. After working with the bow, this sword is a real letdown, and I don't want to work with it. I still have some iron ore left, but not enough to forge a new sword out of. However, if I reforge the sword and add the iron ore, I should be able to raise the quality by a decent amount. That will have to wait till later. Hammering metal would definitely wake up Brightfire and Nala. So, instead, I take out the lizard hides Brightfire collected and get to work. Using mana to stitch them together leaves no seams at all, just like when I made the sail out of wyvern wings. I will admit to being a little pervy when making Brightfire her armor. I make it to fit like a glove. Of course, I will tell her that it is so that it doesn't interfere with her movement at all. The truth, however, is that I will enjoy seeing her wear it, not that I will ever admit it. Once the armor is done, I begin filling it with mana so that I can start the enchanting. The first enchantment I put into it is to allow it to adjust to always fit perfectly. The second enchantment is to make sure it feels comfortable and won't chafe. Then I use the remaining mana to enhance the defense and the protection of the armor. Just because it is thin doesn't mean it can't provide decent protection. I would never endanger Brightfire, just to have a nice view to look at once in a while. Brightfire and Nala wake up while I am still working on the enchantments, but they don't disturb me. As soon as I finish the armor, I hand it to Brightfire, then I start taking out breakfast. Of course, Brightfire immediately tries the armor on, and I watch from the corner of my eye. Brightfire says, "Wow, this fits me perfectly." It is so comfortable and I can move any way I want. I am glad you like it. It will protect you better than your old armor, but you still need to be careful. Brightfire says, "Don't worry, I will be careful. Your bow is also done, but the sword isn't." I planned to reforge the sword, but didn't want to wake the two of you. Brightfire says, "How can you reforge the sword here?" Putting down the food I was eating, I pull the forge out of the pouch and set it up. Luckily, I now have enough mana that I can power the forge myself instead of needing Ruby. However, I don't power it on just yet. I want to finish eating my breakfast first. Brightfire says, "What is your plan for today?" "Once I finish eating, I will reforge your sword. Then after that, I will return to the volcano to explore," Brightfire says. "Then I will wait until you are done with the sword before I go hunting." Sounds like a plan. As soon as I finish eating, I start up the forge, and then I grab Brightfire's sword and the remaining iron ore. Once they are in the forge heating up, I cut my hand and start dripping blood into the quenching trough. Thanks to my regen, I have to keep cutting my hand to reopen the wound. Luckily, my regen also helps with the blood loss. Otherwise, I would pass out before filling the trough. Once the trough is full, I turn my attention to the sword and ore, finding them glowing red. I use mana to lift them out of the forge and onto the anvil. Then, I force them together. Using both mana and swings of the hammer, I merge the iron ore into the sword. I also use my mana to maintain the temperature of the metal. This saves me the time to reheat it. Once I have forced the metal to the shape I want, I dunk it in the trough to quench it. At the same time, I force the sword to absorb as much of my blood as it can. This should grant it my immunity to fire and lightning, as well as increase the mana it can hold. Of course, if I ever need to reforge the sword again, I will have a serious problem since I won't be able to heat it. Brightfire and Nala have been watching me the entire time, one excited, the other curious. When I shut down the forge and sit down to enchant the sword, Nala moves to the forge. After sniffing around the forge, she looks at me and then starts licking up my blood. When I don't stop her, she directly starts drinking the remaining blood. After buffing and sharpening the sword, I start filling it with mana until I run out. Between the reforging and everything, I used up all of my mana, so I stopped to meditate a bit. Once my mana is refilled, I return to filling the sword, then I start making the enchantments. The first ones are simple, repair and sharpness. That way the blade stays maintained. Since the bow is lightning damage, I decide to make the sword fire damage. That way Brightfire will only be in trouble if she runs into something that is immune to both, like me. By the time I am done with the sword, several hours have passed, and it is time for lunch. So I eat a quick lunch, hand the sword to Brightfire, and then head for the lava tunnel. By the time I get down to the bottom of the volcano, I only have a few hours before dinner. Still, it is enough time to at least look around for a bit and experiment with the ice some more. When I am looking around, I find that there is a mountain made of ice at the center of the island. Just like the rest of the ice, the mountain repels mana, and nothing I can think of affects it. I search the entire mountain, but am unable to find any entrances or anything else. By the time I am done, I have used up all of my time and have to head back to the cave. After all, I am carrying the pouch now, so I need to head back to feed Brightfire and Nala. Besides, other than seeing a few more zombies wandering around, there is nothing I can do. Unless I think of something else, I have already tried everything I can think of. There is one thing I haven't tried, but that involves using divine power. Saronia and Chronotia have been checking on me more frequently ever since I met them in the Soulscape. So, playing with divine power would almost instantly get me in trouble with them. However, even knowing that I am still tempted to give it a try before I leave the island. I think about it all the way back to the cave, but in the end, I still want to try it. When I reach the cave, Brightfire and Nala are both waiting, and we immediately have dinner. Chapter 7:16, Brightfire says. So, are we heading back to the village tomorrow? No, I want to spend one more day here. Brightfire says, great, I should be able to hit level 5 tomorrow. I am surprised you haven't already leveled up. Brightfire says, it is hard to find a single dinosaur to hunt. Most of them travel in herds. The predators tend to be alone, but they are a lot more dangerous. That is true. Well, you can always hunt orcs once we return. Brightfire says, yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Will you have time to fly me over to them? Probably. I will need the occasional break from working on the ship. Brightfire says, great, but I still plan to hunt tomorrow. Level 5 is not my ultimate goal. Oh yeah, how did the bow work out? Brightfire says, are you kidding? It is basically a god's weapon. I don't mean the power. How was it to handle anything I need to modify? Brightfire says, it is perfect. You don't need to change a thing. That is good. Did you get a chance to try out the sword? Brightfire says, no, sorry. I was so in love with the bow I didn't even think of using the sword. It is all right. Whenever you get around to using it, let me know if it needs any work. Brightfire says, okay, will do. All right, so tomorrow you can hunt. Then the day after we will leave, but we aren't going straight back. Brightfire says, huh? Why not? Because I want to go back to the volcano island first. Brightfire says, how come? Blitz was destroyed when I was sucked into the gem, but Blitz was made of armatite, the rarest and most valuable metal there is. So I want to see if I can recover any of the pieces to use later. Brightfire says, oh, okay. Then that will be the plan? All right, finish eating and then get some sleep. Brightfire nods and goes back to eating dinner, and so do I. Nala never stopped eating. Because of that, she is the first one finished, and also the first one to go to sleep. Brightfire follows not long after, but even as she goes to sleep, I am still eating. Considering how much I have eaten, I am probably getting ready for another growth spurt. Hopefully, after the next spurt, I will be able to shapeshift without getting headaches. The only reason it concerns me is because I am going to need to shapeshift to work on the ship. Once I can't possibly eat a single bite more, I curl up with the girls and go to sleep. I end up sleeping for around 10 hours, yet I am the first one to wake up. Since the other two are being lazy, I start eating breakfast on my own. However, the smell of food wakes up Nala. Brightfire might have slept through it if she wasn't using Nala as a pillow. Grumbling about her rude awakening, Brightfire joins us for breakfast. I eat fast, and after wishing the two of them good hunting, I leave and head to the lava tube. As quickly as I can, I make my way down into the belly of the volcano and land on the island. Once I reach the edge of the ice, I slow down and move around randomly. I waste time wandering around until I can't sense either goddess watching me. As soon as they aren't paying attention, I throw a tiny amount of divine power at the ice. For the first time, there is a reaction from the ice. The divine power creates sparks. Once the sparks fade, I can see a tiny crack on the piece of ice that I targeted, which means that divine power affects the ice. Now, the question is why? As I am pondering, I watch the crack slowly seal itself back up, meaning the ice can repair itself. After a few more experiments, I start to get the feeling that this is something I have seen before. It takes me over an hour before I remember where I saw it. The ice that Drog was sealed in. That ice also was hard to affect and could repair itself. But this ice is much stronger. If it is the same kind of ice, that would mean it is sealing something. But what? Does the fact that only divine power affects it mean that this ice is a sealing ability used by a god? If that is the case, Then if I start messing around with it, I could end up pissing off a god. I know that there are several different pantheons of gods on the mainland, but I never asked any details. For all I know, there are dozens of gods and goddesses on the mainland. Maybe I should be responsible and talk to Saronia and Krenosha about this before I do anything more. Before my curiosity gets the better of me, I quickly create a soulscape and invite the two of them. Saronia appears first and immediately grabs me and starts cuddling her face against my fur. Now that I have grown, she can basically rub her entire body against me. If I had known this was going to happen, I might have waited a while before inviting Krenosha. Krenosha appears and says, "Sister, behave." Saronia says, "But he is so soft and fuzzy." Krenosha sighs and says, "All right, Ash, what have you done this time?" "Nothing, at least not yet. I found something and wanted to talk to you about it." Saronia says, "It is not another gem, is it?" "Number it is an area of ice that is immune to mana. I think it was created using divine power, so I figured I would ask about it before I got myself into trouble." Krenosha says, "Meaning you already tried to mess with it and failed?" "No." Saronia laughs and says, "Could you sound more guilty? Anyway, can you verify my theory?" Krenosha says, "Show us what you saw." At her request, I change the soulscape to the island, making sure to copy every detail I can. I make sure that the three of us are standing close to the mountain of ice at the center of the island. After all, that is probably the source of all the ice and what I am the most curious about. Krenosha says, "I can't be sure, but it does seem to be a sealing spell. Can you tell what is sealed inside?" Krenosha says, "Not from an illusion." Saronia says, "You would have to summon one of us to the actual location for us to find out anything. Since there are undead around, my sister is probably the better choice." Krenosha says, "Agreed. I am a little curious about these ancient undead." "Oh, you are curious," Krenosha says. "Don't you dare." Saronia starts laughing, but stops when her sister turns and glares at her. Then the two of them leave and I end the soulscape. Then I kneel down and start praying to Krenosha. It takes a few minutes for Krenosha to materialize, but she is solid when she does. "Wait, are you physically here? I was expecting a projection." Chapter 717. Krenosha says, "You are on the other side of the world. A projection for more than a few minutes would have used more power than sending an avatar." "Oh, that makes sense. Sorry to trouble you." Krenosha says, "You are nothing but trouble. It is a good thing you are cute. Since it is just the two of us, I have a question. What did my change do to my time frame?" Krenosha says, "I hate to give you bad news, but it has lowered it. You will need to absorb more life force. It is better that I know about it. Warn me if I get below 6 months left." Krenosha says, "Yeah, I can do that." "So, what can you tell me about this ice?" Krenosha says, "It is definitely of divine origin, and you were right. It is sealing something. I can't see what is inside the mountain, but I can feel a strong aura of undeath. I would suggest you leave this place alone." "Can you identify who sealed this place?" Krenosha says. "Not specifically. All I can tell you is that it was cast by a male god with a chaos divinity." "So a male god of chaos. How much do you remember about the mainland's pantheons?" Krenosha says, "Unfortunately, almost nothing. It has been a long time since we had any contact with them. I can't even say for sure how many there are." Then can you tell how long the seal has been in place?" Krenosha says, "Over 10,000 years. I can't be more accurate than that." "So around the time when the ancients were ruling the peninsula?" Krenosha says, "Closer to when they disappeared. As far as I know, they never made it this far, so I doubt this place has anything to do with them. This is far enough away that anything I mess up shouldn't affect you, right?" Krenosha says, "I suppose so. Can't you just leave it alone?" "What, aren't you curious about what is inside the mountain?" Krenosha says, "I suppose I am. Is this how it feels to be you?" "Partly, I guess." "So, am I allowed to experiment?" Krenosha says, "Would it really stop you if I said no?" "Probably not, but I would have to be sneakier about it." Krenosha laughs and says, "That is what I figured. Go ahead. Just try not to die or destroy the world. Oh, come on. I am not that bad. Krenosha just looks at me and arches an eyebrow for a minute before she starts laughing again. Before I can even think of an argument, Krenosha reaches out and starts scratching around my ears. The sudden petting takes me by surprise, but I am more stunned by the view. With Krenosha reaching both arms to me, she has put her chest directly in front of my eyes. The amazing view leaves me stunned and unable to articulate anything. Then, with no input from me, my body starts purring, causing Krenosha to chuckle. Luckily, before I can do something really stupid, Krenosha steps back and then disappears. Even after she is gone, it takes me a minute to get my head back on straight. If either of the goddesses ever seriously decides to seduce me, I will be in serious trouble. However, I think if something like that was going to happen, it would have already. So, it isn't something that I need to worry about, unlike this strange ice. Now that I have permission, I can finally do some more experimenting using divine power. First, I use divine power to enhance my eyes and take a look at the mountain to see if I can see anything. While I can't see what is inside, I can see the structure of the sealing spell. This allows me to look for a weak spot, meaning I can probably break open the seal if I want to. While I am curious to see what is inside, doing so might very well anger the god that cast it. If an angry god comes after me, I am almost guaranteed to die if I can't escape. I should have thought to ask Krenosha if the god would know instantly when the seal was broken, or if there is a delay. Still, I have come this far. I may as well go ahead and see what happens. The seal spell is very intricate, but its weakness lies in the properties of the ice. The weak spot I found will break fairly easily and should cause a large cascade of damage to the spell. The problem is that I don't know exactly how much damage it will do to the seal. It might open a crack and get me nothing, or it might destroy the entire seal. The only thing I can do is try it and see how it goes, but I should be ready to run or hide just in case. So the first thing I do is retreat to where the ice ends and start digging into the rock. Once I have a hole deep enough to hide in, I do my best to disguise it. Only then do I go back to the mountain of ice and get ready to break it. First, I empower my eyes again and double-check to make sure I have not made any mistakes. Then, I coat my paw in divine power and punch the spot as hard as I can. My punch creates a boom that echoes around for a minute, and after it ends, I hear cracking sounds. The sounds build up, getting louder by the second, until with a mighty boom the mountain cracks open. The crack runs from where I am all the way to the very tip of the mountain. The widest part of the crack is halfway up the mountain and is only a couple of feet wide. It looks like I didn't completely destroy the seal, which hopefully means the god won't know. After a minute, all the echoes have faded away, but I am still hearing sounds. Several undead wearing armor come out of the crack, but they don't move towards me. Instead, they turn and immediately begin attacking the sides of the crack. It looks like they are trying to widen the crack, maybe to let something bigger escape. After all, why would a god go to so much trouble just to seal away some undead? There has to be more to this, so I just sit back and watch to see what happens. As the minutes pass, more and more undead of all types come out of the crack. They all start attacking the crack as soon as they are free, zombies and skeletons mainly. There are a few others that look stronger, making me think of the Death Knights from the trial. By the time an hour has passed, there are hundreds of undead, and the crack is starting to widen. It is a very slow process. I am guessing it will take days to seriously widen the crack. Then again, the undead don't need to rest, and their numbers keep increasing. So, I might be underestimating the time they need, but I can't just sit around watching. Then again, I may not need to. The seal is open now, so maybe the inside can be seen. Krenosha, can you see inside the mountain now? Chapter 7:18. Krenosha says, give me a second. Yes, I can see it. Great. What is inside? Krenosha says. Well, there are tens of thousands of undead. Is that all? Krenosha says. No, behind all the undead is something else. Something that has power similar to me. Another god. Krenosha says, no, it is not a divine being, but it is almost as powerful as one. If it is not a god, why would a god seal it away? Why not destroy it? Krenosha says, probably because they couldn't. That is normally the reason to seal something. If it isn't as strong as a god, why would a god not be able to kill it? Krenosha says, I can think of a couple of reasons. Keep in mind that a deity is not always able to use their full strength in the mortal world. What are my odds of being able to kill this thing? Krenosha says, well, I don't like to underestimate you, but not good. So I should get off this island before the mountain opens fully? Krenosia says, that would probably be a good idea. Wait, one more question. These ancient undead, does the energy that animates them count as life force? Krenosia says, normally it wouldn't. But since my power is the basis of your life, then it might. You would have to try it and see to be sure. All right. I will try it right now and you can tell me if it works. Krenosia says, okay. As soon as Krenosha agrees, I run up the mountain to where the undead are. Even when I get close, the undead ignore me and keep attacking the crack. Being ignored makes it easy to walk up behind one of the skeletons, grab its leg, and use Drain Touch. Whatever is animating the skeleton rushes out of it and into me through my paw. Instantly, I feel a burning sensation and start feeling nauseous. Not what I was expecting. Without the energy, the skeleton turns into dust, but the rest of the undead continue to ignore me. Krenosha says, stop. Don't do that again. Why? What happened? I don't feel so good, Krenosha says. I am not sure, but you just lost a month's worth of time. Well, I guess that means that their energy isn't compatible. Krenosia says, yeah, I guess so. That might explain why they were sealed away. Do you still feel sick? Yes, it doesn't seem to be going away. Krenosia says, I just checked your time is still declining. As soon as Krenosha warns me, I sit down, enter my meditation, and start looking for problems. The energy from the skeleton is still in my body, and it seems to be eating away at me. Luckily, it isn't moving very fast, and I am able to use mana to isolate it temporarily. Krenosha says, are you all right? What is going on? I've managed to isolate the energy. Now, I am trying to figure out how to get rid of it. Any ideas? Krenosha says, have you tried just forcing it out of your body? That is the first thing I tried. It doesn't want to let go, Krenosha says. Then use the ice. It was made to seal this power. Good idea. My body is already in contact with the ice, so it is a simple matter to move the energy to it. As soon as I do, I see a blob of green energy go shooting off through the ice. It is headed towards the center of the mountain when I lose track of it. That worked. The energy is gone. Thanks, Krenosha says. You are welcome. Did you get a read on the power before it vanished? Krenosha says, yes, it is not good news. The energy each undead contains is part of the power of the thing sealed away. My guess is any time an undead is killed, the power returns to the maker. Shall we test that theory? Krenosha says, all right. So, I walk over to another skeleton, jump up, and crush its skull into powder. As I do, I notice another blob of green energy rushing away and entering the crack. Looks like Krenosha was right. The energy returns to the maker when an undead dies. One ancient skeleton defeated. 40,000 XP gained. So, what now? Krenosia says. Well, this explains why the undead were sealed with the maker. If the undead were all destroyed, then the maker would just regain the power. By leaving the undead intact, it kept the power spread out. Meaning if all the undead are destroyed, the maker would be stronger than a god. Krenosha says, that is what it looks like to me. Opening this seal may cause some serious problems. An unkillable army of the undead. Yeah, I'd say that could cause problems. Good thing they are trapped on this island. Krenosha says, with how strong the maker is, I doubt they will remain trapped. So what do you want me to do? Krenosia says. You broke it. You fix it. You want me to repair the seal. Krenosha says, either that or figure out a way to beat the maker. I don't know anything about seals, and it is made of divine power, meaning I would have to experiment. Krenosha says, no, you are not allowed to experiment with divine power. Well, how else am I supposed to repair the seal? Krenosia says, you shouldn't use divine power unless absolutely necessary. It could kill you. What do you mean? Krenosha says. How do you think divine power works? I get the power from you. Krenosha says, right? And what medium do you think gods use to grant power? Probably the soul? Oh, crap, Krenosha says. Now you understand? Even just refilling your divine power would put stress on your soul? Wait, I just used divine power to break the seal, Krenosia says. You only used a little, and I made sure to restore it slowly. I should have warned you sooner, but I didn't think of it. Then, can you repair the seal? Krenosia says. Nope. I already used up too much of my power when I showed up earlier. You are on your own. So you are saying there is no chance for me to fix the seal, so I have to think of something else? Krenosia says. Yep, you got it. All right, let me think for a minute. The main problem is the power returning to the Maker. If we can destroy the undead and keep the power from returning, that would solve the problem. Krenosha says, true. But how are you going to do that? Well, we already know I can take the power from the undead. I need to figure out what to do with it after I steal it. Krenosha says, sorry, I can't help you there. It is all right. I will think of something. Something that doesn't involve using divine power, I hope. Chapter 7:19. Krenosha doesn't answer me, but I can feel that she is still paying attention to me. She is probably trying to give me room to think or distance herself from whatever crazy idea I come up with. Either way, she is there if I need to ask any questions, which is a good thing. When the undead energy was in me, I could tell that it was eating away at Krenosha's power. However, I didn't touch the life force that I have gained from draining other things. So, it is probably not compatible with other types of undead energy or something like that. Unfortunately, I have no idea whether or not I can survive without Krenosia's power. The life force I have stolen may keep me alive without it, but I can't take that risk. So, whatever I do, I can't let the power from the undead reach Krenosia's power. Since that is the case, the best idea I can come up with is to make something that can eat their power. Since I have Drain Touch, I know how to turn the spell into an enchantment. Then, all I need is another enchantment that will make use of the stolen power. Since I will be fighting against the undead, a blunt weapon would make the most sense. The problem is that I don't currently have any materials with me to make something. Then I remember the iron ore I spotted and ignored in the passage above me. Krenosha, if I forge a weapon that can eat the power of the undead, that would work, right? Krenosha says it should. Can you forge such a weapon? I think I can. Krenosha says, is there anything you need from me? The enchantment to steal the power is easy, but I don't know what to do with it after that. Krenosha says, destroying power is not possible. Is there a way to just store it? I could do that, but it would be very limited. Once the weapon has stored a certain amount, any further kills would send the energy back to the Maker. Krenosha says, then what other options are there? Well, I am trying to think of something useful to do with the energy once it is stolen. If I could alter the energy so it didn't try to eat your power, then I could use it, Krenosha says. How are you going to modify the energy? That is the part I am still trying to figure out. It would be a lot easier if I used divine power. Krenosia says, it may be easier, but it is also riskier. If you do any more damage to your soul, not even my sister would be able to save you. All right, I get it. I won't use any divine power. In that case, I don't have enough information. I need to gather some of the power from the undead so I can experiment. Krenosha says, that is fine. As long as you don't use divine power, you have my permission to experiment. All right, then I better get started. I don't have time to waste, Krenosha says. Fine. Call me if you need me. After that, her presence fades away, but I can feel that she is still watching me. That just means she will respond immediately if I need to ask her anything. So, I get up and rush back to the edge of the island. But as I do, I notice something. The ice has retreated by about a foot or so, probably because of the crack. My best guess would be that the power of the seal is shrinking to try and combat the damage. Looking around a bit, I find an area of disturbed dirt. It looks kind of like a grave. That probably means that there are undead buried all over this island. Otherwise, what point would there be in having the ice seal cover most of the island? If that is the case, then the undead army is even bigger than I originally thought. It looks like Krenosha was right. If I just leave this alone, then it will become a huge problem. It might even reach the mainland, although I doubt it will affect the peninsula. Still, since I caused this, I should probably do something to try and fix it. So, I take some of the dirt from the grave and mix in a little water from the sea. Once it turns into mud, I do my best to shape it into a roughly shaped pot. Seeing how horrible it turns out when I shape it with my paws, I switch to using mana. Once I have it in the shape, I want to use fire mana to bake it until it is solid. It is really crude, but it will hold a little mana, hopefully enough for one simple spell. I very carefully channel mana into the pot, just a few points at a time. As soon as there is enough mana in the pot, I stop and start shaping it into an enchantment. The enchantment is to simply hold energy. All it can do is contain the energy. Due to how shabby the pot turned out, the enchantment can only be used once. It probably will only last for a few minutes at most. But that should be enough time. Very gently carrying the pot, I head back towards the ice mountain looking for an undead. Unfortunately, I don't have any luck, and don't see an undead until I reach the mountain. Luckily, the undead are still ignoring me, and I am able to just walk right up to one of them. Setting the pot on the ground, I put one paw inside, and then touch the undead with my other paws. I use Drain Touch on the undead and instantly use my mana to contain the energy and move it to the pot. It works. The energy doesn't affect me at all, and the pot manages to hold it. However, I can already see cracks forming on the pot. It isn't going to hold out for long, so I quickly focus and start analyzing the power, poking and prodding at it with my mana. 6 minutes later, the pot shatters, and the power goes rushing off into the ice mountain. Luckily, that was more than enough time for me to figure out a few things about the power. Krenosha's power comes from the power of death. This power is different. It doesn't come from death. As far as I can tell, it comes from what I would call unlife. It is hostile to all powers of life. Death is a natural part of life. That is why the two powers are not compatible. No matter what, I will never be able to make the two powers work together. However, that doesn't mean that the power can't be altered. It just needs to be purified. The problem is that I can't use any kind of power that has natural energies. Luckily, mana can become all sorts of things, including pure energy that has no features. In theory, I should be able to use neutral mana as a filter to alter the undead's energy. However, it is not something I have ever tried before, so I can't be sure what it will turn into. The only way to find out will be to give it a try, which could be dangerous. Chapter 720. Of course, a little risk isn't going to stop me, so I prepare some neutral mana. Once it is ready, I move to another undead and use Drain Touch on it. As the unlife energy enters my paw, I direct it through the net of neutral mana and wait to see what happens. Biting gained 1 origin energy. Origin energy? What the hell is that? However, before I can even take a look to see what it is, I notice all the undead have stopped moving. Until now, they have ignored me no matter what I was doing. But now they are all staring at me. They have even stopped attacking the crack. They are giving me a creepy feeling. Not wanting to wait and see what they might do, I turn and run away from the ice mountain. Looking back, I can see that they are still staring at me, but they are not following. When I leave the mountain, they finally turn back and resume attacking the crack. Krenosha, what is origin energy? Krenosha says. Well, from what I was told by an older god, it is the source of everything. It was the energy that was present at the beginning of time, and everything came from it, hence the name. Why? Because I might have accidentally created some. Krenosha screams, "You what?" Before I can even finish trying to cover my ears, both Krenosha and Saronia appear. It is instantly obvious that they are both here physically, which requires a lot of power. Before I can say anything to them, they both grab me and start examining me. Saronia says, "It really is origin energy." Krenosha says, "Yes, it is only a tiny amount, but it is real." "Why is this such a big deal?" Krenosha says. "Because this energy hasn't existed since the beginning of time." Saronia says, "It is the origin of everything. It is the purest form of power that has ever existed." Okay, so it is impressive, but why would you react like this? Saronia says. It is hard to explain, but that energy can create. It can do just about anything with the right control, Krenosha says. More importantly to us, it can directly increase our powers. Oh, that explains it. You had me scared for a minute, Krenosha says. How did you get it? I didn't see what happened. It was my test run. It used to be the energy from one of the undead. Saronia says, you turned the energy from an undead into origin energy. Krenosha says, that shouldn't be possible. Unless what? Krenosha says. Unless this maker, or whatever it is actually older than the gods? Well, that would explain why they couldn't figure out how to kill it, Saronia says. Forget that. Can you make more origin energy? Yeah. It will actually be fairly easy. I just need to make a weapon, Saronia says. Great. If you can get me enough origin energy, I can provide levels to the humans immediately. Really? That would be awesome. What about the beastmen? Saronia says. Them too. I will give levels to all my followers. All right. How many origin energy do you need? Saronia says. At least 100, but that is just a guess. More would be better. My sister can use them too. Krenosha says, my needs aren't as urgent. If I can get 1 origin energy from each undead, getting 200 will be easy as pie. Saronia says, huh? Oh, I will explain later. Right now, I have work to do. Krenosha says, is there anything we can do to help? Nope. I have it all planned out already. After saying that I have it planned out, I notice that both goddesses look nervous. However, they don't say anything and just give me a hug before they leave. As soon as they are gone, I shapeshift into my eagle form and fly up above the clouds. The iron ore is exactly where I remember it being, and I easily extract enough for my plan. However, it is only then that I remember that I left the forge in the cave, not wanting to waste any time. And having plenty of mana, I picture the cave and try to teleport. It doesn't work exactly as I was expecting. Instead of teleporting, I manage to open a gate. While it isn't what I was trying to do, it still gets me back to the cave faster. Although, once I am through it, takes me a minute to figure out how to close the gate. As soon as the gate closes, I get to work. First, I refine and start shaping the metal. Since I am fighting undead, I have decided to make a blunt weapon this time. Not only is a blunt weapon more efficient against undead, but it is easier to make as well, just as I am putting the finishing touches on the Warhammer Brightfire and Nala Return. Since they are back, I sit down with them to have dinner before enchanting the Warhammer. I eat quickly and then start filling the Warhammer with mana to enchant it with. Brightfire says, you have this intense look about you. Is something going on? Yeah. I may have accidentally released an ancient army of the undead. Brightfire says, what? Are you serious? This is an uninhabited island in the middle of nowhere. How did you manage to find trouble here? What can I say? It is a gift, but I have a plan to deal with it. Although, we may not be leaving tomorrow as planned. Brightfire says, is this something I can help with? Unfortunately, no. We can't just kill them. That is why I am making this hammer. They have to be killed in a specific way. Brightfire says, oh, okay. So, I guess I should keep hunting. You can, or I can send you back to the elven village. Brightfire says, you can do that. Yeah, I can now. It would take all of my mana, but I can gate you to the village if you want. Brightfire says, Number, I will stay as long as you do. There might be something I can help you with at some point. All right, I won't make you leave. As Brightfire returns to eating dinner, I start enchanting the Warhammer. First, I do the basic enchants to keep the hammer from breaking. Then I start with Drain Touch. The fact that it is an ability I use frequently makes it fairly easy to convert into an enchantment. Then all that is left is the enchantment to convert the undead energy into origin energy. This one takes a little bit of experimenting, but everything goes surprisingly smoothly. In the end, the enchantment is complete and everything fits together perfectly. Chapter 7:21. Now, all that is left is to go back into the volcano and try it out on the undead. Before I leave, I make sure Brightfire and Nala have had enough to eat. I put out some food for breakfast in case I don't make it back in time. Then, I gate back down to the island. Due to the ice, I have to gate to the edge of the island. After closing the gate, I head towards the ice mountain to look for an undead. This time I get lucky and find one at the edge of the ice that is just crawling out of its grave. I shapeshift into my elven warrior form so that I can wield the warhammer. Then I walk over and bash the zombie in the skull. The hammer steals a portion of its power. It takes another 5 hits to completely steal the zombie's power and turn it into dust. The weapon works, just not quite as well as I had hoped, but it still works. Gained 1 origin energy. 2 down, hundreds to go. I just wish I still got XP from them. Since my shapeshift is still limited, I don't waste any time and head towards the mountain. On the way there, I run into and beat down another zombie and a skeleton. Each one takes 5 to 6 hits to steal all of the energy and turn it into origin energy. Gained 2 origin energy. As I head towards the mountain, I start thinking of ways to improve the enchantments. While I may not be able to get it down to a single hit to steal the power, maybe I can reduce it. If I can get it down to 2 or 3 hits, it will make it a lot faster to complete my goal. If I still had sacred power, it would be easy to improve the enchantments. Without that, I have to work on improving the enchantments themselves. Well, the energy conversion is fine. All I really need to improve is the Drain Touch. Having a thought, I stop and scan the warhammer. It still has mana unused. It should be just enough to add another enchantment, meaning I can put a second Drain Touch in. That way, I can double the efficiency without having to try and modify the existing enchantments. Creating the enchantment is easy and only takes a few minutes. But that isn't the end. The problem is for them to work simultaneously, I have to match them up perfectly. That takes me more than a few minutes, but I manage to make it work. Just as I am about to look for an undead to test it on, I realize I have been shapeshifted for more than 30 minutes. However, I don't think that is my own doing. I think it is because of the origin energy. Even though I currently only have 4 points of it, I can feel power radiating from my body. This is probably close to what it feels like to be a god. I can't even imagine what it is going to feel like when I collect hundreds. In fact, I am a little worried that carrying this much raw energy might be harmful. However, there is not much I can do to avoid it. It would take an artifact level item to store them. That would require divine power to make, and that is something I can't use right now. It might be possible to use origin energy instead, but I think Saronia and Krenosha might kill me. Besides, I don't really know how to use origin energy, and experimenting with it could kill me. Either the experiment would kill me, or the goddesses would for wasting energy. Maybe after I have gotten them the 100 each that they want, I could get some for myself. There should definitely be plenty of undead left by then. I would just need to free them. When I reach the base of the mountain, I can see several hundred undead busy attacking the crack. As I am standing there watching them, an undead that was heading towards the mountain turns and attacks me. The fact that it didn't ignore me is odd, but I wanted to test the warhammer anyway. Gained 1 origin energy. 3 hits was all it took. The dual enchantments actually worked perfectly. It makes me wonder what other enchantments I could set up that way. I will just have to remember this trick the next time I am making something. For now, I need to get busy. I can feel Saronia and Krenosha watching me. This is obviously a really big deal to them. I half imagine I can feel their growing impatience. However, when I move closer to the mountain, 3 undead suddenly turn and run at me. It looks like they are no longer going to ignore me. It must be because of the origin energy. Maybe they can sense it within me and the Maker wants it back or something. It has to be something to do with the energy, since that is the only thing that has changed. The 3 undead are 2 skeletons and a zombie. They attack me as soon as they are close enough. I manage to dodge most of their attacks, but a few get through and hit me. They hurt more than I was expecting, which is when I remember I never put my armor back on. Gained 3 origin energy. As my wounds close up, I reach into the pouch, pull out my armor, and put it on. Then I take a few steps forward. Instantly 4 more undead turn and run at me. Since each one takes 3 hits to put down, it takes a while to put the 4 of them down. Gained 4 origin energy. That gives me a total of 12 origin energy. A decent start, but I still have a long way to go. The more energy I collect, the better I feel. In fact, after I hit 20 energy, I feel invincible. However, when I pass 50, it starts feeling painful, like my body is vibrating itself apart. Saronia, is carrying origin energy supposed to hurt? Saronia says. No. If it hurts, then you are carrying too much. Before I can say anything else, Saronia appears in front of me and moves towards me. As soon as she reaches me, she takes my face in her hands, and then she kisses me. The kiss is unexpected, but I don't resist, and it goes on for several minutes. Lost 54 origin energy. As soon as she absorbs the energy from me, Saronia starts floating into the air. After a few seconds, she starts giving off a bright white glow and has a look of bliss on her face. It looks like not only is she getting a power-up, but it is a very pleasant experience. Then, after a few minutes, the glow fades and Saronia disappears after giving me a smile. I would imagine that she is going to need some time to adapt to the influx of power. So I turn to go back to killing the undead and collecting more origin energy. Chapter 722. It took a couple of hours to collect that much origin energy, so it should take about the same to collect the rest for Saronia. Then I will start collecting Krenosha's share. Once I have done that, I will ask more questions. I can't help but wonder if I am going to get a serious kiss like that every time I turn over energy. Not that I will be complaining if that is the case. In fact, I am hoping that it is. After all, who would complain about getting kissed by two gorgeous goddesses? I certainly don't plan to, although I might tease them a little, but not too much. Despite me killing over 50 undead, the number attacking the crack has gone up. More and more undead keep being released as the ice retreats into the mountain. I have to be careful not to pull too many at once because the new arrivals keep joining in. Still, smacking down the undead is quite fun, and I am getting rewards for it. Even if I don't get more kisses, the goddesses being more powerful will benefit me. If Saronia can grant the ability to level to her followers, that is going to be huge. Even the elves can get levels if they become followers, which shouldn't be hard. With how much most of the elves revere me, all I have to do is tell them about the goddesses. I never really thought of myself as the missionary type, but it is something I should probably do. It is not like the elves have any gods of their own, so I am not stealing them or anything. Although, before I convert them, I should probably check with Kor first. After all, they are her people, and she is going to be their leader, so asking her is the polite thing to do. I am fairly confident that she will say yes even before I tell her about the ability to gain levels. Then again, I should wait until I know for sure that Saronia has the ability before I say anything. That shouldn't be too long. The rest of the origin energy she needs will only take me an hour. Although, I have to keep backing away from the crack because there are too many undead. Their numbers just keep growing. It doesn't look like the seal will be able to hold for long. Those that I have killed so far are just a drop in the bucket. It is a bit discouraging. Once I have collected another 50 origin energy, I back off and call out to Saronia. She shows up immediately, and once again kisses me deeply as she takes the energy. When she takes the last of the energy, there is a sudden thunderclap released from her body. Ow! What was that? Saronia says. That was me becoming a greater deity. Again. Oh, congratulations. Wait, didn't I need to destroy the other temples for that to happen? Saronia says. Originally, yes. However, the origin energy has allowed me to become stronger. When you finally do destroy the temples, I will be stronger than I ever was before. That is awesome, Saronia says. It is all thanks to you, Ash. Saronia gives me another amazing kiss before she leaves, and I start collecting energy for Krenosha. As I am killing the undead, I finally encounter one of the Death Knights. It is painful to fight, and actually takes 9 hits of the Warhammer before it goes down. Gained 3 origin energy. So, it turns out that the Death Knight contains a lot more energy than the other undead. That should make them commanders for the army, or something similar. From that point on, I keep an eye out for them and try to intercept them before they reach the mountain. After all, taking out the commanders should do a lot more to weaken the army. Unfortunately, the weapons and armor of the Death Knights turn to dust when they die, so I am not getting any loot or XP. All I am getting is the gratitude of the goddesses. However, since this situation is my own fault, I don't really have any room to complain. So I just keep killing the undead, gathering energy for Krenosha and wondering if she will kiss me too. Going after all the Death Knights I see actually speeds up the collection of energy. Krenosia, I have the first portion of energy for you. Krenosia quickly shows up and walks towards me. She smiles after looking me in the eye. Then, like Saronia did, Krenosha grabs my face before she starts kissing me. Saronia is normally the more affectionate of the sisters. But to my surprise, Krenosha is the better kisser. Krenosia also kisses me for longer. Either she is slower at taking the energy or she is doing it on purpose. Either way is just fine with me. I simply relax and enjoy the kissing. Although I behave and keep my hands to myself, it is safer that way. All this kissing has me wondering if becoming a god wouldn't be the better option. Having the two of them as my wives would definitely make life interesting. Then again, all the restrictions gods have to obey would drive me insane. Besides, with the damage to my soul, I don't even know if that is an option anymore. When Krenosha finally ends the kiss, I just stand there staring at her. She giggles at me and then disappears, leaving me to go back to beating down the undead. Her actions leave me highly motivated, and I am killing the undead faster than before, despite not wanting to get into anything serious when I know I am going to die. Getting another kiss from Krenosha has me beating down the undead like I am playing whack-a-mole. Despite being in something of a rush, I still prioritize killing the Death Knights, mainly because they hurt a lot more than the rest of the undead and I don't want to fight a group of them. I am actually expecting there to be another type of undead that is stronger than the Death Knights. After all, if they are the commanders, then there should also be a general above them. It might be the Maker, but I kind of doubt it since there should be multiple generals. From the numbers I am seeing, just in the area outside the mountain, there should be over 10,000 undead. If there are undead inside the mountain with the Maker, then there might be over 20,000. That large of an army would need a substantial amount of leaders to control it properly. Then again, if you are just using mob tactics, then you only need one leader. However, something tells me that if it was just mob tactics, this army would have been defeated long ago. Well, there isn't much point in theorizing about it when I will see for myself soon enough. At the rate the ice is retreating, I am guessing I have a little over a day before the seal fails. Chapter 7:23. Of course, if I kill enough undead, then that number will go up. But not by too much. While I am confident I can kill the undead fast enough to make a difference, the problem is the energy. Even just storing 50 energy is painful. What am I going to do with hundreds? If the goddesses don't want any more after this, then I will have to stop killing the undead. That answer I will get soon enough, and I will decide what to do then. For now, I just focus on getting the rest of the energy for Krenosha. Krenosea, I have the rest of the energy. Krenosea appears almost before I finish speaking, and once again, she completely rocks my world. The kiss feels like it lasts forever, but at the same time, it is over all too fast. When she pulls away, Krenosha also gives off a thunderclap as she ranks up. Do the two of you need time, or can we chat in the soulscape right away? Krenosha says. She gives me an odd look before she disappears, and I quickly move away from the mountain. Once I leave the area covered by the ice and find a safe-ish spot, I sit down. Then, I create a soulscape with comfy chairs and lots of snacks before inviting the two of them. Thanks for coming so quickly. First off, how are you two feeling? Saronia says. I feel amazing, Krenosha says. It feels really good to be as strong as I used to be. That is good. So, do you need more origin energy? Saronia says. We would need to wait at least a couple of years before we could safely absorb more. Krenosha says. While it would be nice to continue to power up, my sister is right. Why do you ask? Because there are still a lot more undead to kill. What am I supposed to do with the energy? Is it something I can use? Saronia says. To be honest, we don't know. In fact, we didn't really use the energy so much as absorb its power. Krenosha says, we don't really know much about the beginning of time. A few stories told by older gods is about all. Am I allowed to experiment with it then? Krenosha says. I don't like it, but there is no other way to figure anything out. Your soul is very fragile. You will need to be extremely careful. Wait, could origin energy be used to heal my soul? Saronia says, yes, in theory it could. However, trying to do so without understanding how the energy works could easily destroy your soul. Krenosha says, anything that involves modifying the soul is extremely dangerous. Please don't attempt it unless you are sure you know what you are doing. Krenosea, I never know what I am doing, Krenosea says. Then don't go messing with your soul. Saronia says, sister, haven't you learned by now that telling Ash not to do something almost guarantees he will do it? Krenosea says, all right, fine, at least try to be careful. Don't worry. I won't mess with my soul unless I think I have a good chance to succeed. Come to think of it, I don't even know how to see my soul. Is there a trick to it? Saronia says. Not a trick, but a technique. I can teach it to you. Krenosha says, if you don't teach it to him, he won't be able to mess with his soul. Saronia says, not true. He will find his own way. By teaching him, I can at least be sure he is doing it right. That will give him the best chance to not die, Krenosha says. Yeah, maybe. Krenosha leaves quickly after that, but Saronia stays and teaches me the technique. It is actually really annoying. It is basically like trying to cross your eyes and read a book. The first few times I try it, all I get for my efforts is a massive headache. Saronia sticks around and continues coaching me until I have the technique down. When I can finally see my own soul, I realize how lucky I am to still be alive. It looks like a glass orb that has had a bite taken out of it, and what is left is covered in cracks. It seriously looks like a single flick of a finger would shatter it into a billion pieces. It is no wonder that the goddesses are so worried about me messing with it. The cracks are all jagged and rough, showing no signs of healing whatsoever. Maybe it really will take hundreds of years for it to heal normally. Not that I plan to wait. For now, the first order of business is to experiment with the origin energy and see what I can learn. If I can learn how to use it, only then will I worry about what I can do with it. Saronia says, is there anything else I can do to help? Oh, yeah, actually. If I was dead and you had my soul, how would you go about healing it? Saronia gives me an odd look, but then goes on to describe the healing process. She explains the whole thing in detail and then answers all of my questions. Once she is done, and I have no more questions, she gives me a long kiss before disappearing. It makes me wonder if this is going to be a thing now, or if she is just still excited by gaining power. If it is the latter, I am not too worried, but if it is the former, things could get complicated. I find myself conflicted. I am not sure which situation I want to be true. Maybe it would be for the best if after this situation is done, I avoid seeing them for a while. That idea kind of feels like running away from the problem, but I can't think of a better idea. That is something I can worry about after the current situation is over. For now, I end the soulscape and go looking for an undead to beat down. Once I have an origin energy point, I gate back to the cave only to find Brightfire and Nala still asleep. It feels like forever since I left the cave after dinner, but it has only been about 8 hours. Since they are still sleeping, I sit down and enter into my meditation to take a look at the origin energy. To my surprise, I find it floating inside my meditation room, meaning it is stored in my head, or inside my psyche to be more precise, which is certainly a unique experience for me. That should mean that the origin energy is more closely related to mental power than magic. If that is the case, then it should react to manipulation via metal strength. To test my theory, I start doing small experiments to see if the energy will react. Chapter 724. The energy certainly reacts to my test, but not in the way I was expecting it to. Instead of being manipulated by my mental power, the energy converts itself. It matches my mental power and is quickly absorbed into my psyche. Intelligence plus 100. That is most certainly not what I was trying to accomplish, although it isn't a bad result. It would seem that I should have gathered more than just one energy to experiment with. Now, I will have to wait until I go back to continue with my experiments. At least I learned that the energy responds to whatever it comes in contact with. My next experiment is going to have to start with a way to manipulate the energy without it being absorbed. Then again, using a few more points to raise my intelligence wouldn't be a bad thing. It would also be good to know if the energy can only work that way once or not. When it was happening, I could sense something about the energy, but it happened too fast. If I do it a couple more times, then I think I will be able to learn about how the energy works. Since I am starting from scratch, everything I learn about the energy will help. Before I head back into the volcano, I may as well have some breakfast. I already put out food for the others, but it is cold, so I start taking out more food. As I am eating, Nala wakes up and immediately joins me. It takes a few more minutes for Brightfire to wake up. Once we are done eating, Brightfire and Nala leave to go hunting, and I gate back into the volcano. Instead of heading for the mountain, I go to the edge of the ice and beat down a few undead. Once I have 5 energy, I move back to the edge of the island and enter meditation. The 5 energy orbs are floating in a cluster in the middle of the meditation room. First, I need to figure out a way to move them around so that I can separate one for experimenting. Since I know what will happen if I directly try to move them, I need to think of something else. Then it occurs to me that this room is part of my mind, so I just think about the energy spreading out. Luckily, it works and the 5 balls of energy separate and line up in front of me. First, I use every sense I have to study the energy, looking for any hints I can find. Each ball of energy is quite dense and contains a staggering amount of power. That is all I learned from scanning them. So I decide to replicate my first experiment and get the same result. Intelligence plus 100. It is good to know that it was not a one-time thing. And intelligence is important if I want to be a mage. I also got a better sense of the energy as it was merging with my mental power. The name origin energy is a little off. It would be better to call it creation energy. That is to say, as far as I can tell, this energy is the power that created everything. Even now, its primary function would be to create things, including life. With enough of this energy, I could really play God and create a new race, but I won't. Not only do I not want the goddesses beating me up, I also don't want to be responsible for a new race. Besides, I already have gained enough kids without making more. However, there are plenty of other things I can do with creation magic. For the next experiment, I move one of the orbs of energy into my body. Since the meditation room is technically in my head, that is where the orb appears. Then, I carefully guide it through my body until it reaches my mana organ. Mana plus 500. Well, not only did that work, but it worked even better than I hoped it would. However, I feel like I need to be careful not to improve anything too much in a short time. If I don't give myself time to adapt to the changes, then something bad is likely to happen. So, moving on to the next experiment, I look at my own soul and move an orb to it. I am a little nervous as I direct the orb to touch my soul, but nothing bad happens. In fact, the orb becomes soul energy and repairs my soul just a tiny bit. It basically repaired the very end of one of the tiny cracks. Not much of a difference. From that, I would estimate it would take tens of thousands of origin energy to repair the cracks on my soul. That is not even counting the massive hole where a chunk of my soul is missing. It looks like Saronia wasn't exaggerating how hard it is to repair damage to the soul. However, this means that I have a way of using up a lot of energy, meaning I can kill more undead. Then again, I am far from done with my experimenting, so that will be a backup plan. Since I have 2 orbs of energy left, I quickly decide on my next experiment. This time, I try having the orb merge into the wall of the meditation room. I am wondering if it can be used to improve the room somehow. Aiden, congratulations. Skill Zen Meditation has progressed to level 6. Zen Meditation level 6, Whiz plus 120, Willpower plus 50 recovery. HP 20 minute, MP 20 minute, it directly upgraded the skill. That was not what I was expecting at all, but I don't mind. In fact, I wonder if I can use it to help raise other skills that have been slow to level. The problem is how to put the orb into contact with the skill to raise it up. I try to put the orb onto a skill that is listed on my skill list, but that doesn't work. Next, I try performing a skill and having the orb make contact, but that also fails. It seems the orb can only affect a skill that has a physical representation, like my eyes. Ding, congratulations. Skill Lesser Dragon Sight has progressed to level 2. Lesser Dragon Sight level 2 int plus 20. You can identify items and evaluate opponents. It worked, which is impressive since that skill hasn't gone up since I got it. There are still several things I want to try, but that was the last of the energy orbs. So, I get up and go back to hunting down undead with my warhammer. This time, I keep at it until I have collected 20 energy before I retreat. This time, I am going to try something different, so I pull out some leftover metal. After shaping it into a basic dagger, I put a simple fire enchantment on it. Then, I carefully take one of the energy orbs out of my body and insert it into the dagger. However, the result is not what I was hoping for. It doesn't affect the enchantment. All it does is increase the amount of metal, basically turning the dagger into a short sword. Seeing that, I quickly pull out a chunk of armatite and repeat the process. The increase in volume is lesser, but it does create more armatite, which thrills me. With enough origin energy, I can create enough armatite for weapons and armor. Chapter 725. This also means I don't need to bother going back to the volcano to search for pieces of blitz. Before I get too excited, I make sure that the created Armatite has the same properties as the original. Only after that do I let myself start thinking about what I want to make with it. The Angel's armor has served me well, but the material it is made from isn't as strong as Armatite. If I copy the design of the armor and make it using Armatite, I will be much harder to hurt. I should even be able to enchant it a lot more than the Angel armor. Still, I am a little disappointed that I can't use the origin energy to enhance enchantments. I was hoping it would work and allow me to make up for losing my sacred power. Then again, its other uses far outweigh one little disappointment. I get the feeling that if I can just figure out how to properly control the energy, I can create anything. The problem is that nothing I have tried has worked and I am running out of ideas. Maybe it is something that can only be controlled by a god or goddess. Still, the uses I have found so far are really good, so I really have nothing to complain about. I split the remaining energy in half. The first half goes to fixing my soul and the second half to making Armatite. Then I get up and go back to hunting undead until I have as much energy as I can hold. The amount of energy I can hold has increased. It now gets painful at around 70 energy. I am guessing that it is because when my intelligence increased, so did my mental fortitude. Once again, I split the energy in half for my soul and Armatite. Then it is rinse and repeat. Despite me killing hundreds more undead, the number attacking the crack has still increased. There are now thousands gathered at the crack, and the ice has all but vanished. There is only a dozen feet or so of ice left around the base of the mountain. Once that is gone, which will only be a few hours, the undead will start tearing the mountain down. Who knows what else will be released during that time? But the Maker should be last. I am torn between sticking around to see what the Maker is and leaving before then. Considering how much power I have already stolen, I am pretty sure the Maker will want me dead. Especially since I plan to continue stealing energy right up until I make my escape. However, I should probably get Brightfire and Nala to safety ahead of time. I continue killing undead and using the energy right up until it is dinner time. Then I gate back to the cave to meet up with Brightfire and Nala for dinner. Once I have provided dinner from the pouch, we all dig in and eat our fill. Brightfire says, "I am level 7 now. Congratulations." "You are doing great," Brightfire says. "This should make me the strongest elf, right?" "As far as I know, yes," Brightfire says. "Am I as strong as your other companions?" That is kind of hard to judge, but probably not, especially not if you are comparing yourself to my kids. Brightfire says, "Oh, don't look so discouraged. You have only just gained the ability to have levels. They have had a lot more time to grow stronger." Brightfire says, "I guess so. I will catch up eventually, right?" To the humans, probably. The Beastmen have other advantages. Brightfire says, "How much longer are we staying on the island?" "I will be staying a little longer, but the two of you are leaving first." Brightfire says, "Why?" "Because this island is going to be extremely dangerous very soon. I want to stay until the last possible minute, but I can't do that if I need to rescue you first." Brightfire says, "Are you sending us back to the village then?" "No, it is too far. For now, I will send you to the first volcanic island. There are things you can hunt there. Once I join you, then we can head back to the village." Brightfire says, "That is all right, I guess. I still want to be stronger before we go back to the village. When we get back to the village, I will get some of the wyvern scales and improve your armor." "Oh, right, how is the sword?" Brightfire says, "It is perfect. When I swing it, it feels like an extension of my arm." "That is good. All right. I am going to gate the two of you to our last campsite on the island. I will let you carry the food pouch so that you don't have to worry about food." Brightfire says, "What about you then?" "I still have my pouch, and there is some meat left. I will be fine for a day or two." With no other arguments forthcoming, we clean up the camp, and I give Brightfire the food pouch. Then I open a gate back to the jungle of the first volcanic island, and we all go through. I help them set up camp and check to make sure the area is still safe before I leave. I gate back to the island under the volcano and immediately return to killing undead. By the time I get back, there is no more ice around the mountain, and the crack is getting wider. Since there are no more wanderers, I lure groups away from the crack to kill. By my best guess, there are around 15,000 undead gathered around the mountain. At this point, I have killed less than 1,000 undead. Nowhere near enough. At this rate, I won't be able to kill many more before I need to flee the island. Since I can't be sure how much more energy I will be able to gather, I focus on making Armatite. My soul will heal on its own over time, but I have no idea when I might find more Armatite. I set my goal at 500 pounds. Once I have that, I will focus on healing my soul. That should be plenty to make armor and a weapon, and still have more left for other things. So, with a goal in mind, I kill the undead as quickly as I can until I can't hold any more energy. Then, I stop just long enough to use all the energy to create more Armatite. After several rounds of this, I figure I have enough Armatite and switch to repairing my soul. As I am killing the undead, I keep an eye on the crack, watching in case anything else comes out. If a general comes out without me noticing, I could end up surrounded before I know it. If it was just normal zombies and skeletons, I wouldn't worry about it. But these are different. Not only can they hurt me more, but I need to avoid sending energy back to the Maker. The more energy it has, the less chance that I can escape from it when it is freed. Chapter 726. Besides, it would be a real waste to not steal the energy for my own uses. Thinking of that, I should probably use some of the energy for other improvements while I still can. I would like to raise my intelligence and mana pool a few more times. Other than that, I also want to see if I can figure out how to raise the level of Soulscape with the energy. That is difficult to figure out since the Soulscape doesn't have a physical representation. However, I do have an idea that I think might work, so I fill up on energy and retreat to meditate. Once I am in the meditation room, I create a Soulscape, but don't enter into it. This leaves an entrance in the meditation room that I should be able to move an energy orb to. Hopefully, this will allow me to level up the skill, so I try it right away. Ding, congratulations. Skill Soulscape has progressed to level 9. Soulscape level 9 Wiz plus 45. You can create a very detailed Soulscape. Great, it actually worked. Soulscape is really difficult to level up, but I've been wanting to max it out since the dragon told me about it. I really want to level up my soul level. It might even help with the healing process. So, I move another energy orb to it, but the skill doesn't level up, so I keep adding energy until it does. Hiding, congratulations. Skill Soulscape has progressed to level 10. Soulscape level 10. Max Wiz plus 50. You can create a world within the Soulscape. In the end, it took another 10 origin energy, but it is finally maxed out, so it was worth it. However, now is not the time to go in and start playing around with it. So, I add another energy orb to my psyche and 2 to my mana organ. Intelligence plus 100, mana plus 500, mana plus 500. After that, I stop. I was going to do more, but my body starts hurting a little bit. It would seem that there is a limit to the amount of changes in a short period of time. So, with the rest of the energy, I go back to healing the cracks on my soul. Since I can't really think of anything else to try, I just stick to healing my soul as a way to use up energy. Of course, I could just leave. But every undead I kill is one less energy for the Maker. Since it was my curiosity that led to this, I feel somewhat responsible for cleaning it up. Speaking of my curiosity, it is currently at war with itself. It wants to see the Maker, but at the same time it wants to explore the Soulscape. In the end, I decide to do both. The Soulscape can wait until after I see the Maker. At the rate the crack is widening, it shouldn't be too much longer before the Maker shows itself. So, I focus on gathering as much energy as I can get before that happens. The only time I stop is when I can't hold anymore, and only long enough to use it on my soul. It is getting harder and harder to pull small groups of undead to kill because of the increased numbers. Luckily, I can still heal using Sacred Touch, although now it uses mana instead of sacred power. If it wasn't for that, I would have to risk using divine power to heal myself. I still have my regen, but larger groups of undead do more damage than it can handle quickly. Since I have been repairing my soul, I might not have to worry about using divine power. However, it is better to be safe than sorry, so I will wait until I am told it is okay. Until then, I will make do with using mana to heal myself. It still works just fine. It would be a problem if my mana pool was still small, but it is over 5,000 now. As long as I pay attention and don't run out, it is more than enough for healing. If I were blasting my way through all the undead with spells, that would be a different story. Since I am just using the Warhammer so that I can collect energy, it isn't a problem. Even going against larger groups of undead just means the fights take longer and I take more damage. It isn't so bad when I am out of energy, but when I have energy, I attract a lot more undead. By this point, I am sure that they can somehow sense the origin energy and want to take it back. Either that or the energy just makes me look really tasty to them. It has gotten bad enough that I am not even able to reach the base of the mountain. The crack now looks more like a canyon going up the side of the mountain. It probably won't be much longer before the Maker finally shows itself. Once it does, I will take a quick look and then gate out of here right away. Whatever the Maker is, it is way out of my league. I am not even going to try and fight it. All I want is to see what it is just in case I have to do something about it later. Well, that, and to satisfy my curiosity, of course, but it is better if I don't admit that. Especially since I am supposed to be working on controlling my curiosity more. At least with Brightfire and Nala already on the other island, I am not endangering anyone but myself. If something were to happen to me, they should be able to get back to the elves without me. Although, the elves will be in a lot more danger without me, so I need to stay alive. Of course, I always plan on staying alive, but you never know what might happen. Just as I am thinking that, there is a rumble and the entire island starts to shake. When I look up at the mountain, I can see pieces of it breaking off of the top and falling away. It looks like the seal has finally failed, and I am going to get to see the Maker soon. For now, even more undead are coming out of the mountain as it breaks down. The majority of them look to be Death Knights or something similar, not just skeletons and zombies. It makes sense that the closer to the Maker they are buried, the stronger they would be. I would like to kill some of them to see how much energy they have, but I can't get near them. Besides, I don't want to be too close to the crack when the Maker comes out. In fact, after filling up with energy again, I start moving away from the mountain. If I need to get away quickly, I want to have a head start, just in case. Over the next few minutes, the mountain continues to break down, freeing more undead. Some of them are much bigger, standing around 15 feet tall, but still human-looking. Maybe they are from a race of giants. It is hard to tell from this distance. When the base of the mountain disintegrates, it reveals 5 humanoid forms. They are 4 men and a woman. They all look human except for the white skin. It is the kind of white I would expect from an albino or someone who has never seen the sun. Chapter 7:27. When I see the 5 of them, my first thought is that they are vampires. However, I am too far away to be able to tell for sure, and I don't plan to get closer. The 4 males are all wearing armor, but the female is wearing a long dress. The 4 males kneel around the female, so I guess she must be the Maker. As I look at her, she actually spots me, and when our eyes meet, my instincts start screaming at me to run. She doesn't do anything that I can see, but suddenly all the undead move towards me. There is no way I can fight all of them, so I turn and run towards the edge of the island. The main reason I don't gate immediately is I want some distance from the Maker. I am worried that if I am too close, she might block my gate, or worse, learn how to gate. If the undead are trapped on this island, then they won't be much of a threat. However, if they can move about freely, then they will become a threat to the elves. I don't really care if they cause problems for the humans, but I need to protect the elves. The best way to do that is to keep the undead trapped on this island until we have left. I doubt I can trap them permanently. The humans will come here to explore eventually. Besides, at some point, I may want to come back to get more origin energy. Although, if I ever do come back, I will probably have to deal with undead dinosaurs. That will be a problem to deal with when and if it happens. For now, I don't want to think about it. The entire time I am running away, I can feel the Maker's eyes on me. As soon as I reach the edge of the island, I create the gate and jump through. The instant my feet hit the sand on the other side, I spin around and close the gate. Unfortunately, before it fully closes, something stops it from closing the rest of the way. Then, despite me struggling to close it, the gate opens back up and undead start coming through. As the first undead tries to step through the gate, I kick it as hard as I can. It flies back through the gate and hits the other undead, buying me a few more seconds. I summon up all my remaining mana and throw it at the gate in an effort to force it to close or overload. As I do, I can feel the energy of the Maker holding the gate open and fighting against me. Despite using all my mana, it isn't enough to fight against the Maker's power. It is a good thing I didn't gate directly back to the village. The elves would be in danger. However, I still don't want to let the undead have this island. But how do I close the gate? I am already out of mana. I have origin energy, but I have no clue how to use it in this instance. The undead have picked themselves up and are once again pushing to come through the gate. At this point, I have no choice but to use some divine power, so I cast Holy Light. The undead in the gate, and probably those behind them, instantly turn into ashes. 12 ancient zombies defeated. 600,000 XP gained. 7 ancient skeletons defeated. 280,000 XP gained. While I may not have been able to steal their energy, these undead are really nice XP. If it wasn't for the fact that all the released energy goes back to the Maker, I would just wipe them all out. Then again, that would mean using a lot of divine power, which would get me in trouble with Krenosha. However, if I don't find a way to close this gate, I am not going to have much choice. It should have closed on its own when I stopped providing mana to it. Somehow the Maker has taken it over and is the one providing the power to it. All the mana I shoved into it in an attempt to close it is still there, but it isn't doing anything. The gate is staying open even though it is showing signs of being unstable. The undead will still be able to pass through though, so I need to think of something. In the end, I am unable to come up with any fancy ideas and just switch to brute force. I grab the sides of the gate with my hands, which hurts a little, and start squeezing. Pushing with all my strength, I manage to make the gate bow a little in the middle. Now, instead of the normal oval, it looks more like an 8, but it still isn't closed. Despite trying with all my might, I can't get the gate to move any further than that. However, the edges of the gate are starting to spasm, and I can feel the energies going out of control. If this keeps up, the gate is going to explode, which is fine, but I feel like it is going to hurt. Luckily, I don't sense Brightfire and Nala close by. They must be out hunting, meaning I am the only one who will be injured by the explosion on this side. Hopefully, the explosion on the other side will kill a whole bunch of the undead. Maybe if I get lucky, it will hurt some of the higher-leveled ones, but I probably won't be able to tell. While I want to let go and run away, I can't. If I let go, the gate might stabilize. So, as the gate starts showing more and more signs of collapsing, all I can do is turn my head away. I don't actually remember the explosion. The next thing I know, I am waking up with my head in Brightfire's lap. Although I am curious as to what happened, for the moment I don't move. For one thing, I am enjoying the current view. For another, I am not sure if I am hurt. When I examine myself, I find no wounds, but from how my body feels, I can tell there were some. Luckily, it looks like there wasn't anything that my region couldn't take care of. What happened? Brightfire says. I have no idea. There was an explosion and I found you lying in a crater. You were badly torn up, but you slowly healed. What were you doing? There was a slight problem. How long has it been since the explosion? Have you seen any undead? Brightfire says. About 2 hours have passed since the explosion. No, I haven't seen any undead. Why? There was a problem with the gate. The Maker of the undead took control of it. The explosion was the destruction of the gate. I was standing next to it. I just wanted to make sure no undead got through. Brightfire says, you were in the middle of the explosion and you survived. How? Well, it was just the force of the explosion. I am immune to the fire part of it. In fact, the fire healed me, which is probably how I survived. Brightfire says, why would you do something so insane? Because otherwise the undead would be flooding this island and you and Nala would die. Chapter 728. Brightfire says, oh, Brightfire doesn't say anything else, but her face turns a little red, which I find odd. I finally give up enjoying the view and get to my feet. That is when I notice I am no longer shapeshifted. That probably means that shapeshift won't hold if I am unconscious. My body feels a little stiff, but it doesn't hurt anywhere, which is surprising. What is more disturbing is that when I check, I find 10 origin energy missing. Maybe it is the reason I survived. It might have been used automatically to heal me. Since I feel weird carrying the energy, I go ahead and use it to heal my soul. Once I am done, my body no longer feels stiff. Maybe it was from carrying the energy for too long. I never really kept any of the energy for long before. I always spent it fairly quickly. Carrying the energy around as a mortal might not be a good idea. Something to remember later. As long as I stay away from the Maker, going back to the island shouldn't be too dangerous. Of course, before I do that, I plan to take some precautions. I am not an idiot. The first thing is I need to figure out how to teleport. I am not having another gate taken over. Then again, since I will be building the ship when I get back, I may not get a chance. It will depend on how things go once we get back, but I want to try at some point. For now, I go back to our camp with Brightfire and Nala. Luckily, it is still there. It is a good thing I didn't gate too close to camp, or it would have been vaporized. When I go back to take a look at the gate site, it isn't there anymore. It is now a cove. Honestly, I am surprised that I survived. I am kind of curious about what state I was in when Brightfire found me. However, I decide not to ask her. It might be something I don't want to know. If I did come really close to death, I don't want to know, and I don't want anyone else to either. If I had known that the Maker was capable of hijacking my gate, I would have done things differently. I really should have left before she broke free, but I was curious as usual. At some point, if I get strong enough, I am totally going to go back and beat the hell out of her. However, it will probably take a long time for me to become that strong. Who knows what might happen by then, so I will put it on my list and only worry about it if I become strong enough. For now, since I am hungry, I start pulling out food for the three of us. After I am done eating, I settle down and enter into my meditation room. To my surprise, there is already a door to my soulscape in the meditation room. I am positive that I ended the last soulscape. So why is there a door here? Curious as usual, I walk through the door, and instead of a soulscape, I find myself at the beginning of a hallway. About 10 feet ahead of me, there are a couple of doors, and there are more past them. Behind me is an open archway, which leads back to my meditation room. The doors all look the same, with no indications as to where they go, and they look like normal doors. In fact, the entire hallway reminds me of the hallway of a hotel, just without the cheap decorations. I am guessing that these doors lead to the other planes that the dragon told me about. If that is the case, then what about if I want to create a soulscape of my own? Just as I think about it, a new door appears on my right, halfway between the entrance and the first door. It is different from the other doors. It is bigger and more ornate. Like a front door, when I push it open there is nothing but a white space, which I find I can control completely. To test it out, I create a simple room with comfy chairs, and when I step in, I get the option for time dilation. So it seems that when I am in the hallway, time flows normally. But what about the other doors? I guess I will just have to go through one in a bit and see what happens. For now, I invite Core and wait for her to show up. While I wait, I test a few things. It seems that once I am inside the soulscape, everything is exactly the same as it was before. Core says, "Hello, Ash. Did you need something?" "Welcome, Core." "Yes, I want to talk to you about the elves for a bit, if you have time." Core says, "Of course. It isn't like I am all that busy. You will be once I make it back. You will be the ruler of the elves." Core says, "What? Why me? Don't they already have a ruler?" "They have a few elders, but that is it. They will need someone who knows the peninsula and the situation. Besides, it will give you something to do, especially since they will need to live with the beasts in the city." Core says, "Can't you do it? You are technically already the Elven King." "I will be their king in name if that is what they want. But you know I won't be an actual king. You know how much trouble I have staying in one place?" Core says, "I guess I can't argue with that." "So, as the future leader of the elves, what is your opinion on the goddesses?" Core says, "What do you mean?" "I mean, how would you feel about the elves worshipping the goddesses?" Core says, "I would not have a problem with it. I like the goddesses, and..." "Why?" "Because, due to some unusual circumstances, soon followers of the goddesses will be able to gain levels." Core says, "That is great." "Wait, unusual circumstances? Ash, what did you do? Why do you assume I did something?" Core says, "Are you kidding? You are always behind any chaos that happens. It is a bit of a long story, so I only want to tell it once. Give me a minute to summon Miria, and then I will tell you. When I invite Miria, she appears instantly, as if she was waiting for the invitation. Before she can start yelling at me, I begin telling the both of them the story. I try to leave out how the undead were released, but they catch on and pull it out of me. Since they both already believe it is something I did, it is really hard to convince them otherwise. In the end, I give up and just continue with the story about the origin energy. Then, I explain about the goddesses, leaving out the kissing and the power they gained. Miria says, "Why do I feel like there is something you aren't telling us?" "There are some secrets of the goddesses that I am not allowed to speak of," Kor says. "So, this ability to grant levels, is it just for the humans and elves?" "No, Saronia will grant levels regardless of race. It is limited to followers, but that is probably to prevent enemies from growing stronger." Chapter 729, Miria says. "That makes sense, and having more people with levels will help against the demons. Should we start encouraging people to convert? I don't want to pressure anyone, but you can lightly encourage people who don't already believe," Kor says. "How about we just spread some stories about Ash and his interactions with the goddesses?" Miria says. "Do you think that would be enough?" Kor says. "Don't underestimate how many people revere Ash," Miria says. "I guess that is true and a little terrifying at the same time." Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Miria just laughs at me instead of answering, and even Kor giggles a little. Since I am done catching them up, I try to speed things up to get them to leave sooner. "I really can't wait to go see what is up with the hallway and the doors," Miria says. "Why are you trying to get rid of us? What are you up to?" "I have just barely escaped the Maker. I want to move to somewhere safer, just in case she can somehow follow me." Miria says, "Is that all? Are you sure?" Kor says, "What do you think he is hiding?" Miria says, "I don't know, but knowing Ash, it is something dangerous." "No, nothing else. I just need to get back to the elves. I've been gone for weeks. I also need to check on the tree and then start on the ship." Kor says, "All right. Ash, I will talk to you later." Miria says, "Don't do anything stupid." "I won't. You two take care." Finally, the two of them leave, but Miria gives me a suspicious look right before she disappears. It would seem that I haven't fooled her, but it isn't like she can stop me anyway. So, I exit my soulscape and return to the hallway. Then I approach the first door. The doors are staggered a little, so the door on the right is the closest. May as well start with that one since I have no way of telling where they go. When I open the door, all I see is a colorful, swirling vortex. So I step into it. After a few moments of dizziness, I find myself in a peaceful-looking forest glade. The first thing I do is turn around and make sure there is an exit behind me. There is, which is an immense relief. But I realize that it felt weird when I turned around. When I look down, I find that I don't have a body. I am a ball of white energy. That is right. The dragon said something about traveling as a soul and needing to build a body. I struggle to remember exactly what the dragon said, something about using native energy. Sensing my surroundings, I look for energy that I can use. It takes me a few minutes. It would seem that I can only use a little of the energy from each source that I find. In the end, it takes me about an hour to make a body, and it is a little disappointing. For one thing, the body is weak. It doesn't have my stats. For another, it is naked. For some reason, I can't use the energy to make clothes or anything else. Considering that I decide to go with my normal body instead of a humanoid. At least this way I will have my claws and teeth. It is better than nothing. It feels really strange to move around, almost like I am trying to walk underwater. I am too used to moving with my crazy stats. Now I have to get used to being normal again. As I am moving around the glade, I suddenly hear movement within the forest. When I turn towards the noise, I spot a goblin with a club coming out of the trees. It also sees me, and it immediately charges towards me, swinging the club. I attempt to dodge, but my reflexes are slow, and the club ends up hitting my shoulder. It hurts. It hurts more than anything I can remember. Why does it hurt so much? Wait, I am in soul form, meaning the attacks hit my soul. That must be why it hurts so much. If the attacks are hitting my soul, with how damaged it is, I probably can't take many attacks. As soon as I think of that, as the goblin is getting ready to swing, I attack. Before it can swing, I crash into the goblin, and we both tumble to the ground. Before the goblin can react, I bite its neck, filling my mouth with a horrible taste. Then I claw at the goblin with all four legs, using the bite to keep close to the goblin. The goblin screams and tries to fight back, but I am attacking it too quickly and shred its entire body. One goblin defeated, 20 soul XP gained. All right, so it did give me soul experience, but even now I can feel the hit from the club. It would seem that this is a lot more dangerous than I thought. Even a goblin could kill me. However, since I got the soul XP, I pull up my character screen and take a look. There is a new tab. Soul form, Ash soul level, 0 soul XP, 20 divided by 1000 soul HP, 11 divided by 100 MP, 6216 divided by 6216. Only 11 HP. I really did almost die. Considering one hit from anything will kill me, I immediately run back through the gate. As soon as I am back in the hallway, I try using a healing spell, but it doesn't work. Since it is my soul we are talking about, I am not too surprised, just disappointed. It would seem that in soul form I cannot use divine power, which limits my options. The only good thing is that I still have my mana, meaning I should be able to cast spells. However, before I go back, I want to talk to the goddesses, so I return to my soulscape. Once I am inside, I again take a look at my character screen, but nothing has changed. My soul hit points are still at 11. That probably means my soul is too damaged to heal on its own. I have too many questions and not enough information, so I invite Saronia and Krenosha. Both appear and say, "Hi, Ash," Saronia says. "What is going on? Did you see the Maker?" "Oh yeah, I did," Krenosha says. "So, what is it?" Before I can ask my questions, I have to tell them about the Maker and everything that happened. It turns out they were unable to keep watching me once the seal broke fully. I guess the Maker has some way to prevent gods or goddesses from seeing her directly. Krenosha says, "She was able to take control of your gate?" "Not exactly. She was able to stop me from closing it. I got the feeling she was doing it through raw power rather than skill." Saronia says, "Does that mean she can't gate on her own?" "I don't know, but she hasn't followed me, so I am hoping that is true." Krenosha says, "Well, I still can't see the island you were on. That should mean she is still there." "Well, that is good because I might have to go back." Saronia says, "What? Why?" Chapter 730. So I tell them about using the origin energy to repair my soul and max out my soulscape skill. Then I tell them what the dragon told me about the other planes and raising my soul level. As I am talking, they are both just staring at me like I am talking gibberish. Saronia says, "I am sorry, Ash, but I have never heard of any of that." Krenosha says, "Say me here. And if anything, your soul is worse than before, not repaired." Well, if you two don't know anything about it, I guess I need to ask the dragon. Krenosha says, "Whatever you do not damage your soul anymore." Saronia says, "Can't you just talk to the dragon in the soulscape?" I would, but it requires a name to invite someone, and the dragon never told me his name. Saronia says, "Then will you be waiting to talk to him until you return to the peninsula?" "Maybe. I might try a few spells first." Krenosha says, "Just don't do anything crazy. Don't worry. I know how fragile my soul is. After we are done chatting, things turn a little weird." Saronia and Krenosha both look expectant. They are looking at each other like they are both waiting for the other to leave first. It ends when Krenosha smirks at Saronia, making her blush and leave with a wave at me. Once her sister is gone, Krenosha approaches me and gives me a deep kiss. She leaves before I can recover enough to say anything, but it isn't like I am about to complain. So it would seem that I was right, and this is a new thing, not just a passing event. While I definitely enjoyed it, it does make me wonder about the meaning behind it. Not wanting to think about it, I end the soulscape and return to the real world. Brightfire and Nala are currently curled around me and are both fast asleep. Gathering some mana, I attempt to create a message and send it to the dragon. Unfortunately, while the spell itself works, I can't send it without knowing the dragon's name. Since that won't work, I try a few other spells, but they run into the same problem. However, since I know where the dragon is, I try to use Farseeing magic. That works, and after a few minutes, I manage to see the dragon sleeping in the cavern. Unfortunately, I don't have any way to communicate with the dragon using this magic. I could attempt to gate there, but I am pretty sure it is too far for my current mana. As I am trying to think of how to contact the dragon, I find myself suddenly pulled into a familiar soulscape. Once again, I find myself on top of a mountain with a smaller version of the dragon staring at me. Dragon says, well, this is an interesting development. It would seem that you have been through a lot, little Ash. Ah, I guess I have been through a lot since we last talked. Dragon says, why don't you tell me about it, and then you can tell me why you came looking for me. So, I start telling the dragon everything that has happened and that I have done. It is actually kind of hard to remember everything, and I have trouble keeping things in order. The dragon seems highly amused as I am telling him everything. That is until I talk about the gem. Dragon says, it is good that you escaped. That is not a gem. It is more like an egg left behind by a god's passing. It wasn't trying to make you a god. It was using you to revive the dead god. So it was trying to destroy my soul? Dragon says, yes. It is good that you escaped when you did. Any longer and you would no longer exist. It is too bad about your sword, though. Do you know a way that I can repair my soul? Dragon says, not really. If it was me, I would simply sleep for a few thousand years and let it heal normally. Yeah, that option wouldn't really work for me. Dragon says, we can discuss that further once you finish your story. Even though I have a pile of questions, it is obvious the dragon won't answer them yet. So I go back to the story and eventually get to talking about the maker. The dragon looks especially interested when I start talking about the origin energy. However, despite the fact that I can see his desire to ask questions, he stays quiet. He waits until I am done telling him everything, including my visit to the hallway. After I am finally done, it is a few minutes before he says anything. Dragon says, you really can't just leave things alone, can you? Are you sure you are immortal and not the god of mischief in disguise? If I was a god, would there really be a way to hide it from you? Dragon says, number, although a mortal using origin energy is even harder to believe than a god fooling me. Fair point. So, any advice for me? Dragon says, stop waking up things that should be left asleep. I meant about my soul. Dragon says, well, since you can't just sleep, going and getting more origin energy would work. If you can increase your soul level without getting hurt, that would help your soul heal faster. Neither one of those is going to be easy. I don't really want to cross paths with the Maker again. So, can you tell me more about the hallway of doors? Dragon says, each door represents a plane or demi-plane. You have to follow the rules of whatever plane you enter. Is that why I couldn't make equipment when I went inside the first one? Dragon says, you used the wrong energy. You used soul energy to make a body. But why would soul energy make non-living things? Wait, that was soul energy. I thought it was just normal energy of the plane. Dragon says, no, the energy used to make a body is soul energy. That is why it is so hard to gather. Other than making a body, there is nothing else you can do with that energy. Wait, if it is soul energy, could I use it to repair my soul? Dragon says, actually, I don't know. I have never needed to repair my soul. In theory, if the energy is compatible with your soul, yes, you could. I will experiment with that later. Is there anything else you can tell me about souls or the planes? Dragon says, not really. Most of it you need to figure out yourself. Oh, what about divine power? Why couldn't I use it? Dragon says, unless the goddesses you follow are present in those planes, you won't have access to their power. That makes sense. I should have realized that. Dragon says, any other questions? Could you tell me your name so I can reach you easier? Dragon says, no, I won't. A dragon's name is a thing of power. I will not share it with any mortal. All right, I understand. Dragon says, however, you can just send your magic eye to me and I will pull you into my soulscape to talk. Thank you. Is there anything I can do for you? Dragon says, no need. You have already provided me with a lot of entertainment. That is good, I guess. Chapter 731. The dragon is still laughing at me as he kicks me out of his soulscape and I return to my body. I am tempted to go straight back to the hallway to experiment, but decide against it. We have been gone long enough. We should return to the village and see how things are first. So, I turn to Brightfire and tell her to get ready to leave. Then I help break camp. Once everything is cleaned up, I open a gate, but not to the village. Instead, it is to one of the empty islands. Call me paranoid, but I don't want to leave a trail to the village. Only once we have passed through the gate, and it is closed, do I open another gate to the village. The sudden appearance of a gate surprises the elves, but when we walk through, they start cheering. It looks like we have been gone long enough that they thought something happened to us. The cheers die down quickly, and most of the elves are just staring at me. I quickly realize why. They don't recognize me in my new body, so I shapeshift back to my old form. It probably won't hold for long, but it should be enough for the elves to recognize me and spread the word. As soon as they recognize me, the cheering picks back up and everyone looks happy. A single question is enough to find out where Stillwater is, and we head that way. As we are walking through the village, the foal comes running up to me. He has grown a bit. Not only is he bigger, about as high as a pony, but his horn has grown. He is definitely a unicorn, and it is easy for me to see the intelligence in his eyes. A quick scan tells me he is already a sacred creature, but only a rank one currently. To be honest, with everything that has happened, I completely forgot about this little guy. Obviously, as he rubs against me, he has not forgotten about me. So, I return the affection and rub his neck, which makes Nala jealous. She bumps into me on my other side, demanding attention, so I start petting her as well. The two of them stay on either side of me, getting petted all the way to where Stillwater is. As soon as he spots us, Stillwater comes running over and hugs Brightfire. Obviously, he has been worried about her, and that is totally my fault as usual. To give them some time, I move to where Stillwater was sitting and sit down. Nala and the foal lie down on either side of me, and I continue to pet them. Stillwater and Brightfire talk quietly for a few minutes before they come over and sit down. Once they are settled, I start telling Stillwater everything that has happened since we left. I even drop the shapeshift at the right time to show him my new body. Both Stillwater and the foal jump in surprise when I return to my normal body. The foal sniffs me and then settles back down as I resume telling the story. It is a little odd petting them with my paws, but I manage as I finish the rest of the story. Stillwater says, "I thought you were going for some simple exploration." That was the plan. Things just went a little off track, Stillwater says. So now we have to worry about this Maker finding us before we leave. Possibly. I am hoping that they are trapped on the island I found them on. However, I can't be completely sure, Stillwater says. So, what is the plan now then? Same as before. I will build the ship and we will leave. By the way, I didn't see the human sailors in the village, Stillwater says. All the elves have been trained as sailors, so we got rid of the sailors. You didn't kill them, did you? Stillwater says. Number, we abided by your wishes, gave them some food, and sent them on their way. Okay, good. How long ago was that? Stillwater says. 5 days. Why? If they make good time, they could reach the humans in another week. That means if the humans want to reach us, they could do so in a month or so. Stillwater says, do you think that is likely? It depends on how greedy the new group of humans are. If they are as greedy as the previous group, then yes. Brightfire says, we should expect them to come then. Humans are greedy. Yes, they are. But they are also busy warring with the orcs right now. That should buy us some time. Stillwater says, how long do you think? I have no idea. Stillwater says, all right, how long will it take to build the ship? Again, I have no idea. Stillwater says, so what next? First, I need to go check on the tree and see if it is ready. Stillwater says, all right. Silverstream has been camping at the tree taking care of it. I will head there now then. Brightfire says, do you want me to come with you? No, stay here. Don't you have things to talk to your father about? Brightfire smiles and says, yeah, you are right. When I get up to leave, both Nala and the foal do as well. Guess they are coming with me. I was going to fly to the tree, but I guess a run would do me some good. As I start running, the two of them easily match my pace. It looks like I am the slow one. However, since they both look like they are enjoying themselves, I just keep going. Although, I should really try and discourage the foal from getting attached to me. I already have one new kid in Nala. If I adopt another, I will never hear the end of it. Then again, it might be worth the trouble. He is cute and already a sacred creature. There are plenty of things that I am in trouble for already. What is one more? I think I will just wait and see. Let him be the one to decide his future. Flying to the tree only takes about 10 minutes, but running there takes us about an hour. By the time we reach the tree, all three of us are fairly worn out, but also feeling good. The foal being built for both speed and endurance is in the best shape out of the three of us. Nala is built for quick bursts of speed, so this long run has been harder on her. With my body type, I should be the worst out of us. But thanks to my ridiculous stats, I am doing fine. Still, before approaching the tree, I stop to give us a break and provide water from my canteen. Between the water and a chance to catch our breaths, we all recover fairly quickly. Being young also plays a factor in our speedy recovery, but we will need food to completely recover. However, I want to get to the tree before we eat. That way Silverstream can eat with us. Once we have rested, we walk the remaining distance to the tree, and I examine the tree as we approach. The tree has grown a lot. It is now tall enough to rival a skyscraper, and its branches cover a huge area. The news isn't all good, though. The forest around the tree looks to be dying. Chapter 7:32. The stream that goes past the tree is reduced to barely a trickle, but I doubt that is the reason. A lot of the trees and plants around are dying because they are not getting much sun. The tree has grown so massive that it is shading a huge area, a couple of football fields worth. Silverstream is easy enough to spot. She is sitting in a small camp amongst the tree's roots. Before we reach her, I shapeshift back to my old form so that she can recognize me. When she sees me, a big smile lights up her face. I guess she was worried about me too. Silverstream says, "Ash, you've finally returned." "Yeah, I am back. Sorry to have worried you," Silverstream says. "Who was worried? I was just bored taking care of the tree for you." "How is the tree?" Silverstream says. "Not so good. I ran out of stones to feed it a few days after you left. Once the stones ran out, the surrounding trees started dying and the stream dried up. So, once the stones ran out, the tree started draining the area. That is about what I was expecting." I walk over to the tree, kneel down, and place my forehead against the tree. The tree opens with its usual welcome and then conveys its hunger to me. When I question its readiness, it tells me it needs one more burst of mana to finish preparing the seed. So, I leave Nala and the foal playing around the tree and shapeshift into an eagle. Then I fly into the mountains and head for the spring to gather water. I fill the 5 casks that are in my pouch and then return to the tree with them. However, when I open the first cask, the foal rushes over to me and hits me with a begging look. Curious, I set the cask down and the foal immediately starts drinking it. As it drinks the water, its hide and horns start glowing lightly. It looks almost holy. Again, out of curiosity, I open the second cask and offer it to Nala, who also starts drinking. She doesn't glow like the foal, but I can tell she is enjoying the water, so I let her finish the cask. Then I pour the remaining 3 casks on the roots of the tree. But the tree tells me it is not enough. So I make another trip back to the spring to refill the casks again. And while I am there, I drink my fill. Unfortunately, other than being cold, crisp, and delicious, there isn't any other effect. So I fill the casks and head back to the tree, then pour them onto the roots of the tree. The tree lets me know that this time it is enough, and then it tells me thank you and goodbye. I am not sure what it means, but I can instantly tell that something is happening. A hole opens on the trunk of the tree, and inside I can see 2 objects. One is small, about the size of a pear. The other is much larger, about the size of a football. The football-sized one looks kind of like a pine cone, so I am guessing that is the seed. I am not sure what the other is, but I can sense the energy of the tree flowing into the seed. It looks like I was wrong. I won't have the tree's help during the construction of the ship. As the energy flows into the tree, I can tell that the consciousness of the tree is fading. I feel rather sad as the tree sacrifices itself to create the seed, but I can't stop it. Soon, the tree feels just like every other tree. What made it feel special is gone. However, the seed now gives off an almost holy feeling, even stronger than what the tree did. When the last of the energy of the tree enters the seed, both it and the other object fall out. Of course, I catch them before they hit the ground and carefully hold them in my hands. The hole in the tree that they were in closes up all on its own, leaving the trunk as it was originally. I carefully put the seed into my pouch. Then I take a look at the other object. No matter how I look at it, it looks and smells like a fruit. But this shouldn't be a fruit-bearing tree. As I am looking at it, I get a gentle feeling from it, a feeling of gratitude. If I had to guess, I would say that this is a fruit, and it is a thank you from the tree. For now, I just put it into my pouch with the seed. I am not going to eat it based on a guess. If need be, I will wait until the seed is planted and ask the new tree if it is okay. For now, the tree is finally ready to be cut down and I can get to work. Silverstream, can you head back to the village and gather anyone who is free to help? Silverstream says, sure, but what are we helping with? I will handle moving the trunk, but first, I will remove the branches. I want some helpers to remove the leaves and carry the branches to the village. Silverstream says, all right, I will be back in a while. Once she leaves, I climb up the tree until I reach the first branch, which is huge. This branch alone is bigger than most trees, and it is only the first of many. Before I remove it, I cast a transport barge underneath it, so it doesn't fall and damage anything. Instead of cutting the branch off of the trunk, I use mana to separate it from the trunk. This way, the trunk is left with no damage that I would have to fix later. Once the branch is freed from the tree, I use the transport barge to slowly lower it down. However, I do not drop it to the ground. I leave it hovering a few feet above the ground. Then I climb down and start using the same method to remove all the smaller branches. Once all the smaller branches are removed and set aside, I lower the main branch to the ground. Just as I am about to climb back up the tree, Nala comes over and growls at me. It is only then that I remember we haven't eaten yet, and she must be hungry. First, I pull out food for Nala. Then I take out a bunch of salads to see what the foal likes. Once the foal is eating happily, I take out food for myself and start eating. After we are done eating, Nala and the foal go back to playing, and I climb up the tree to work on the second branch. As I am stripping the smaller branches from the second branch, the elves arrive. From the looks of it, almost all of the village has come, and Stillwater, Brightfire, and Silverstream are leading them. I wasn't expecting this many people, but I won't turn away the help. First, I ask if they have eaten, and when the answer is no, I lay out enough food for everyone. Stillwater says, thanks for the food. Now, what can we do to help? Chapter 733. All right, first, I need a group to carefully remove the leaves from the branches. Then the branches and the leaves need to be carried to the village. Silverstream says, I can be in charge of that. Okay. Second, we are going to need to build a cradle at the village to hold the tree trunk. It can be made from the bones of the legendary beast. Stillwater says, okay, I will take the craftsman and get it started. Brightfire says, what about me? What can I do? I was careful with the first two branches because they will be the masts. The rest of the branches aren't as important. Once I send them down, I want you to cut all the smaller branches off and give them to the first group. Brightfire says, okay, I can do that. Taking a saw out of the pouch, I hand it to Brightfire. Then I go back up the tree. I leave the division of labor to Stillwater and Silverstream while I start removing branches from the tree. Each branch I lower down, Brightfire takes off the branches. Then the elves take the branches. The human kids strip off the leaves. Then the elves take the branches to the village. Other than having to use a lot of mana, my job is probably the easiest. I am able to remove and lower 5 more big branches before I run out of mana. Since by then it is getting late, I head down and gather up the workers. Then we carry what we can and head to the village, where I provide a feast for everyone. While everyone is eating, I head over to check on the progress of the cradle. They have the right idea, but they are underestimating the size of the tree. So, I track down the crafter in charge and explain to him how much bigger the cradle needs to be. I also explain how heavy the tree is likely to be so he can make the cradle strong enough. Other than that, I also make sure they aren't using the bones I had set aside for the ship. Since a lot of bones have been taken out of the storage shed, the leaves are put in there. I won't need them until much later since they will be used for the sails. The smaller branches I plan to flatten out and turn into planks for the decks. I will use everything I can from the tree. Nothing will go to waste if my plans work. For now, I need to recover my mana and get some sleep. Tomorrow will be busy. When I wake up, I have Nala on one side of me and the foal on the other. From the looks of it, I should probably start thinking of a name for the foal. The problem is, I have no idea what kind of name would suit a unicorn. While I am thinking about it, I wake them up and give them their breakfast. Then, I provide breakfast for the elves as well, mainly to give the cooks a break. Then, once everyone has eaten, I lead my work crew back to the tree and get to work. The branches get smaller as I work my way up, making it easier to remove them. Those branches aren't as important, so I am only worried about preventing damage to the trunk. After a break for lunch and to recover my mana, I continue working. By the end of the day, about half the branches are removed from the trunk. At this rate, the trunk should be clean and ready for me to bring it down tomorrow. Of course, that is only the start. Once the trunk is at the village, the real work begins. When we get back to the village, it turns out the cooks have already prepared a feast. It is a mix of meat from the legendary beast and the two-headed wyvern. It is well prepared and delicious, so I end up eating way too much and passing out. When I wake up in the morning, my back is itching like mad. But when I try to scratch it, it hurts. I crane my head around and take a look. My wings appear to have grown. They are still not big enough for me to fly, but they are about 3 times the size they were before. One more growth spurt like this, and it should be enough for me to fly without shape-shifting. Taking a look at the rest of my body, I would say I am now about the size of a normal lion. I have outgrown Nala by a little bit, but she isn't finished growing yet either. I wonder how Haku and Eckhart are doing. It has been a while since I have seen them. In fact, I have some free time before everyone wakes up, so I create a soulscape. Once it is created, I invite Kachara, Asuna, Haku, and Eckhart, then spend a few hours playing with them. Eckhart goes a little insane when he sees me, and the entire time he won't leave my side. It makes me feel guilty for having left him alone for so long. I am a bad parent. Before I can get him to leave, I have to promise to bring him into the soulscape every day. In fact, I should name the foal and then invite him and Nala to meet the rest of the kids. If I can come up with a name by tonight, that will be a good time to do it. All day long as I am working, I keep trying to think up a suitable name for him. I can't remember any unicorns from any shows or anything that had names. For some reason, the name Albion pops into my head, but I have no idea what it is from. However, after thinking about it for a while, it starts to sound pretty good for the foal. After lunch, I finish removing the last branches from the top of the tree. While the elves are stripping the branches, I meditate to recover my mana. Then I call over the foal and try to ask it if it wants to stay with me, which gets me a nod. All right, then I name you Albion. The sudden thunderclap startles the elves, but they calm down quickly. Albion glows for a bit, but other than that, he seems happy with his new name. I pet him for a bit, and then meditate again to restore my mana to full. By the time my mana is full, the elves have taken all the branches and leaves and left for the village. Only Nala and Albion stayed with me, but that is what I wanted them to do. I don't want anyone extra around when I bring the tree down, just in case. Before I try to bring the tree down, I have Nala and Albion move to a safe distance. Then I start getting rid of the roots on one side of the tree. Before long, it starts leaning. As soon as it starts leaning, I stop and start casting transport barges in a line. Luckily, nothing goes wrong and the tree falls onto the barges just as planned. Then I remove the rest of the roots, and the tree is ready for transport. Using some rope, I rig it up so that Nala, Albion, and I can pull the thing together. Along the way to the village, I keep having to stop to recast the transport barges. My mana lasts just long enough to get the trunk all the way to the village. However, I run into a problem. The barges don't raise the trunk high enough to put it on the cradle. Chapter 734. Since I don't have any mana left, I have no choice but to set the trunk down to the ground next to the cradle. It is already getting dark and I am hungry, so I decide to leave it there until the morning. After dinner, I create a soulscape and invite Nala and Albion, then let them get used to it. Once they are comfortable, I invite the rest of the kids so that they can all meet each other. Eckhart immediately begins crying because he thinks I am replacing him. It takes a while to get him to settle down and get comfortable with his new brother and sister. Part of the problem is probably the fact that he hasn't grown much and is still the smallest. His new little brother and sister are both bigger than him, which is making him moody. However, once he settles down and starts playing with them, he calms down. Kachara and Asuna are a big help, but this isn't the first time they have gotten new siblings. All in all, the meeting of the kids goes better than I expected. Which is nice. We may not all be a family yet, but given time, I think it will work out. Thanks to the Soulscape, I am able to play with the kids for a few hours without losing much time. When Eckhart is thoroughly worn out, I declare an end to things for the night. However, as the others are leaving, I motion for Kachara and Asuna to wait a bit. Kachara says, "Yes, father? I want to teach the two of you something." Asuna says, "Oh, what is it, Dad?" "I am going to teach you how to sense the status of a core and trigger the evolution to a sacred beast." Asuna says, "How come?" "Because I can't do it anymore." Kachara says, "You will be able to once you become a sacred beast again, right?" "Yes, if I become a sacred beast again. I don't know if that is going to happen, though." Asuna says, "Why not, Daddy?" "Because I am not a normal mana beast, so I don't know if I will have the same evolutionary path." Kachara says, "You mean like Eckhard?" "Kind of, yeah. Luckily, teaching them in the Soulscape is easy since I can create beasts for them to practice with. Both of them learn quickly enough, especially once they can practice. Once they have both learned it, I spend some extra time cuddling and petting them. Then after they leave, I end the Soulscape and go to sleep until morning. After breakfast, I lift the trunk again using the barges and then boost them higher with mana. When the barges are high enough, I am able to roll the trunk onto the cradle. Now, I can finally start the shaping. So I climb onto the trunk and start using my mana. I can only shape a small area at a time, which means this is going to take ages. Unfortunately, I don't have a choice. There is no one else who can help with this part. It is a good thing I have a decent mana pool now, or this would take months. By the time I stop for dinner, I have only managed to shape a couple of feet. That is not much considering I started at the bow, which is the easiest part. I am not going to worry about it right now. I will see how the next couple of days goes. After dinner, I create a Soulscape and play with the kids for a few hours. While I am there, I go ahead and invite Maria to give her a quick update. Of course, she doesn't leave after the update, not with this level of cuteness. After I introduce her to Nala and Albion, she joins in the play. Surprisingly, she keeps up. It would seem that her training has improved her physical abilities by a lot. She is keeping up with the kids, and I can tell that the kids are not having to hold back. Her stats may not be as crazy as mine, but they are getting pretty outrageous. So far, I haven't seen her use any magic to boost her abilities, so this is her baseline. "Maria, it looks like your training has been going well." Maria says yes, it has. "Oh, that reminds me. I am entering the captain's test tomorrow, so I won't be reachable for a while." "All right. Good luck on your test," Maria says. "Thank you." After playing with the kids for another hour or so, I send everyone off to bed and end the Soulscape. As I stand in the hallway, I am debating whether or not to take another crack at the other plane. My soul hit points are still at 11. They are not recovering on their own. So either I go into another plane, or I need to go back to the island for more origin energy. Out of the two choices, I think the other plane is probably the safer of the two, mainly because I now know that I can use my magic in the other plane. On the other hand, I have no idea what abilities the Maker may have to use against me. While I may be curious about her and her abilities, I don't plan to find out the hard way. So, if I go into the other plane, I am actually being safer, or at least that will be my justification. I am well aware that I am just making an excuse to do what I want to do. However, I will never admit that to the goddesses, not that I really think I can deceive them. I head back to the door I went through last time. It is now green instead of plain white. It would seem that once I have been through a door, it will be marked so I don't have to remember every detail. It is just a guess, but green probably represents that the plane is a forest environment. When I pass through the door, gathering energy to build a body is much easier. Once my body is done, I prepare a few spells for quick use, particularly defensive spells. I don't plan to take a single hit this time, since just one hit will probably kill me. Once my spells are ready, I send my mana out into the surroundings to look for prey. The mana detects a single goblin, and it is heading towards me, so I get ready. When the goblin enters the clearing, I already have a firebolt ready and aimed. As soon as I have a clear view of the goblin, I aim at its head and fire. It hits. 1 goblin defeated, 20 soul XP gained. That went much smoother, but there is a long way to go for me to even reach soul level 1. If I just stick to goblins, I will need to kill another 48 in order to level up. However, as long as my mana holds up, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. After checking and finding no more goblins close by, I leave the clearing and start exploring. As I move through the trees, I keep my mana spread in a circle around me. The range isn't great, but it is enough to keep anything from sneaking up on me. Chapter 735. It doesn't take long to find more goblins, but this time it is a group of 4. Before they can even see me, I toss a fireball right in the middle of them. The explosion turns all 4 goblins into charcoal. It is even stronger than I was expecting. 4 goblins defeated. 80 soul XP gained. This is going better than I expected. As long as I keep paying attention and don't get careless, this will work. It is fairly easy to keep focused. I just have to remember I only have 11 hit points. So, despite wanting to hurry and level up, I keep my cool and take my time. 7 goblins defeated. 140 soul XP gained. Again, a single fireball was all it took to wipe out the group of goblins I found. My fireball is doing more damage than it should. It might have something to do with my new race. It would be nice if the fireball spell was showing in my skill list so I could check the stats of it. Even spells I have never used before aren't showing up as skills. It is puzzling. My divine spells haven't changed. They are still listed, which just makes it more weird. However, it doesn't affect my casting of spells, it just means they don't improve. Of course, if I improve the way I cast a spell, then the spell is still more effective. It just means I have to figure out how to improve the spell myself instead of depending on the system. While it is a lot more difficult, it will be better for me in the long run since it will increase my understanding. If my understanding of magic improves, it will affect all of my spells, not just one. So, that is something to aim for. But it will take time, so I am not going to worry about it right now. Instead, I am going to focus on finding and killing more goblins so I can level up. The next goblins I find are a little more difficult to deal with. They are in 2 groups. There are 12 goblins in total split between the 2 groups, 1 on each side of a cave entrance. The problem is that I need to take out both groups at the same time, or they will have a chance to attack me. If they were just a little bit closer together, then a single fireball would do the trick. However, they aren't closer, so I need to kill both groups at the same time. First, I try casting 2 fireballs at the same time, but I am unable to. They merge together. I can't keep the 2 spells separate in my mind, mainly because the spells are identical. When I realize that, I try with a fireball and a lightning bolt at the same time. That works, but it requires a lot more mental focus than casting spells normally. The targeting is also tricky, but I am worried the lightning bolt won't kill the entire group. Even if some survive, I am far enough away that I should have time for another spell before they reach me. After calculating everything, I decide to go ahead and give it a try, so I release both spells. As expected, the fireball completely annihilates the larger of the 2 groups. The lightning bolt is stronger than I expected, but it doesn't kill all of the second group. The 2 goblins that survive are stunned by the lightning, so I finish them with a pair of firebolts. 12 goblins defeated. 240 soul XP gained. With that, I am halfway to reaching level 1, but I am running out of time. It will be dawn soon. As much as I want to stay here and keep hunting, I also need to work on the ship, so I head back to the gate and use it to return to the hallway. Then I stay inside the meditation room. Only once my mana is full do I exit the room and return to the real world. By then, the sun has been up for about an hour, but most of the elves are still sleeping. Nala is also sound asleep beside me, but Albion is awake and rubs against me when he sees that I am awake. After petting him for a few minutes, I give him some breakfast, and then take out mine. When the smell of food wakes up Nala, I give her some breakfast as well. Once I am done eating, I leave the 2 of them to play and get to work on the ship. The general shape is like that of a really big canoe, but I am not cutting anything away. Instead, I am pushing the parts I don't want into the shape I am keeping, meaning the density of what is left is a lot higher than it should be for a tree. This also means if I need more material, I can get it just by decreasing the density as well. My main goal right now is to hollow out the main body, then I will be able to adjust things easier. Other than a short break for lunch, I work on it the entire day, but only get about halfway. Still, it is progress, and it feels good to finally be working on building the ship. Until the ship is done, there is a lot to worry about, like the humans and the Maker. So, the longer it takes for me to build the ship, the greater the danger becomes. The elves don't have much ability to defend themselves currently, other than Brightfire. The elven warriors, while skilled, are not very strong since they don't have levels. That reminds me that I need to talk to Stillwater, so I invite him and Silverstream to join me for dinner. Then after dinner, I talk to the two of them for a while about the goddesses. Since it is coming from me, they both seem fairly open to the idea of converting. However, I am not very good at talking about things like this, so I decide to cheat. Closing my eyes, I open a soulscape and invite the two of them into it. Then I invite the goddesses. Meeting the goddesses directly does a lot better job of convincing them than I ever could. The goddesses answer all of their questions, and in the end, both Stillwater and Silverstream are convinced. I will leave it to the two of them to talk to the rest of the elves about converting. That way I can focus on the ship and let them worry about their people. After talking to the goddesses for a while longer, Stillwater and Silverstream leave. Saronia says, "Is that what you wanted from us?" "Yes, thank you. I am just not good at talking about religion," Chronosia says. "That is all right. Preaching is not what I summoned you for. You just keep doing what you are good at." Saronia says, "Getting in trouble and making us worry. That is not all I am good at." Chronotia says, "No, but it is what you are best at." Well, with recent events, I feel it would be pointless to argue that. Saronia says, "Wow, he can be wise." Chronotia laughs and says, "Is there anything else you need help with?" No, that was all. As soon as I finish speaking, Saronia comes over and kisses me, but Chronotia hasn't left. When Saronia is done kissing me, Chronotia comes up and takes her turn. They both leave once Chronotia is done, but all I can do is stand there staring blankly. Chapter 736. One was bad enough, but being kissed by two goddesses is more than my poor brain can handle. Part of me wants to avoid calling them again. The other part wants to call them back right now. Worried about which part might win, I quickly invite all the kids as a distraction. Luckily, it works, and the kids distract me completely before I can do anything crazy. Playing with the kids helps my mind settle down and recover some balance. In the end, I decide to only contact the goddesses if I really need to, for my sake. When the kids leave, after a few hours of playing, I return to the other plane. The cave I found last time is probably a goblin nest, but I don't want to go into it. I would much rather fight them in the open where it is easier to ambush them. So, I leave the clearing and head in the opposite direction with my mana spread out. It would be nice to find something else besides goblins, but whatever gets me to the next level is fine. Then again, I don't want to find something too dangerous since I can't take any damage. Having to be careful not to take even a single hit does limit what I can handle. Outside, I can be fairly reckless, but in here I have to be really careful. It is honestly really hard. I have gotten too used to being able to just throw myself into situations. Having to be careful constantly is really hard on me. It is contrary to my basic nature. It might actually be less stressful to go after the origin energy, even if it is more dangerous. Just as I am thinking of leaving, I spot a group of goblins ahead, so I throw a fireball. 8 goblins defeated. 160 soul XP gained. Then again, I am already close to leveling. I should just stop second-guessing. I will stick to safely hunting goblins for now. No need to risk running into the Maker. Once I see what leveling up my soul actually does, I can rethink things if I need to. For now, I will just keep hunting the goblins, as carefully as I can until I level up. Keeping my mana spread out around me ends up saving me from getting ambushed. As I am fireballing another group of 10 goblins, a single goblin tries to come up behind me. 11 goblins defeated, 220 soul, XP gained. That last goblin almost got to me. Only a quick firebolt kept me from taking a hit. Now, I only need 6 more kills to get to level 1, so one decent group should do it. As soon as I spot a group, I throw a fireball, but I get a little carried away and make it too powerful. 7 goblins defeated, 140 soul XP gained. Piding, congratulations. Your soul is now level 1, soul form, ash soul level. 1 soul XP, 1020, divided by 5000 soul HP, 111 divided by 200 MP, 1025 divided by 6216. It looks like all that leveling up did was double the hit points of my soul. Not that that is a small thing. It at least means I won't die in a single hit from a goblin. Still, until I find a way to heal damage to my soul, it is better to keep playing it safe. Since I am low on mana, I start heading back to the gate, but I still spread my mana out. After all, that last fireball blew up a good chunk of forest, so I may have attracted some attention. After all this, it would really suck to get killed because I was being impatient. As I expected, there is a lot of movement in the forest between me and the gate. Luckily, thanks to my mana detection, I am able to avoid most of the goblins headed to the area. Only one goblin is unlucky enough to practically run right into me, and it dies to my firebolt. One goblin defeated. 10 soul XP gained. Only 10 XP. That means it is halved from what it was before I leveled up. In other words, I would need to kill almost 400 goblins in order to level up again. That would require far more patience than I am able to muster. Time for a new plan. Maybe it is time for me to try another door. Maybe find something a bit stronger to hunt. I make it to the gate without running into any more goblins and return to the hall. Then I leave the hall and recover my mana. Once it is recovered, I exit my meditation. However, when I see that it is still dark and a few hours till dawn, I decide to take a nap. I sleep longer than planned, and I would have kept on sleeping if it wasn't for a tongue licking my face. When I open my eyes, I get a really close-up look at Nala, who is the one licking me. She quickly backs off when she realizes I am awake. But she paws at the food pouch. Taking the hint, I pull out food for her and Albion after seeing his excited look. Then I take out food for myself and eat breakfast with the two of them. As soon as I am done eating, I get back to work on shaping the hull of the ship. Nala and Albion play close by. But other than them, I don't see anyone else. The elves are not out working like they normally would be. Something must be up. Stillwater and Silverstream might be talking to them, but I would think they would do so in small groups. However they want to go about it is fine by me, as long as I don't have to try and preach. That was the whole point of having them meet the goddesses after all. So, I ignore it and keep working on the ship until lunchtime. Then I stop and eat with the kids. After lunch, I go back to working on the ship. But there is still no sign of the elves. They must be having one hell of a discussion, wherever they are. A few hours later, they finally show up, coming from the direction of the old village. When I take a look at them, they all seem to be in good moods. None seem angry. So, whatever the conversation was, it looks like it went well. Stillwater heads over to talk to me. Stillwater. How'd it go? Stillwater says, after a lot of discussion, the elves have decided unanimously to convert. Everyone. No holdouts. That is impressive. Stillwater says, it took some doing, but eventually everyone agreed. You played a big role in the conversation. I did? How? Stillwater says, you are the goddess's champion, and you have done a lot for our people. That had bearing on some of their decisions. That was not my intention, but if everyone is in agreement, I will keep my mouth shut. Stillwater says yes, please don't stir things up. I have had enough talking for a few days at least. Well, I guess now I can tell you why I wanted everyone to convert. Stillwater says there was another reason. Saronia, at some point soon, will be able to grant the ability to level to her followers. Stillwater says, you mean like Brightfire? Well, yes, but that was my doing, not Saronia's. Stillwater says, I know. She told me all about it. A lot of my people are jealous of her. Well, now they won't need to be, and once the elves can gain levels, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Chapter 737. Stillwater says, that would definitely be something to celebrate. How long until this happens? I don't know exactly, but it shouldn't be too long. Stillwater says, I can understand why you didn't say anything before we made our choice. Would it be okay to pass on this information now? Sure. It should be fine. Stillwater says, all right, I will do so, and I will let you get back to work. After he leaves, I turn back to the ship. I am almost done with the hollowing out. It takes pushing dinner back a bit, but I managed to complete the first stage. Since the cooks were busy with the meeting, I end up providing dinner for everyone. After dinner, I enter the Soulscape and spend some time playing with the kids. Then, instead of exploring another door, I get some real sleep for a change. I am well aware that I have been pushing myself lately to level up. Now that I have it is time to recover. Besides, the Hall of Doors isn't going anywhere. I can certainly explore it later. In the morning, when I wake up, I feed everyone and then get to work on the ship. Now that the majority is hollowed out, I can start the actual shaping of the hull. First, I work on the bow, sharpening its shape so it will cut through the water. On the other hand, I will be widening the aft to make more room for cabins. Once that is done, I proceed to smooth out and streamline the rest of the hull. With that, the basic shape of the ship is finished, but there is still a lot of work for me to do. When dinner time rolls around, the elven cooks put out a feast and I head over to eat. As I am eating, I realize I haven't seen Brightfire in a while, so I ask around. Silverstream says, Brightfire went scouting. She volunteered to check on what the orcs and humans are up to. Since she has levels, she is the strongest of us and the best suited. She probably volunteered just so she could go orc hunting and gain more experience. Silverstream says, considering her weapons and armor, I don't think you need to worry too much. Such wonderful gifts you have given her. It wasn't that much. I just wanted her to be safe while leveling up. I would have no clue how to tell Stillwater that something had happened to her. Silverstream says, Are you sure that is all it is? Have you maybe taken a liking to Brightfire? Yes, I am sure, Silverstream says. That is too bad. Brightfire is a strong girl. She would be a good match for you. Stop trying to play matchmaker. I already have enough problems with women, Silverstream says. Oh, really? Why don't you tell me about them? Maybe I can give you some advice. All right. What kind of advice do you have about having two goddesses who say they want to be my wives? Silverstream screams, What? Silverstream stares at me with a dumbfounded look for a few minutes and then just walks away. I am guessing that I am not getting any advice out of her. No real surprise there. At least now she should stop trying to play matchmaker between Brightfire and me. Not that there is anything wrong with Brightfire. In fact, she is very attractive. As I told Silverstream, I already have enough problems with the women in my life. Especially now with this new situation with the goddesses. It has me really confused. After I finish eating, I summon the kids into the soulscape to play for a few hours. Once they leave, I head into the hall and go through the second door. On the other side of the door, I find myself in the middle of a desert and start building my body. For some reason, it is a lot easier to build my body this time. Maybe because I leveled up. There are two suns in the sky, and it looks like this place should be insanely hot. However, it feels perfectly fine to me. Immunity to fire is such a useful ability. If it wasn't for that, then I would probably not try to explore this desert. I had more than enough of being tormented by heat and sand in the desert of the lizard tribe. Now, all I have to worry about is the sand, which is much easier to deal with. Especially since so far there is no wind in this world, meaning no sandstorms. If I don't have to worry about sandstorms, then I am fine with exploring this world a bit. Depending on what enemies I find here will determine whether or not I continue hunting. With that thought in mind, I spread my mana out around me, but in a sphere instead of a ring. This takes more mana, but I need to prevent things from ambushing me from within the sand. I also need to keep in mind that using fire spells will probably be less effective here. Whatever lives in this type of environment will have developed at least some fire resistance. So I will stick to using other elements besides fire, like lightning or ice-based spells. With that decided, I start moving around the gate checking the surroundings. After checking the mana consumption of the sphere, with minimal spell usage, my mana should last 4 or 5 hours. Of course, spell combat will shorten that time, but it should still be enough. After finding nothing close to the gate, I pick a direction, north, and start walking. It doesn't take long before my mana detects something hiding under the sand. It is a scorpion with a body about the size of a dinner table, but it isn't moving. It is probably waiting for me to get closer, but I don't need to be closer to attack it. Unfortunately, since it is under the sand, a lightning attack will not be very effective. Creating an ice attack in the heat of the surface would also not be very efficient. However, the sands below are much cooler, so I use my mana to attack from below the scorpion. 1 hell. Scorpion defeated. 100 soul XP gained. 100 XP, about 10 goblins worth. That is not too bad considering how easily I killed it. The ice spell was a little expensive mana-wise, but definitely worth using. If these scorpions are common, then getting to the next level won't take too long. I am about to continue walking when I realize that something is different. Previously, when killing goblins, the corpse would always disappear quickly. The scorpion's body also vanished quickly after its death, but it left something behind. Using a bit of mana, I grab the item and bring it to the surface. It is a white crystal. Since I don't feel any energy being emitted from the crystal, I reach out and pick it up. As soon as I do, the crystal turns into a liquid and is absorbed into my hand. 10 soul HP recovered? A healing item. For my soul. Chapter 738. Suddenly, I have hope of being able to repair my damaged soul without using origin energy. So, I quickly start searching for more scorpions to kill, hoping for more crystals. Unfortunately, in the time it takes my mana to run low, I only find and kill 2 more scorpions. 2 hell scorpions defeated, 200 soul XP gained. Neither of the following scorpions dropped a crystal, so I am fairly disappointed as I return to the gate. However, all hope is not lost. I will return and hunt more tomorrow night. Even if the crystal is a rare drop, I need to kill 37 more scorpions to level. The odds of me finding at least 1 more crystal are fairly good, so I am not too discouraged. When I exit meditation, after recovering my mana, I find that the sun is already up. Nala and Albion are already awake, and as soon as I open my eyes, they rush over to rub against me, laughing. I pet them for a bit, and then give them what they are really after, their breakfast. Once I am done eating, I head over and get to work on the ship as usual. Taking the 2 biggest branches, the ones I was careful with, I place them inside the hull. Standing them upright, I use mana to merge them with the hull of the ship. Then I smooth them out and make them perfectly round, turning them into the masts. Luckily, with mana I can move them around because I was slightly off the first time. Once they are properly positioned, 1-for-1 mid, I increase the support for them. With that done, I move on to the next thing, which is inserting rib bones. Using mana, I am able to create the hollow space within the hull of the ship to insert the bones into. This allows them to add extra support and strength without weakening the hull. It isn't something that can be done without using mana to alter the density of the hull. This will make the hull much stronger than any normal wooden ship hull. It won't matter much when fighting another ship, but I am more worried about monster attacks. Since any monster attacks are likely to come from below, they will target the hull first. With mana, I will be able to repair the hull, but the speed of the repairs will be limited. If the hull takes too much damage too quickly, we will sink before I can repair it, which is why I thought of using the bones from the legendary beast to reinforce the hull. I also thought of using the beast's hide on the outside of the hull, but it won't work. Instead, I will use enchantments to strengthen and protect the outside of the hull. The next step was to add the pontoons, but I have decided not to just yet. I want to get the ship in the water and see how it does before I decide if I want to add pontoons. Hopefully, the ship won't need them to be stable, and not having them will increase the speed. Of course, if it does end up needing them, then I can add them later. For now, I move on to the internals of the ship, starting with the supports. This is where the other branches come in. Using mana, I shape them into the supports. The supports will hold the various decks and cabins, as well as adding strength to the structure. They will also help support the masts so that they don't sway too much. Ding, congratulations. Skill woodworking has progressed to level 8. Woodworking level 8, Agi plus 8, you can make tools or structures from wood. Well, I guess shaping the branches counts as woodworking. Halfway through shaping and placing the supports, I have to stop and recover my mana. It is fairly slow going since I don't have a blueprint to refer to, only my memory. Which is obviously not great, since I completely forgot to ask Stillwater about the siege weapons. Since the platforms for the siege weapons will require extra supports, I need to put them in now. Which I can't do since I don't know how many we are actually going to have available. So, I climb out of the ship and go looking for Stillwater to ask him. Stillwater says, "Oh, we have 9 in total. 3 catapults and 6 ballista. All right, so 3 weapon platforms with a catapult and 2 ballista on each?" Stillwater says, "I guess so. Were the crafters able to make any improvements?" Stillwater says, "Yes, but it took extra resources. That is why we only have the 9. That is fine. any chance they could make a couple of smaller ballista? Stillwater says, I can ask. What are they for? Well, I plan to put one platform on the very bow of the ship and the other two on either side of the foremast. The smaller ballista would be for the top deck at the aft, in case anything attacks from behind us. Stillwater says, all right, I will have the crafters see what they can do. Thank you. Armed with the knowledge I needed, I head back to the ship and start placing the platforms. Once I figure out the placement of the platforms, I can put in the proper supports for them. I am still working on the platform supports when it is time to stop for dinner. After eating dinner and playing with the kids in the Soulscape, I return to the desert world. Since I went north last time, this time I start walking towards the south. When my mana sphere detects a scorpion, I stop and use an ice spell to kill it. One hell, scorpion defeated. 100 Soul XP gained. It seems my luck is back in effect. The scorpion leaves something behind. Except when I pull it to the surface, instead of a crystal, I find 4 white coins. As soon as I touch the coins, they disappear, but nothing else happens. Then, when I check my character screen, I find them. It seems they are soul coins. It doesn't give any information on them, but if they are coins, there should be somewhere to spend them. Wait, I remember the dragon saying this hall connects all the planes, meaning the higher planes as well. If I find the door to the higher planes, I bet I can use the soul coins there. Maybe I could even buy the upgraded version of the angel armor I have, although that would probably require a lot of coins. I will just have to wait and see. For now, I put the coins to the back of my mind and continue hunting for scorpions. Since the coins are apparently held within my soul, I don't have to worry about them anyway. However, my luck continues to be good as I find another 3 scorpions in the next hour. 3 hell scorpions defeated. 300 soul XP gained. Soul coins plus 11 recovered 10 soul HP. Not only did I find 3 scorpions in short order, but they all left something behind. On top of that, I managed to kill each of them in a single blow and took no damage at all. Since I have used up 3/4 of my mana, I turn and walk back towards the gate. Chapter 739. Luckily, I still have my detection sphere going. Otherwise, I would have been ambushed. A low-flying enemy comes up behind me. But thanks to me being ready, it isn't able to hit me. As it flies towards me, I turn to see what it is. It looks like a scorpion, but it is flying. The body is definitely that of a scorpion. It even has the tail, although it is below instead of above the body. It has wings, like those of an insect coming from the top of its body. There is even a buzzing noise as it flies. Since it is not under the sand, I greet it with a nice big lightning bolt, which fries it. 1 hive scorpion defeated. 150 soul XP gained. Soul coins plus 3, hive scorpion. I don't like the sound of that. In my mind, a hive means thousands of creatures. I certainly don't want to run into that. Hopefully, this one was just a scout, and the hive is nowhere near here. Even if it is just hundreds of the things, my mana would never last through that kind of fight. After that lightning spell, my mana is dangerously low, so I hurry back to the gate. Luckily, nothing else appears and I make it back through the gate safely. After recovering my mana, I am surprised to see that it is not yet dawn. While I am tempted to go back into the hall, it is probably not a wise move. It is only a couple of hours until dawn. If I go back into the hall, I will probably be late for breakfast. While I wouldn't mind, Nala and Albion are a different story. Besides, the ship is more important. Leveling up my soul isn't something that I need to rush, as much as I might want to. The fact that my soul is stronger and has healed some means I've already achieved my goals. I will have plenty of time to explore the hall once the ship is built and we have left the island. So, I head over to the ship and work on the supports for the weapon platforms. After the sun has been up for a while, I take a break to have breakfast with the kids. Then, I get back to work. A few more hours sees the weapon platforms finished. After breaking for lunch, I go back to working on the internal supports for the rest of the ship. Once that is done, I start laying the planks, at least for the lower decks. Once the decks are in place, I will be able to build the above deck structures. That should take me another day, maybe 2, and then there isn't much left to do. I need to make the sails, put in the rigging, and then enchant everything. Once all that is done, the ship will be ready to be put in the water to see if it floats. Once it is in the water, if it floats, then I will have to see what needs to be fixed or altered. Of course, If it sinks, I have no idea what I am going to do, but I will figure something out. After dinner, I go looking for Stillwater to ask him about some things. Stillwater? How much rope did you manage to make? Stillwater says. Last I checked, we had several hundred feet prepared. All right, tomorrow, I am going to need some of it, and I will need some people to lay out leaves. Stillwater says, how many people? Just whoever can be spared. Even the kids would be fine. Stillwater says, all right, I'll arrange it. Anything else? Oh, I can mount the siege weapons whenever they are ready. Stillwater says, all right, I will inform the crafters. Anything else? Not that I can think of. How is everything going on your side? Stillwater says, good. We have everything planned. People are starting to get excited about leaving. That is good. If all goes well, we should be able to leave in about a week. Stillwater says, great. I will pass the word. Can you have everything packed up and ready to go by then? Stillwater says, absolutely. Oh, the only one I can't be sure of is Brightfire. We have no way of contacting her. That is fine. I can always go get her. I wouldn't mind hunting a few orcs myself before we leave. Oh, that reminds me. The day after tomorrow, I will need the sailors that you have chosen. Stillwater says, all right, I will arrange it. After I am done talking to Stillwater, I return to my camp spot and then create a soulscape. I spend several hours playing with the kids and then return to the desert. As soon as I finish creating a body, before I can spread my mana, I hear a buzzing sound. Looking around, I can see hundreds of hive scorpions flying around the area. Instantly, I turn and jump back through the gate before any of them can attack me. While I could maybe fight them, I couldn't do it without taking damage. With how hard it is to find the healing items, it just isn't worth the risk, especially since there is an entire hallway full of doors I can go into to explore. So, I head over to the next door and go through, only to find myself underwater. Luckily, as a soul, I don't need to breathe. Even once I make a body, I won't need to. The only problem will be movement. My new body hasn't been tested for swimming. Well, it kind of has, but swimming in lava is something a little different. Once I have made my body, I start swimming around to test it out. But it isn't good. While I can swim, it is nowhere near fast enough, and I am not maneuverable enough. Unfortunately, no matter how I try, I can't shapeshift my soul body. Since I already know how dangerous ocean life can be, there is no way I am swimming around as I am. So, I start playing around with my mana to try and figure out something. During the process, I figure out that I can make weapons and armor for my body using mana. However, that doesn't help me much right now, unless I do something crazy. The thought of trying to make a mini-sub crosses my mind, but I don't try it. For one thing, I don't know exactly how one works. For another, I don't want to mix technology and magic. Then again, there might be another way to do the same thing, but with mana. Slowly and carefully, I start building a shark body around myself out of mana. I will ride inside it just like a sub and control it using my mana, at least until I run out. It takes almost a quarter of my mana to build the body, but once it is built, it is solid, meaning I don't need to spend any mana to maintain it, just to make it move. The faster I want it to move, the more mana it will use. So I will have to be careful. Chapter 740. Since this is my first time doing this, I don't venture too far from the gate. I am mainly just testing out how long my mana will last while controlling the shark. Of course, this is just swimming around. If I get into a fight, I will use a lot more mana. Even just swimming around burns through my mana at a really high rate. It is enough to make me rethink exploring this world, at least not until I have more mana. Or a better way of getting around at least, even without using mana detection, I run out of mana in an hour. So, I go back through the gate into the hall and wait until my mana recovers. Then, I head to the next door and walk through. This time, I am standing on a grassy hill. Directly ahead of me is a city, and I can see crowds moving around inside it. As soon as I have built my body, I head towards the city. My curiosity is raging. The city is walled, so as I go down the hill, I am no longer able to see inside. I can also see a road leading to a gate into the city, so I head over to get on the road. Following the road, I quickly approach the city gate, which has guards standing on either side of it. The guards stare at me as I approach, and they don't exactly look friendly. However, I ignore the looks they are giving me and keep approaching. Guard yells, "No beasts allowed." What makes you call me a beast? Guard says. If you are not human, then you are either a beast or a demon. And if I was a demon, Guard says, then we would kill you. This isn't a very friendly plane. Guard says, leave. The only way for you to enter this city is as a slave. I was already turning away, not wanting any trouble, but I stop when I hear the word slave. Gathering a large portion of my mana, I use it to send out a pulse to scan the entire city. The city is populated by a little over 10,000 humans, not a large city. However, there are almost 3 times as many beasts inside the city. They are evenly split between humanoid beasts and normal beasts, and they are all slaves. As my mana returns with this information, I find myself becoming more and more angry. However, it isn't like I can take on an entire city by myself, at least not in soul form. Then again, I don't exactly have to. My mana brought back a lot of information. Part of that information is the fact that all of the slave collars used in the city are of the same type. I quickly home in on the nearest one, which is just inside the city gate, and sense how it is enchanted. Once I know that, I quickly figure out how to disenchant it in the simplest way possible. Then, I gather up all my remaining mana and send another pulse into the city. This entire time, the guards have been glaring at me as I slowly move away from the gate. After releasing the second pulse, they are quickly distracted by roars and screams inside the city. Everywhere, the pulse passes quickly becomes engulfed in chaos as all the slave collars stop working. I may not be able to go into the city and free all the slaves, but I can give them a chance to fight for freedom. Even if they die in the attempt, at least they will die free, and they will have a chance at some revenge. However, since I used up all of my mana, I can't stick around to see what happens. If any of the humans inside the city figure out that it was me who did this, I would be in trouble. Without mana to defend myself from attacks, I can't even put up much of a fight. After everything I have gone through to repair my soul, I am not about to let myself get hurt now. So, I run all the way back to the gate and jump through it without looking back even once. Only once I am safely back in the hall do I allow myself to relax and catch my breath. By the time I have recovered my mana, it is too late to continue exploring, so I wake myself up. As expected, Nala and Albion are already awake and eagerly awaiting their breakfast. After feeding them and myself, I get up and head over to the construction site. Not only do I find people waiting for me, but there is also a large pile of rope. The rope is green since it is made from vines, but when I test it, I find it is better than normal rope. I use it to quickly lay out the edges of 2 rectangles, one slightly smaller than the other. Then, I explain to the group of elves and human children what I need them to do. They are going to be fetching leaves from the storehouse and laying them out to fill the rectangles. I ask them to make it 2 layers thick and to avoid leaving spaces as much as they can. It takes them a couple of hours, and during that time I continue working on the ship. Once they are done, I feed them lunch and thanks, and then let them go about their business. Then, I sit down and start using my mana to fuse all the leaves together. After they are fused together, I fill them with mana, and then enchant them the same way I did the wyvern's wings. This gives me 2 large silver sails to be used on the main mast of the ship, added to the sail I made out of the wyvern's wings. That means that all the sails for the ship are done. Now, tomorrow when the sailors come over, I can have them figure out how the rigging should be done. Since all the sails can be raised and lowered by command words, we only need rigging for orienting the sails. That will make the rigging much simpler than that on normal ships and easier to work with. Since the sailors are the ones going to be working the rigging, I am fine with letting them figure out how it should be done. With that out of the way, I meditate to recover my mana, and then work on the ship until dinner. After dinner, I play with the kids in the soulscape and then return to the hall. I was planning to explore a new door, but my curiosity leads me back to the last door. I head through just to have a look, and see what happened after I broke all the slave collars. Once through, I quickly build my body and then turn to look towards the city. Even from here, I can see a lot of damage, and there are signs of fires in several areas. As I move closer to the city, I notice that there are no guards at the city gate this time. I quickly reach the city and move inside, but I am stopped by the smell. It is a mixture of decomposing flesh and burned bodies, really unpleasant. It isn't the smell that stops me, but the implications. Why would there be bodies? If these are all soul creatures, then the bodies should have vanished soon after death. Yet, as I continue into the city, I can see bodies all over the place. both humans and beasts.